Can I present an argument that we can actually discuss? Because I'm also
because at this point, we tried to. We were doing good up to this point. This last whatever we're trying to talk about is just not making any sense. Yeah, we should.
Well, my thing with this, the language barrier, I think things got a little too much. I think he probably has something to say. It's just we're struggling a bit. Sorry, man.
All right. So my argument.
Hi, Bill. Happy Thanksgiving.
Right. I thought you went to sleep while Noah was talking. Yeah. But it's late to hear you wait. All right. So the argument I want to present is not strictly about God. That is not because I don't know what God is. I mean, it's not the word I'm familiar with. I'm more familiar with Hebrew scriptures, and God is not there, obviously. So my argument is about that. The conclusion that I'm leading to in my argument is that there is no physical necessary reality, and maybe you could agree with that, like a priori, and you would tell me, yeah, there is no physical necessary reality, and that's fine. Like it doesn't prove God, but that's fine. There is no physical necessary reality.
And I don't agree with that, but please continue.
Okay, so I'll try to do it in a logical way. So with premises, right? So the first premise that we have is that physics requires the mathematical models that we use in physics for predictions require mathematical infinities. You would agree with that? That's premise one.
I agree that physics requires studies where the results are repeatably the same.
No, that's not what I said.
Which is why I told you what I think physics requires. But please continue.
Right. Well, you just named part of any physical theory, which is repeating experiment producing the same results the theory predicts. What I'm saying is that it also requires a mathematical model that does the predictions, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. If you're going to do a study 1,000,000 times and it comes out the same 1,000,000 times, it does require mathematical precision. Yes.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in any theory, any physics theory, before you do the experiment, or maybe like you can do the experiment, but before you actually create the theory and complete it and make it an actual scientific theory, you need to have a mathematical model that predicts the results of those experiments, right? That's a necessary thing.
I'm not a physicist, so you please continue.
Right. Well, that's the thing, right? That's where we have the equations come in, and that's why we need them to describe any sort of reality that we are then testing. So my argument, like my premise one, is that you do require mathematical model, and it just comes out that all those models require mathematical infinity. They're not. They cannot be.
How do you define mathematical infinity? What does that mean?
All right. Let's say I would go like right now. I'm tempted to go into physics. I'm not like I'm homegrown physicist. I'm not really a physicist. Like I'm not really a scientist, but like there are things like a wave function, and the field of probabilities is infinite.
Oh, okay, that, and again, I apologize for interrupting you, but I can describe simple physics with third grade math, first grade math. If I have an apple in one hand and an apple in the other, and I put them both together in one hand, I now have two apples. Physics tell us this, and you can do that with first grade math. You don't need all the other stuff. Please continue.
Yeah, but I mean, at the present moment, we do have like theories of like special relativity and quantum mechanics,
which require all the stuff that you're talking about that is clearly out of my wheelhouse. Yeah, go.
But what I'm saying is that this is just a fact, right? That we do require mathematical infinity. It just appears there, and we cannot work without it. We cannot work around it. We have to use it. We have to use Hilbert space, like space with infinite dimensions. We have to use those things in order to predict like the experiments that work with the basic stuff, like the waves, right? photons.
For now, I'm assuming everything you're saying is absolutely correct. Sure.
Okay. Now, second premise is that this infinity, this thing that we call infinity, does not exist in a real world, in a natural world. We cannot observe it anywhere, just by definition, actually, because we cannot measure infinity. So anything that we can measure is finite. By definition, it's not infinite, right? So we do see this discrepancy. It's not really a discrepancy because we attribute like mathematics and the world of ideas as not something natural. It's something maybe metaphysical or something like the Platonistic worlds, right? And we do understand that our universe is measured in finite. It's discrete, right? It's we have the Planck length. We have like the finite amount of energy, and this is the reality that we live in. Okay, so we have those two concepts. On the other hand, on one hand, we have something that is non-physical, non-natural, and necessary, which is the mathematical infinity. On the other hand, we have our world, which does not cannot simply include it, and because one depends on the other, we conclude that there is something that is necessary, there is something that is non-physical, and by extension, it is kind of a reality that we cannot measure, but that the reality actually exists.
Okay, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm going to give you one more minute because I would like my good friend John Malincrot to comment on what you're saying because he was a professor of physics for 25 years. But
amazing. That's
Go ahead.
I want something to engage with this argument. Basically, I'm done. I was
going to say, what is your point, or that you're trying to get to? Because I don't understand it.
The point was this something that I stated in the beginning, that there exists a non-physical necessary reality. Again.
All right.
Okay.
Fair enough. And I want to go to, I know I'm skipping the line, but I want to go to John Malincrot because he was a professor of physics for 25 years. John, is that last statement true?
Well, I don't know if it's true. I didn't hear enough, I think, to really understand the entire flavor. So maybe let's make a couple of quick comments, and if we need to go on, we can do that. I was just going to say, I mean, one of the things that I have kind of come to as a result of interacting with people on Clubhouse, especially religious types, and thinking about what our core beliefs are, is that I believe that to be a scientist, you have to believe at some level in the existence of an objective reality. That doesn't mean anything that we can ever necessarily understand. We can't know what that objective reality is, but it has to exist because we depend on the idea that when we set things up in some way, the same thing will happen. And that has to be the result of the fact that there are rules. We have things that we call laws, etc. They may or may not be true, but there must be laws. If there weren't laws, we couldn't do science. We couldn't depend on things happening. So that's about an objective, physical reality. And I think, was it Bells, whoever it was, was talking maybe about a non-physical reality. So I'll just end there.
That's basically the argument. You said it absolutely correctly. The objective world cannot be physical in a sense because it will require infinities, right? Because we see that in all our models that we build with mathematics, we do require infinities. And since we do not observe them in the natural world, this objective reality must have them, right?
You're saying they require infinities? Is that what you were saying?
Mathematical infinities, yes.
Oh, well, I guess I'm not sure why you would focus necessarily on that. There are these problems of infinities in quantum mechanics, etc. But I think more, and I wouldn't call the objective reality I'm talking about non-physical. I just mean that there's no obvious way that we can ever know what it is. It's possible that the quantum mechanics and relativity are exactly right, that really is what reality is, but it seems very unlikely to me that that's the case. At the best, it's some kind of a good approximation, and we can never know, right? Even if relativity and quantum mechanics never end up making a mistake, which they haven't so far, that won't mean that they're right. But I don't carry that. I don't think of that as meaning that the objective reality isn't physical, just that it's inaccessible.
What do you mean inaccessible? I'm trying to understand.
All right.
Well, inaccessible in the sense that, general relativity has curved space-time, etc. Is space-time really curved? Oh, I doubt it. I don't know. That's just a mathematical model that we carry around in our head that maps onto the real world really well. We do experiments, we make predictions.
Predict stuff,
they
right?
turn out to be right. Sorry?
I can predict stuff.
Yeah, that's right, and it does a really good job. As far as we know, quantum mechanics and relativity has never made a wrong prediction. I shouldn't say as far as we know. They haven't. They've never made a wrong prediction, but that doesn't mean they never will. They might be not quite right. Maybe there's a realm in which we haven't checked them out closely enough yet, etc. Maybe they are. Maybe they are right, but that seems very unlikely.
And one of the very first things that John taught me is the purpose of science is not to prove what we already know, but it's to disprove what we think we know. And new on stage is it Jace? And then I think Daniel, but let's also say hello to Cora. Happy Thanksgiving, Cora.
Yes, good morning.
You're still waking up.
Yeah.
We can give you more time. Daniel, have you spoken yet, Daniel? Daniel going once, Daniel going twice. Okay, I know Jace hasn't spoken. Hi, Jace. Happy Thanksgiving, Jace. Jace going once, Jace going twice. Okay, Kareem just came on stage. Hi, Kareem. Happy Thanksgiving. Cannot hear you, Kareem. Kareem going once. Kareem going twice. Okay. State. Meg wants to come up. Meg. Well, Kareem, you might want to back all the way out and come back in. Meg, good morning. Happy Thanksgiving.
Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Meg, let me set this up. I haven't spoken to you in a while. Meg is my expert when it comes to eating and living a healthy life. Hi, Meg.
Oh, well, you're too kind. Well, yeah, I always say the truth is most medical doctors don't know much about nutrition, the microbiome, food sensitivities, micronutrients, and or all the chemicals and crap in our food supply. And that's where I come in. My name's Magnificent. I'm known as the anti-diet dietitian. And I was put on this earth to change the way you think about food. So, Steve, what are you doing today? What are you and your family? What's everybody doing?
Thank you. And I'm so glad because I've been meaning to ask you a very important question in my life. And I'm going to my brother's house 25 miles away. We're having Thanksgiving with family with about 24 people. That's what I do every year. But Meg, I have a question for you. As you know, I cook a lot at home and I like to make soup. Now, Meg, when I start my soup with water and fresh vegetables, celery, carrots, onions, and then I mix in a little meat or whatever, or even if I do a vegetable soup, and then I bring it to a boil and I let it simmer for hours, and then it gets nice and thick and it's ready to go. I add salt, pepper, taste, so it tastes good. Here's my question. Does that soup, after I've cooked it for that amount of time, have the same nutrients and is as healthy as if I were to eat the vegetables raw?
Well, no, it wouldn't. But having said that, it still is a healthy choice, right? So we can't dismiss the fact that people are, if you haven't been to the mall or Walmart lately, take a look around. Most people aren't on the thin side, if you haven't noticed yet. So, I think we have to pick our battles, and I think that's a great broth, so-called, to start your soup. And then you can add healthy things into it or not. But no, it's not gonna have the same. But I will say too, if you I'm not affiliated with any hydroponics or anything like that, but if you could do a hydroponics at home for some herbs, even if it was a small one, you're going to get the peak nutrient when you pick it right off the vine there.
Yeah, certainly me making my soup and making it for hours is better than opening a can, which has all that chemical crap in it, right?
Right, and the metals and the other thing that could be in your in this process. Well, never mind all the stuff they put in it in the meantime, but it's better for you, absolutely. And so I guess we just, how healthy are we going to be? Are we going to be so healthy we're only eating raw things? And then there's also something called orthorexia, and I don't mean to get too sciencey, but orthorexia is a type of eating disorder where people get obsessed with eating healthy, and that is not healthy either.
Fantastic. Well, like I said, my brother, my sister-in-law normally cook a turkey. Sometimes they cook a ham. And then, of course, everybody brings a side dish or whatever.
Is that your brother that came on and told us about your girlfriend that wasn't that attractive?
I think that was my brother Mark, and no, this is my brother.
Tell him I said hi, and I said that was
will.
One of the funniest stories I've heard.
Yes, I will. No, this is my brother who is semi-retired. He is a psychologist. He also taught life skills, a professor of life skill studies and psychology. But no, it's not my brother, the attorney, who came on and talked about my girlfriend who was not that attractive. That's right. And by the way, ladies, I'm currently available. So there you go. I very rarely, if at all, use Clubhouse as a place to shoot my shots. I don't do that on Clubhouse, Meg, anything else? So what are you doing? What are you eating?
Well, my husband's behind us, and he said that I didn't answer your question correctly, so we're going to let him answer. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Yeah, hi, Jeremy. Hi, Jeremy. Happy Thanksgiving. And by the way, let me just say before you start, Meg has said on the show many times that you guys are a mixed marriage in that one of you believes in God and one is an atheist, and you guys have been happily married for a long time.
It was our 15th year anniversary last night to get engaged.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, we are a mixed couple in that way, and it's worked out really well for us because we both respect each other's insights on life and spirituality and what's good and what's not good. So it's we make it work, and it hasn't been that hard. And so yeah, thank you for that. And yes, I've heard Meg speak to you guys a lot over the years. And my take on the whole nutrition is that if you're going to put chicken or vegetables into a soup and make a broth or a stew, that you are going to lose some of those nutrients and proteins because the heat's going to denature the DNA molecules that make up a protein, which are good for you. So and again, I think that also goes for the same for the vegetables. Like you can break down a vitamin or a mineral by introducing it to heat. Not all of it; it's not going to seep into the broth, but it is going to be denatured to an extent. So a soup with vegetables might not be nearly as nutritious for you as a fresh salad, but both are good choices.
Thank you.
I stand corrected.
Very good. I want to go to John Malincrot. John, can you unmute for a moment? John Malincrot, are you there? You're away. It seems like he's away.
Yeah.
John, are you going to be hanging out for like 15 minutes?
Probably. Yep.
Can you run the room for about 15 minutes while I step away?
I'm not very good at this, but I'll give it my best.
John, as far as long as people are not insulting each other and as close as possible as one at a time, go for it, buddy.
All right. So does anybody have anything to say? Is anybody trying to come up? Let's see what we got. Cora's a mod too. Good. Okay. I'm not doing this all by myself. So what's happening? I'm making stuffing for Thanksgiving. Anybody making anything?
I get to show up at a Friendsgiving and not have to do a darn thing.
don't have to do anything. Oh man, I'm going to a friend's too, but everybody has to do something.
Yeah, you should bring something.
I'm making leek and what is it? A leek and celery stuffing. It's a New York Times thing that gets rave reviews, so I'm very hopeful.
Leeks are underrated. People need to use more leeks.
I think so too. My wife and I were both saying that last night. She's always been scared of leeks because of the sand and stuff in them, but it's pretty easily dealt with. And they really, man, I tell you, leeks and garlic. Starts out with butter, olive oil, leeks, and garlic, and that is a smell to send anybody to heaven. An aroma, I guess I should say, right? It's not smell when you're cooking.
Well, it's like one of the things I think a lot of Americans don't figure out that the French have figured out a lot. Is that they will alter their alliums for certain purposes. So the shallots are good for some things, leeks are good for some things, and onions are good for other things. Like we just tend to put onion in everything.
Yeah, I think that's right, and it is kind of because all those other things are just a little too subtle, right? I mean, the onions just go all the way to the edge, and that's what we're always looking for.
One of the best easy salad dressings you can do is just render some bacon and soften some shallots in it, and just deglaze the pan with a little bit of vinegar. Put that straight warm onto your salad. It's so good. It's crazy.
The thing I wasn't quite clear on is where to stop on the leeks for, because you got the leaves, which are good for broth, but at some point you want to stop chopping because things get a little tough. So I might have stopped a little too early.
I tend to stop right where the light green part ends. And then you can save the top, the darker green bits, kind of where it starts splitting,
Yep. Well, that's what I did. I just thought maybe I stopped too early.
And you can save the tops for stock and stuff, but I usually, leeks are good. Now I'm thinking, I want leeks now, because one of the cool things you can do is just make a leek gratin, where you just kind of put them in 1.5-2 inch pieces and stand them up like little soldiers in a gratin casserole, and then just throw some cheese and cream on there and roast them. It's just oh my god, so good.
So is that so you don't chop them into half moons or something to do that?
No, you just big chunks of leek.
And as long as you don't go up too far, you don't get much sand in there, because that's the big thing.
Oh, right? Yeah, the sand is I don't know. I've never really had an issue with that, but I just you just gotta rinse the hell out of them when they're like that. So.
Well, I was looking for a new turkey stuffing dressing, I guess you call it, when it doesn't go in the bird, recipe this year, because I realized that the dressings that I've been making the last few years didn't have any celery in them, and I've gotten really fond of celery over the last year.
That's the best part of the dressing.
It is. I mean, I can't believe I've never done it.
Yeah, that's my favorite part. I like making oyster dressing too, though.
Oh.
But that's just because I'm a coast girl. So.
One day I want to put chestnuts in there, but I don't even know if I'd recognize a chestnut if I saw one.
Oh yeah, just go to I have Ukrainian markets all around me. You can just get jars of chestnuts.
Well, I think I did see them. I was in Italy earlier this month, and they do seem to have chestnuts over there, but I still don't really. So I saw them, but they still didn't make an impression. Anyway, any other cooking stories? Anybody has decided we're emptying the audience here? Nobody wants to cook, I think.
I have no one to cook for right now, so I'm just other than myself, so I'm not gonna make any Herculean efforts. I used to, when I was still with my boyfriend, we would have Canadian Thanksgiving, in which I would make all of the Canadian things that he wanted to eat, like butter tarts and back bacon and all that other stuff. That's in like October. And then we would have usually a roast chicken on American Thanksgiving, and then prime rib for Christmas time. So
no Canadian bacon pizzas.
Well, that's what back bacon is, but yeah, it's like most people haven't had real Canadian bacon. It's funny. It's like the ham that we put on pizza isn't really Canadian bacon. Like back bacon's like cured pork loin that's had the outside of it dried in either pea meal or cornmeal. So.
All right. So today, what I'm going to do, I'm getting a 45-day dry aged steak, like a beef steak of Florentine. I'm going to cook it over embers from a fire I'm going to make myself. Then white asparagus with duck fat. Probably those chanterelle mushrooms, is that what they're called? It's expensive mushrooms.
Mm-hmm. They have them at Costco right now. You can get like a pound for $9. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to Italy, which is like this. I don't know if you've been there. I think the first one was in New York City, but there's a big one here in like the Wilshire district. Giant Italian market. They have like all that stuff. So
nice.
It's a little more pricey there. It's not going to be Costco prices, but
I think those tomahawk steaks, those like big Italian tomahawk steaks, they raise those actually right outside Portland, like near the river. They have those particular cows up here.
Unfortunately, it's a different species than what we. Like in Italy, they use like a different cow. I think it's all Angus here, or cross.
No, they have the real like the big bony white cows, the crazy ones.
Yeah, they do.
They have those up here in Oregon. Yeah, they're raising them. It's crazy.
So, Chase, you sound like Roivas.
I don't think mom is used. I would never say that. Oh my god. I really set people off. I've noticed that, and but not today. Today's a holiday.
Okay.
Sharing food with the Indians. What about it?
A very Roivas thing to say. Uh-oh, dead air. Steve's gonna fire me.
Welcome to the stage, Daniel, Jace, John, Cora. I just want to say thank you to the Mod Squad and all of Clubhouse.
Nicely done, Sam. Take over.
On top of the hour, we got Columbus.
For a second, but then she disappeared. So, I don't have anything. My life has been taken over by boring crap right now, so I'm sorry I'm not that interesting. So.
Yeah.
All right, Daniel, let's hear your fresh five.
Yeah, Daniel.
Hey,
wake up.
Minutes.
Wake up. Daniel.
Daniel.
Come on, boy. Come on.
Daniel said.
Oh.
We could do I had a friend that had memorized the whole monologue for Alice's Restaurant, and that was like our Thanksgiving tradition. Was he would get up with his guitar and like do the entire freaking monologue and play Alice's Restaurant. It was great.
I used to do it. Close enough.
I think every Thanksgiving moment in it where someone stands up and says, I want to kill.
Over there on the Group W bench.
Oh my goodness.
I don't want a pickle, just want to ride my motorcycle. I don't want to die.
So we have a young friend staying with us who is just professing her love of the Stray Kids. Anybody know the Stray Kids? I don't know them, but I'm gonna have to. It's apparently a K-pop group.
Oh wow!
But she's quite a good musician singer, so I'm tempted to think there may be some reason to look into them. But Corey, you ought to come down. We're going down the street to our. I don't know if you know. So I have a sort of daughter, Claire, who's house down the street.
The one that Benjamin glommed on.
Right. That's right. And she and her husband throw amazing parties. So we're going down. I think they've got 20 people coming over for Thanksgiving. That's why everybody has to add in. They've been. I think they've just gotten their kitchen remodeled as of hopefully finished yesterday. Because it's a relatively tiny little place, and they just they do amazing foodie kinds of things.
Yeah, we have to make the rounds this summer.
Get to the stage. Hey, Andrew, guess what you got for us today? Got a fresh five.
Yeah, Andricus, take it away.
I'm gonna have to make the rounds to all the pool parties this summer with my new boobs.
Sorry, I jump in the shower. I'll be back.
Will they be bigger?
Oh God, no! Please no. No, I'm actually quite excited to lose about a third of the volume.
Yeah, I hope that goes. When is that all happening, Cora?
Sometime in December. I don't know. I'm not on the schedule yet, but it has to happen before the end of the year. I just got. They took my biopsy and genetically sequenced the cancer cells and came back with a result that says I don't have to have chemo before surgery. So now I'm getting surgery before the end of the year. So yay.
Yeah. I hope that all goes well. Here goes Steve.
And the restaurant. But Alice's Restaurant is not the name of the restaurant, that's just the name of the song. That's why I call the song Alice's Restaurant. You can get
Fucking faggots always trying to fuck with my copyright.
For the day either. You need to leave that game alone.
Time to turn up the volume.
Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. good as God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man, he would have done no less. It's like they know that Chicago is so bad and they try to hide it from it.
By the way, that is by Arlo Guthrie, the son of the immortal Woody Guthrie, who wrote
This land was made.
Yeah, thank you. This land is your land. Thank you very much. Thank you.
He wrote the whole Columbia River songbook too, and was living out of an apartment about a half mile from my house
Down by the river.
neighborhood.
Well, how cool are you?
I wasn't even alive then. Wouldn't have nothing to do with me.
Oh,
Forget. I'm just eating a can of Hormel chili today. That's what I'm doing. Fuck all this.
nice.
That's funny.
With or without
You're not.
beans.
You said you're making some badass steak and something else.
Yeah, I'm doing a bistecca Florentina. Yeah. It's probably gonna cost like $150 just for the stupid steak. I swear to God, it gets more and more every. And I have to not mess it up. That's the fun part.
That's like Wagyu price.
Well, yeah, it's because it's aged for 45 days. I think that's also the reason. And it should weigh like like a kilogram. I forget. It's like 2 inches thick. It's pretty, it's pretty great.
What do you bake that? I mean, how do you?
You do it the Italian way. You do it right over some coals, just some kind of grating, and I use embers from a fire I make myself. I don't trust like stored mesquite or briquettes. The embers are the way to go. It's more even, not as intense, and
No. The Italian way, no. The Italian way is trying to go into the kitchen where it's being done and being chased down and yelled at by a bunch of Italian, aunts and mamas and.
Right. Well, it was like shorts on Instagram where it's like, I'm gonna break my pasta in half in front of my Italian husband, so he freaks out or whatever. What's the other one like? The guy that cuts the prosciutto wrong, in front of his grandpa and praying to Mother Mary. And don't mix onions and garlic. It's not the way the Italians do it.
Yeah,
But it
I never
tastes
knew
so
that before.
good.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say it tastes so good. Please go ahead.
Well,
Yeah,
today was
I
like,
found that out for the first time by watching that one clip with the American lady that was cooking, and then that really pretentious Italian chef guy comes on there and says, "Oh, we don't do it that way. We don't mix the turkey." I had no idea that.
Nauseous.
That was the same guy that had a hilarious video with the British. Adulterating some pure Italian recipe. He's like, and my grandmother had wheels.
So, yeah, you don't add anything to fucking this bone, man. Okay, you don't add anything to it. You just cook it on the fire, and not the fuck with the embers, right? And then when you're done, I said you drizzle nice olive oil and some coarse salt, and that's it. There's do not overcook it.
I'm trying to explain that to people that like if you get a good cut of meat or like a really beautifully like sun ripened tomato, don't put anything on it but salt and pepper maybe. Like that's it. It tastes good on its own.
Yeah, at the end, you slice it, like I said, you put a drizzle of olive oil on it, and some the coarse salt.
I agree. Salt, pepper, butter,
Too much. Not for this one. No.
Yes, not at all.
Yeah, not this one. If you're doing like a normal like a filet mignon or something, sure. Or near strip, there's thyme in there. I'll do olive oil first, and then I'll add enough, and then or sage is even better. Fuck that rosemary. Sage, like butter fried sage is amazing. But yeah, it's a different.
Yeah, stay away from thyme because too many people are allergic to it.
Oh, parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Since we're on a folk music trip, I guess this morning.
Well, let's change it up a little. We'll go from folk music to a team called, I bet JCC will tell me if I'm mispronouncing this, Carolina Prochenko. Oh, no, go ahead. Play your guitar, that's better.
Sorry. Oh, I didn't even realize I was unmuted. I was trying to remember how that goes, so I'll work on it. Maybe later.
What tune is that?
Oh, well, let's see if you. Can you hear it?
I didn't hear the lead, but yeah, I heard the guitar. What did you say, sir? You believe it was what?
Scarborough Fair.
Oh, Scarborough Fair. Oh, gotcha.
Have you?
Are you K-mode at the 7th fret, John?
No, in fact, it's funny you say that because I was.
Do you have a K-mode, John?
I do. I'm not going to go 7, but let me do it.
And here's the thing. I know that if you go up to 7, you have to tune it a little bit, but try and go up. There you go.
What was it?
Pretty damn close, John. Pretty damn close.
Yeah, that register makes it much more identifiable for me.
Yeah, he plays it out at the 7th fret. Yeah.
Maybe Tom's going to Scarborough Fair yet?
Not bad, John.
Yeah, not bad. I haven't played that for a while. I wasn't sure I even remember the pattern.
Yeah. It's fun, simple little riff.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna push
beautiful.
you just a little bit, John. You know, my
It
It would sound familiar, but I couldn't.
But I was trying to remember it to be that ending.
It's on the A string, and it's a walk down from C.
Not bad for a piano player. Yeah,
Not bad at all. Yeah.
They didn't publicly state it. It was a private conversation. All of them didn't tell me.
Legally writing documents, it's a private conversation. This was a public statement, right? By far.
Whatever. It doesn't matter. People make public statements all the time, Luca. What universe are you in? That you think a public statement by an official is a promise that is a treaty.
Listen, Marco Rubio does them all the time. I'd like to see that. I'm following that from the top forward.
And I can think of the economic friends.
Why would we acknowledge it?
See, Randy, does it sound stupid when you hear it when other people say the same shit you say?
I like it.
You're a moron, too.
Look at so where are you from?
Mr. Jeff?
He lives on the second floor. Everybody knows that.
Look at that. Well, why don't you write to ChatGPT exactly what you think happened? And that's where we got it from. Yeah, he uses
You
Grok.
guys hang up about it.
Just read the answer. And we'll see that you're wrong. Or I can send you.
This is clearly a Thanksgiving hangout social space till y'all started with your bullshit. No, not Jeff, not Yakov, not y'all, these two.
In fairness,
That's
Jeff,
absolutely fine.
Luca is a retard. And he's not our retard, so I'm hostile.
That's cool.
I'm our retard. No, Randy's our retard.
Yeah, that is voluntary temporarily for the wrong.
What'd you say, Ryan? Sorry, I missed that. I said Cam is fine. Oh, yeah, Cam's probably fine.
Maybe chill if we were talking about any other topic.
No, Cam, you cool?
Hey, I was not because he's not stupid.
Long time, Cam.
I see what we're just debating. I just understand how they try to have into arguments like things like gravity.
Right. It's annoying, isn't it?
Force,
Right.
like the difference between a signed agreement and a statement held
documents I had with my husband back then, and he was bringing up the same argument that, you know, it's an official claiming something. I was like, it's not a treaty. Like, I had this exact conversation with him.
Was that why you gave me heart twice?
And I think it's like a Muslim, pro-Russian point that they all have. So.
Well, I mean, it reminds me of how Palestinians argue.
Yeah.
They make up their own facts, and then no matter how many times you disprove it, they say, but, and then they make up more facts because they're retards.
It's just part of the broader movement of this kind of anti-imperialism that trying to undermine anything that comes from the West is automatically bad and wrong and lies.
Exactly.
It's just part of it. So these people, they're not principled. They're not looking for the truth. It's because it's against what the West says. So then they go against it and take the opposite view. So that's why they will happily side with Russia in this case. I mean, but Rafi, something that I find pretty interesting is that given that Russia has had huge they have made huge deals with Iran when it comes to these Shahed drones and everything. They have paid Iran loads of money. How can you sit here and defend Russia while they are supporting Iran? I don't get it. Can you answer that question? I'm really curious about that. I'm being from
Family tradition.
Well, first of all, that's a stupid question. I'll tell you why. Because in a place like Russia, or let's say you're Chinese, or any other, again, we're not going to cite them because they don't share the same Western values. But where the fuck do you expect Russia to get it from? America's not going to sell them drones, correct?
No, but that wasn't his question. His question is, how can you support Russia when they're enriching Iran?
Well,
Israel.
Jeff, they're in a war. They have an option. They need these drones. If they're not going to get them from one place, somebody's not going to sell it to them one place. They're going to go. I understand that's our enemy. I'm not happy about it, but Russia's put in that position. You can't say that. Russia's put in that position to buy it from them.
So you're defending Russia here. Oh.
I'm not. Again, I'm not happy. I told you, I'm not happy. You're not listening.
Is it a just war, Rafi?
But it's a war at the end of the day.
From Rafi's perspective,
Seriously, you sound retarded right now.
Rafi, are Russians in the wrong? Russia, Rafi, is Russia in the wrong?
Okay, before you answer, I just want to say, no, I'm not holding on. It's my room.
Sorry.
I just want to say it's now been 11 minutes since Luca hasn't been able to fabricate the document that he claims exists, that even if he to us, wouldn't matter because it's confirming something from someone that it doesn't make it a treaty, international law, or binding in any way. So hopefully, keep looking on manifesto.com, Luca. You'll find it. Go ahead, Raph, answer.
I think he left the room.
Oh, even better.
He left for me.
Like immediately after
As I said, I'm not
yeah.
happy, but it's kind of in a weird place. If they would have went and bought from China, and let's say China was a threat to the U.S., and a person from the U.S. would ask me, are you happy that Russia's buying drones from China? Because Americans aren't happy because they're enriching China, which is a threat to the U.S. So, no, I'm not happy that they're buying from Iran, but they're kind of put in a position that they're going to buy from a country that is probably not going to be a Western-friendly country because they're the only ones that are willing to sell them anything to keep them in this war going. So on which side they're fighting, the good or bad, I'm not here to judge.
No, come on, judge.
I think
this is a just war.
This is literally where you have to judge. I mean,
yeah, literally.
Where else?
I mean,
I'm not happy with the fact that they're buying, but I understand the position that they're.
No. Get back to the underlying thing. Invasion in 2014, an invasion almost 4 years ago. Was it the right thing to do for Russia?
So, I'm not defending Rafi. I'm explaining Rafi. So Rafi fundamentally thinks Russia is justified with its aggression, and Rafi obviously also fundamentally wants a strong and safe Israel. Rafi is doing something called compartmentalization, which people who are amoral are more capable of doing than regular people like us. He's a little retarded, but he's our retard. So it is what it is. We're not going to get what we want out of him because it is cognitive. What do you call it? Cognitive dissonance. And he's not capable of coming up with an explanation that's elegant enough to try to fix that. But
Love you,
we can all recognize it. You either pick the Russian justifications or the safety of Israel, and Rafi's not capable of choosing because he loves communism and.
No,
I don't think he loves communism. He loves Russia.
And you will back me up on this. I said they're both pieces of shit, Russia and Ukraine.
Ukraine isn't actually relevant so much in this.
I'm just saying, but you would.
Because Dan's correct. Dan's correct. At the end of the day, by supporting Russia and promoting it or thinking it's justified in any way, you are actually promoting ideas that lead to less safety for Israel and Jews worldwide, because Russia has 7 decades of promoting the hatred of Jews in Israel worldwide. I mean, that is cognitive dissonance. Someone who wants to argue with you can call you out. I'm not. I'm just explaining that you are a retard, and we love you anyway.
And Rafi, they could both be pieces of shit, Ukraine and Russia, but international law states you really don't want to just invade other countries. It's really not the right thing to do.
And Rafi, I just looked into how much they have traded in billions of dollars since the 24th of February 2022. It's $14 billion that Russia has paid Iran. That's quite a lot of money.
Again, I'm not happy. I will repeat that. I am not happy. But if, again, forget about emotions, forget about Israel right now. The reason, again, I'm not happy that they're enriching Iran. 100%, I'm not happy. I'll repeat it again. But forget about Iran and Israel right now. What is Russia supposed to do in this case? Where are they supposed to get?
No, I mean, Rafi, that's valid, right? Like, if you are speaking from the Russian perspective, which of course is the problem, you are speaking from the Russian perspective. Being a Canadian Jew, then you're correct. What else are they going to do but buy weapons from their close ally, Iran? I think what everybody else is asking, and I don't think you're capable of reconciling this, is how, as an American and as a Canadian and as a Jew, can you be so stuck in the Russian perspective that you can't see that, like, if you support the West and if you support Israel, that your support of Russia is in conflict with your lifestyle.
Or just liberal democracy.
Okay, but
you can really go down to the bare bones of it.
So, but is China considered to be a threat to the U.S.? Let's ask you this.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course. But you're just moving the goalposts.
But I'm not moving the goalposts. So let's say they didn't buy from Iran. They bought from China.
We don't have to say, let's say, Rafi, they are buying from China and they're selling to China.
I understand.
They're also, the more interesting question is actually they're selling to India. And, that's a very interesting question also, but not relevant to you. Moving it to China doesn't change the fundamental problem, which is you support a regime which is anti-Western and anti-Semitic. That's what it boils down to. And yes, we would criticize an American who didn't see that conflict when it comes to China, when it comes to Iran, when it comes to any of the enemies of America. Of course, from a Russian perspective, it makes sense. They're a pariah.
But it's not even make sense. They have no option. What are the other
options? Fine. They have no option.
Their option is not to invade Ukraine.
You put them in the corner like that.
Right. Their option would be not to invade Ukraine.
Okay.
Fundamental.
So you can say for every other country that was ever in a war, that was their option. Wars are going to happen.
No.
So the questions aren't around whether or not Russia should have made the choice they made. I think the question is coming more from the standpoint is how can you, as a beneficiary of the West, living in Canada, you with all your other world views, be so stuck inside the Russian perspective
And I mean, I think it's a valid criticism. I just don't think.
Again, I'm not stuck with the Russian.
Understanding how problematic it is.
No, I understand exactly how problematic it is. Again, I said I'm not happy. But if I have to think about the other side, they had no option.
Well, they had no option.
Which other side?
Like the Russian side. Even forget about Ukraine. Where is Russia capable of getting their weapons prior?
Maybe they stopped the war. This is just enabling them.
Was Russia ever prior to the Ukrainian war was able to get weapons from any NATO country?
Supposedly, first-rate military power.
Can they purchase or sell?
No one trusts them.
Develop.
Then no one trusts them.
More importantly, Russia always made their own weapons. Yeah. They didn't try to buy NATO weaponry. All of your points are irrelevant. Like poor Russia, poor Russia, poor Russia.
No, I just again.
Look, the majority of their defense budget, unlike America, goes into development. The majority of our defense budget goes into training. So, they chose to develop really advanced weapons. They chose not to develop these little things that they're buying from Iran.
To me, it's like saying that, this mass murderer, he doesn't have friends anymore. Poor mass murderer. No one wants to be friends with him. I mean, of course, he's a mass murderer. No one wants to be friends with him.
I mean, mass murderers might be fun in certain situations.
You ever tried to do a escape with a
Rafi, if it makes you feel any better, Luca, much bigger retard than you.
Okay, but Rafi, I have compassion for your condition, so to speak. So I'll give you that. But I want to say that, consistency and logic is the sign of actual intelligence and deep comprehension. So, we could play this game where we can just change Putin with the Ayatollah, and you can go ahead and make similar arguments as well, could you not? So I'm just saying that you have to work on your consistency. You really do, because
again, I don't like both of them. As I told Jeff even a few weeks ago, I don't mind them killing each other off, and then somebody coming in and finishing off the job. Whoever's left, a few here, a few there. If there's gangs on the streets of New York or whatever, let the gangs kill each other off before you send the innocent police officers in there to risk their lives.
Rafi, all I can say is they're going to be speaking Polish in Moscow by the end of next year.
Literally, the point of a social contract is that we give up certain rights so that we can have public safety. I mean, some of these fundamental aspects of just democracy and things like that, you got to really get a better grasp on. I mean, again, fine. I don't want to get into it. Happy Turkey Day.
Yeah, maybe we get back to a turkey conversation. This has been wonderful.
I never knew you guys do it on a Thursday. I thought you guys do it on a Friday.
We're whores. We do it every day.
But official.
Maybe the original one was on a Thursday. Maybe the original one was on a Thursday. Who knows?
No. I have a video of the finance minister of Latvia talking about American Thanksgiving was intended to be on Friday.
In a discussion privately held with the Finnish foreign minister.
Correct. Does anyone know that Luca fella? I'm curious.
No, I want to know where he's from,
folks. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hey,
thanks for Luca.
Thanks.
Happy Thanksgiving, fellas.
I wish I did Thanksgiving, man. I really want to bite into a pumpkin pie. I really do.
Good. You can make one.
You guys have pumpkins?
I love pumpkins, man. I'm a goat.
You have pumpkin. Okay.
Do they have pumpkins wherever you are?
They got pumpkins. Pumpkin. My favorite. But sweet with cinnamon. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Randy, what are you doing for Thanksgiving?
Randy.
I just put in my big McDonald's order. They have pumpkin pies at McDonald's now, so...
They have what? Country fries?
Pumpkin pie.
Oh, pumpkin pie.
Deep fried.
I'm going to go to Whole Foods to grab a dessert and see what's up for...
Randy, I heard lumpy guys. Am I wrong?
Me too.
Randy, are you with child?
I heard lumpy thighs.
I heard big fat thighs.
Yeah. Everyone hears what they have, you know.
I heard
Oh my God, that was me.
I heard grumpy thighs.
Oh my God, the frumpy.
I heard Humpty dies. No, look.
I heard he's uncircumcised.
Oh my God.
It's not cool.
I feel seen. I feel seen right now.
I heard Samson cries.
Oh, baby Samson.
It was pumpkin.
Where's
pie.
Samsung? Is he in the audience? Oh, no,
Mr. Samson, hello.
no, Samsung, yeah.
I heard sexual cries.
McDonald's should have turkey burgers for this week only. Come on, guys. What is
No, that capriotti sandwich that Jeff talks about, that one's a good thing to get for today if one is going to order stuff.
A turkey burger.
I did get a turkey breast.
Do you think people go to McDonald's for Thanksgiving, Randy?
Yeah,
more people.
No, they order in.
Oh, really? No, I think families go out in some parts of the country.
Yeah, there's Thanksgiving dinners at restaurants.
No, I know that. I meant, do they go to McDonald's?
Perhaps. I'd like a big fat plate of Chinese food right now, but we can't always get what we want.
Oh, why the
You
heck?
try sometime.
Oh, he's getting
No, I have somewhere to go to.
McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Roya, you gotta go somewhere?
Yeah.
You gotta go to
I'm
Thanksgiving.
kind of wanting not to, but right now I'm going to Whole Foods to buy a wine or something.
But you gotta go to this real ass fucking dinner with people. Oh, God.
I don't want to, though.
How
G levels.
No, on the real note, my sister is hosting Thanksgiving, and I'm looking forward to it very much.
Great.
And I'm grateful.
Well, now that Randy's going somewhere, now I have to fucking go somewhere. I thought that was like tacit approval to stay in and not do anything.
I want to stay in if that's going to help.
Well, you have to go to your mom.
No.
Bridge that gap that your wife who should have never created. You gotta go bridge that.
What?
You gotta go bridge that gap between your
There's a
wife
lot to
and
unpack there, yeah.
Well, yeah, if it's any comfort, I'm not gonna go there. I'll just say.
No bridge and tunnel in your future?
Where? What does that mean?
I guess just instead of the New Jersey, I don't know.
No, my sister raised family in Connecticut, and then
You're not going to
So that requires a bridge and a tunnel.
she got a pied a terre in New York City. I thought I told you that.
Pied à terre. Wow.
She had a pied a terre.
Sound like David B.
Is that David B. Jr.?
Yeah, she got a pied a terre in the Upper West Side. So yeah, it's going to be very nearby. I'm very lucky.
Oh, very.
Yeah.
Wait, who just dropped in? Oh, dropped out too.
Yeah.
No, David
Yeah,
Love.
Yeah, shout out to
David, it was said with love.
Gigi, your mom looked great on her B-Day, homie.
Yeah, Gigi. There she is.
Yeah, if anyone wants, what a pied a terre is, it's French. It means footprint, and it's for people who have instead of a country house, it's people in the suburbs who have a small apartment in the city. They call that a pied a terre.
Oh. So are you going to go or you're not going to go? I mean.
Yeah, I'm going there. That's where she's hosting, and
Okay.
it's going to be very nice. And I'm grateful. And
Well, you love your nephew, you love your family. So
oh yes, I do. And I'll just share a story. My mom had a friend. My mom's gone, but she had a friend, and this friend is also a fellow Holocaust survivor. And this friend is just somehow completely alienated from her son. Her son doesn't talk to her. So I did call her. We did call her, invite her for Thanksgiving, and hope she's going to come for dessert. And I'm glad I did that. It made me think of my mom. And I invited her for dinner. She said she's doing something with a friend, and the friend wouldn't feel comfortable. So I said, we'll come for dessert. So it did make me think of my mom. And I feel badly for parents who aren't in touch with their kids,
Why are they is it over Israel or?
No.
Okay, because that's dividing a lot of families.
Is it? Yeah, it's really divided some friends and me. But no, I think it's just deep psychological family shit, trauma from years ago.
Simon.
Yeah, no, my family. It's upsetting to hear about it, though. It is.
Especially a Holocaust survivor who has only one son.
Yes, you get it.
Yep.
You get it. That's why it's so poignant, because you know that, it wasn't an easy upbringing, and so it's sad when that's the result. You get it.
Good on you, Randy, for doing that.
Yeah, but listen, I mean, also just as a reminder, kids and parents, it's such a fragile relationship. 1 minute, a parent is bringing you up and doing everything for you, and then something can happen, and they become non-communicative. It's a very fragile thing. It's just a reminder, That's all I'm saying. It's a reminder to me to, you've got to be mindful of what's happening out there with my kid. I'll just put it on that. I'll just say that, Anyway, just sharing.
Okay, baby Randy, I got you.
You know what? I think that all of this language around personal boundaries and toxicity, real love, you sometimes have to kind of push past some of these things and accept people for who they are, especially at 90, 80 something, almost, how old is she? 90 something years old? How old's this woman?
Old enough to know better.
She's 85. She's 85. But you would think that her son would be able to forgive her for whatever happened, but I think he's married. I think
just don't dare assume.
And while I appreciate the high-mindedness of the thought, I will point out that perhaps there are people in the room who have difficult relationships with their parents, and perhaps have made the very hard decision to establish boundaries. And out of my sensitivity to them, we should not wax eloquently about this, because no one knows anyone else's circumstances. And in fact, we don't know this woman's son's circumstances, and he might be incredibly justified in limiting his exposure to his mother. Though it's really nice that you have a good relationship with her. And it's nice that your mother was there for her all those years.
Yes, I'm not, I know it could seem like I'm looking for validation or approval. I'm just sharing what's on my mind. That's, yes, it may be the reason to
That's fair enough, yeah. We never know.
Yeah.
I'm just, if there's ever the chance, it's good. If there's not, then, of course, understand.
Listen, yeah, I can't imagine what they went through. I know, my parents were, I could get very, detailed. I'll just say I'm grateful, and I'll leave it at that. I'm grateful that I was able to forgive them. Enough said.
Well, hey, Miss Shirley.
Well, hey, it is good.
Happy Thanksgiving, Miss Shirley.
Happy
How you
Thanksgiving.
doing, ma'am?
I'm doing good, and my comment to this, it is good when you can forgive people. I had a complex father, and sometimes unforgivable things came out of his mouth, and then he did me a favor. He called me one day and said he was sorry. He hadn't realized how wonderful my mother was. It's just like this sentence that made it where I could forgive him. That technical, that complex part. Ugh. And okay, I think that forgiveness is usually for yourself. Okay, it's for yourself, not for the person.
Christmas gifts, bro. I promise.
Wait. You guys, you guys, I haven't been back to Whole Foods since my accident.
She had an accident.
It is crazy right now. Everybody and their mom is here right now. Yeah.
Bima!
They are for another 90
Bima.
minutes. Oh my god.
Bima, you gotta join my music club, Bima. I'm very excited about this AI Suno and mixing poetry with it as a form of communication and education and neuro-linguistic programming. I like to read books and read poetry. I know you've got a great ASMR voice, super sexy, super alluring. can bring in all the fishes, all the flies. And so I think, Bima, if you work with me on my EDM trance, aka jazz duets, we don't have to sing because we're not talented enough, but we can create incredible, hypnotic, powerful, and financially viable products to mesmerize, tantalize, and delight the world. So I just want to play you a sample from some music that I've created. I've done about 500-600 songs. This is Persian women chanting to Santur instruments. This is the description. This is what comes out.
There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has a right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will, and where and with whom he will. For life is you one. Five man has a right to kill those who withhold these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. All life they serve. You are here on the liberty of others. Ground he taking good limits of the name of life. Oh, self-feel, Trace Simon, self-feel, Concordance, Alice the Crowley, Alice the
So this is called The Rights of Man. Many people think they know the laws or the rights of man, but they don't. They've never read it. But this is Aleister Crowley's Rights of Man put into song form on Suno, produced by Candidate John.
This is all and the joy of the world. What thou wilt shall be the whole of the all thy forty. Thou hast no right but to do thy will do, and no other shall say. Every man and every woman is a star. All thy forty. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will, and where and with whom he will. All life is the one. Five man has the right to kill those who withhold these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. All thy faith is served. Ooh.
Hey, Mom.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm not feeling as well as I should be. I'm still dealing with, I don't know if Samantha told you. Probably did, didn't she? I had to go into the hospital because I thought I was having a heart attack.
No.
Yeah, I was in the club and going through my regular Monday, Wednesday, Friday class, and my heart started burning, and I was short breath, and I totally lost energy.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Holy shit, what is this?" So I left. I said, "What do I do? What do I do?" I was very scared, and finally went to urgent care. They EKG'd me. They took you right away. She says, "Do you want to call in? I want to call you an ambulance." Whoa. I said, "Don't do that." She says, "I really feel that is my call, but you have to tell me." So I said, "Don't do it." So I left there and I went to this girl's house that lives in this neighborhood who I retired with. And we sat there for about an hour and 20. She gave me gas pills. She gave me hydrating fluid. And then she says, we retired. We each have a medical care. She says, "I'm going to put my sheets back on my bed. You go home, pack a bag, and we're going to emergency." So we did. Took 5 hours, a lot of blood, EKG, 5 hours. I went home, and I'm still not feeling right. I feel lightheaded. My chest is burning. So I don't know what the fuck it is. I'm still nervous. Something's going wrong.
Well, you gotta lay off those green chili peppers.
I don't think that's it. But I have a lot of indigestion. A lot of that, doctor said, lay off the fruits and the vegetables. Take some acidophilus, yogurt for gut health. I don't know. I went out on a walk today, and I'm just not feeling the genie power. I feel lightheaded.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if I need my thyroid checked, but that wouldn't be my chest burning.
Well,
I don't know.
You're so physical, you're not looking at it from a psychological perspective. Can you hear me?
Well, I am thinking through. I'm trying to think through what could be bringing this upon me. Do I have a gut virus?
You have a brain virus.
Do you think I have a brain virus?
Yeah.
Like what?
It's called compulsive thinking.
Overthinking?
Yeah.
Too much thinking?
Yeah.
Not resting?
It's called compulsive thinking. You need to smoke a joint, open up a Miller High Life, and cook yourself a New York strip with some butter and some thyme, and and enjoy yourself. You're going to the gym, which is great, but you're not 26 years old. You're not 26. You're not 14 years old. You're now approaching the pinnacle. So lay off. You need to basically go with the flow. You're not in the flow.
Yeah, that's probably that's true. That's true for sure. But I do know this is my brain is beginning to feel the house,
yeah,
the maintenance of a house. I'm pushing through with it. I'm not feeling like cleaning up all the piles. I'm not completing putting things away. I'm walking away from it. I say, when it gets real cold out, I'll clean up all the paint cans and the clocks in the kitchen. Yeah, I'm in, I don't know, is it depression? Is it like, am I trying to take a step back from doing all that stuff by not touching it? I don't know.
Well, it's just my opinion. It's just my opinion that you're probably not feeding your brain enough intelligence to basically put you into your flow state, which is happiness and joy. Because you have all of the abundance, you should have the corresponding joy with all of the abundance.
I agree with you. I don't have that.
Well, I read books. I got a lot of books here, and so I'm constantly programming myself. I told you I was creating music the other day. What I'm doing is I'm taking poetry and I'm feeding it into this AI music creator, and it's like reading a book, but it creates it into a song. It's unbelievable. And so I'm just enjoy listening to this incredible music that I'm creating. And unfortunately, you're worried about, your roller pins on the windows and the suicide windows. And it's like, you have created yourself a labyrinth or a puzzle box now that is causing you stress. I mean, this place is falling apart and I have no stress because I don't have anything to lose here. And neither do you. It's just your way of thinking. You have to live in joy with the corresponding abundance that you have. Otherwise, what was the point?
Well, I'm just going to tell you what I'm sitting next to. I'm sitting next to a book called Path to Wealth. Retirement Planning Today. I have a book going, which I realized last night, shit, I've already read this. I'm going to keep reading it because it might have been one of the first Patterson books I read. And I do remember it, but I don't remember what happened in the end of the story. So I'll keep reading it. I don't know. I'm going to this girl's house today for Thanksgiving. She and I retired together. She lives in my neighborhood. She's the one that took me to emergency. I guess I could use some more socializing. That's for damn fucking sure.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Well, you're a talker.
I don't think that's going to make my chest stop burning.
Well, it could, because you know what? You're a talker, and which is called a gabber. You're a gabber. And if the gabber doesn't gab, it builds up in the heart. And so gabbing is like talk therapy. It creates a lot of dopamine. And so basically, that's why I say you have a mind virus, which is basically saying you need more socialization, which is gabbing. Yeah. You're a gabber.
Yeah, I do see people at the health club and people that I've known for a long time, and then it makes me happy to see them, and we gab. And I asked the guy, Fred, he and I retired together too yesterday at the club. I said, Fred, what are you doing for Thanksgiving? He told me. And then I said, what do you do for socializing? He says, I go to the senior center. I know what they're having for lunch that day, and I'll go the days I want to have what they're having. And then I'll meet people at the table, and I learn about them. They tell me about themselves. And he says it's a great socializing setting. And I live within walking distance of my senior center.
Yeah. Well, you can socialize, but you could also go within. That's the other approach, because socialization.
I think I've been within long enough. I'm a fucking loner to the boner.
Well, that's okay. That's your protective bubble. You can always retreat back within when you want to go on your vacation. It's meditation, and that's why I say you have compulsive thinking. So you may end up, being a hypochondriac and having a panic attack and thinking that you're having a heart attack. And next thing you know, you're going to your neighbor's house for Thanksgiving. I don't know. I spend a lot, I don't have any stress. Do you know what the biggest stress in my life would be? Is having to get on the train every day to go downtown, to sit in a cubicle for 8 hours, to run back here, to worry about everything here, to run back downtown, to sit in a cubicle for 8 hours, to fly to some other cubicle for 8 hours. Like that's taxing on the body. I can go for a walk. I can go to the gym. You don't have any stress. You just have self-induced psychological stress. And so I just want to leave you with a quote from Corinthians, the Bible. You'll like this one. It's one of the best Bible verses. It says, "Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It is not rude. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no records of wrongs. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails."
Well, I know what you're saying. I do understand that. But the real world is a harsh place to have to persevere.
I get it, but you've already made it. So what I'm trying to tell you is you're still resisting, and thus you're causing friction for yourself. You need to let go and go with the flow. And basically remember that you are the genie. You have that genie power. You can never lose it because you are genie.
Mm-hmm. That identifier.
It's just your opinion. See, you are looking for what they call like the spirit or the kundalini, which is energy. And you miss that powerful energy, and so you want that energy, but you didn't lose it. You've just maybe misplaced it, or you're not working on it hard enough, or thinking that's why I say you could have a mind virus, which is basically you are your own worst enemy, and you have no problems. You just have blockages, and your biggest blockage is somebody who says but, or and. I always make fun of people who say but or and. It's like, oh, you're a but and and person.
You know what I've caught myself a few times lately, and I said, you don't have to pick that up. You just saw it. That's all. You don't need to pick it up. Let's say it was a thread. You don't have to. Don't do it.
Well,
because I think I'm on still some, I wonder if I'm coming down from being on such a high alert from doing this last house.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's got a lot to do with it. And right now I'm trying to find the landscape person.
See,
and I'm
Mom,
not having trust.
Mom, the whole thing is a metaphor, because you have to find peace in your brain, in your mind. That is the real house, but the house you're living in is causing a conflict, with your peace in your real home, which is your dome.
Mm-hmm.
So, let it go. I mean, it will all get fixed as long as the plumbing works. Don't drive yourself crazy. Take it one day at a time. And just live in the moment. You're thinking about 3 weeks from now, 3 years from now, 10 days from now. Just live every day as if it was the last day of your life. But, I'm just saying prioritize, because, you have such an overactive mind that it will drive you crazy, because it's like throwing a ball in a bouncy room. Like, it's too much friction for you. You have to slow, you have too much entropy and friction happening. You need to really deeply relax as much as possible all the time. And don't feel any guilt about that, because not only are you a compulsive thinker, you're a compulsive worker. And so you have to learn to live, in your luxury, in your splendor, in your abundance, and really enjoy every morsel, every bite. and stop, that's why I say you have a friction mind virus that you can't control, or you're not in control of. You have this like secondary mind that is in control of your primary mind.
Yeah, just this morning I looked up how to strip the top of this teak desk that I found at the curb. It was actual teak. It's got 6 drawers. It's fantastic, and so I know exactly where I want to put it. I want to start journaling, so I thought I'll put it right in front of the light window and start writing. So I said, "Oh yeah, just another project to occupy your brain, and you got all these piles of papers still out. Still got your 5-foot paint table set up." Yeah.
Well,
anyway.
I don't know. I'll send you an email. I mean, music is a great one other modality, to deeply relax yourself, because that's, in my opinion, that's the challenge that you will have to face every day, which is, how do I deeply relax? How do I
listen to my classical music all day long, and I put my head right into it, and I can hear the different instruments. I could start dancing in my head to the music as if I was in a movie, and I'm the little elf flying around in the room. I can get into it.
Well, then I guess the second thing is, how do you have a deep conversation every day with other people or with yourself? Because if you have it with somebody else in the way that we're having it now, that's basically what everybody wants every day.
That's the people I like to commune with.
Mm-hmm.
And I do have a number of them. I do. Otherwise, I have no interest in the person. Because if you can't take the time to divulge what's on your mind, and you feel trust with the other person, there's no point if you don't have that feeling. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh. Yeah, that I can find, I've concluded to that. That's why I don't stick around for long with, and it even includes family members for me. If it's not there, doesn't mean I still have to be around you just because you're my family. You're now an acquaintance of mine.
Well, that's all fine and dandy. The thing is, are you still personable or kind or joyful? Because what we're really talking about is, how does Gene Kitover be happy all the time? Like, if you could be happy all the time, you would choose that option. But clearly, you're not getting that option, or being able to choose
up until sort of this house really took it out of me. Not entirely, but right now something's really got the hold of me. Something.
Yeah, well, that's called psychological. It is a thought. And so what I'm saying is, there's a document that says, stop thinking, end your problems. And so you can't seem to stop thinking, is what I'm trying to point out to you. Stop thinking, end your problems means the more you think and the more you speak about these said problems, the further from the truth you're going to get. You are the ultimate truth, which is the metaphor for your house in your dome, in your brain. And so as your son, I'm trying to give you my opinion on how to course correct what is clearly become a problem.
Obsessive.
A problem for you, because you're not in your flow state. Flow state is the joy state. And obviously everybody wants to be in joy, which is being in love. And so, you may think that your house is the problem, but the problem is your heart, which is, you're not in love, you're not in joy, you're not in flow. And so as your son, I'm just trying to point that out to you so you can find your tools, to essentially achieve what you're looking to achieve.
I did have that male friend who I was sexually hopeful, but he only wanted blowjobs. He didn't use your name, but it was exciting to get dressed up. We would go dancing in public places. In Albuquerque, they have dance outdoors. But it was a negative result because there was no interest on his part of anything other than sort of being his wing woman to go out with and then come over to your house and have a great free meal. But I did miss the aspects of his food consciousness, his mind. He had to always work on being mindful, but he also had psychological. He wasn't sane. He was steady and sturdy for sure, successful, but sane. He had a mental condition. But I missed aspects of that. And it's very hard to find somebody that you can go a long haul with. Very hard. I guess you should know that.
Yeah, but nonetheless, it's still up to you to try to achieve joy. And to me, you have to program yourself with words in order to maintain that joy state. That's why I read books a lot. And, to me, that's a very joyful thing to do. It keeps my spirits up. And I think it's because our brains operate off of words, obviously. And so as your son, I'm just trying to point out that you may be causing yourself all your own problems because you really don't have any problems. You have, in my opinion, you have a compulsive thinking syndrome, which is basically saying, stop thinking, end your problems.
I would have to agree with you on that. Isn't that funny? That when I was a kid, I didn't know what my problem was. I could not push and comprehend. I guess it could have been depression.
Well, it's not necessarily depression. Your brain automatically responds to everything. What I'm trying to suggest to you is that you be a little more like a hippie, meaning, oh, I have to go clean that up over there? No, I don't. Or, oh, that phone is ringing? That's just a noise. Because it's up to you to try to choose your path of joy. And so, you can use the word depression, but that's just like saying you're not full of energy. And so I'm just trying to point out that you have to, choose your energy, I guess, or do, as opposed to say.
It's a mystery to me is how come I can't find joy?
Because you're looking for it in all the wrong places. Joy is ultimately within you, but people are trying to use everything in the whole world to try to find their joy when it's already right in their center, which is their heart, essentially, which is love, love for self. There's a lot of this. I know this woman who passed on and she was worth $20 million and she was working her ass off in a retail store that she owned. I said, what are you doing here? Why are you working? You're worth $20 million. You have grandchildren. You're stressing yourself out. You should be at the spa. And she's like, I can't go to the spa. I have too much work to do. And I was like, but you're worth $20 million.
But even if you're worth 20, it's invested. It's kind of sewn up for the time.
No, I'm trying to point out prioritization. Your body and your health is something you can actively monitor minute to minute. But it's up to you to choose what you're doing in regards to how you're treating your body or where if you're at the King Spa for a 12-hour session of just relaxation, well, that's real relaxation. That's a very healthful thing to do. So, you have been grinding your knuckles, fixing and cleaning and perfecting, and that's great. That's great, but it's every moment you can still choose right now to seek your joy.
I did schedule two 1.5-hour massages in December, starting on the 4th. Yeah, I decided I needed that. And it's my birthday treat to myself.
Well, I'm stretching like 4 times a day downstairs on my yoga mats. These nice Thai beds. And I have all the room that I need to fully stretch my huge body. And having that I realized it's like 4 times a day. Every time out of those 4 times, I get the most intense four lower back cracks, crack, 4 lower back snaps. It's like, wow, it's like I can do this 4 times a day. And I still get, an intense rotation and spinal column crack. It's like, God, it's like, couldn't even imagine if some people don't even do this once a day. And they don't do this once a day for months and maybe years. And you're like, how do people live like that? Because I get a lot of pain in my body unless I do a lot of physical adjustment every day. I am my own chiropractor.
People say to me, I can't believe that you can put your knees by your ears. The back roll. Mm-hmm. I can't get them on the floor anymore, but I'm only about 1.5 inches away from it. And it does, it's addiction, trying to keep that bendable body in ready mode. Mm-hmm. I love that. And I'll tell you, I heard it by eating a whole pecan pie already. Mm-hmm. The arthritis, holy shit, that came out of eating that pie. I learned that lesson. I just had to have a pecan pie.
Well, it's up to you to be happy. It's up to you because there's nobody there to really take care of you or protect you or help you. You have to,
that's part of it, John. That is part of the stress, is that it's always you. Where do you find somebody else that you can just snap on to help look after you? You get tired of being at only you. And then I say, oh, maybe I need to move into a 55 plus place. I said, what's the difference if you're in this place or that place? You're by yourself again. You might be around other people, but that's something you have to seek yourself.
Well, if I could give you any strategic advice, if I was your consultant, it's to just remember that you are a but or an and person. And so with that kind of a brain, you have to essentially, stop thinking and your problems because, it is all about personal responsibility and, being responsible and just taking care of yourself. You don't have any particular dilemmas. You've got an incredible medium and space to work with. You are very fortunate and lucky with everything you have, but ultimately you still have to try to get on the love path, and that's life. If you that's what everybody says, is just get back on the love beam. That's like the hippy dippy way, and that's all I would suggest to you. Happy Thanksgiving.
I remember a time, and it wasn't that long ago, I think it was before this house. This house really took me to the the final height. It was the wrong thing to do. It was the right thing to do, but it was the wrong thing at the age to do. I just have to get back into that thankful, mindful place. And I think it's probably a lot of having to work with a lot of people. And that I don't like. I do not like people anymore because of...
Well, that's friction. There's only one place for friction to come from, and that's really with relationships. Where else does friction come from? It's the only place. So,
right.
You
need a pet.
You don't need a pet. You need no friction. And people will give you friction, and a dog will give you friction because now your dog is pissing all over the place and being a naughty little dog. I mean, that's life.
Here's a dog story. So this guy on the trail today had this massive, he looked like a bull mastiff actually, big, really, really overweight. So these two ladies that I see all the time there, she says, he rescued that dog from the pound. And I said, probably because it ate too much. It needed to be fed so much, and it pooped even bigger messes. But he was such like an oversized baby, even though he was a ginormous dog. How do you like that? And somebody fell in love with him. Cute.
Well, you know, I just say, like, if you can't find a partner, at least you can find intelligence. And then you're with the real companion, which is God, because intelligence and God are definitely synonymous. So, I
agree there.
As your son, I can tell you, you may not have the books I have, but there is joy in poetry. There is joy in books. And it's because it can increase your intelligence. And then you start out thinking the problems that you're even creating for yourself in the way that I've suggested, in my opinions today in our conversation.
Yeah, you make me feel like I'd love a lobotomy.
That might be just what you need.
Yeah.
I mean, not literally, but in figuratively, meaning that you're too compulsive in your thinking. And thus, because you're compulsive in your thinking, you're compulsive in your doing. And then you're creating all this friction for yourself. And the primary friction, again, is with people, because no one can be as annoying as people. This is how we're like birds, in the trees. I mean, it's the buts or the ands, Mom. I'm telling you, you're probably overthinking everything all the time.
I am. I do. Everything.
There you go.
Including flavors. Yeah. Combinations of flavors.
Well, I don't know. The world, everybody says, oh, the world is changing. It's like, okay, that's your opinion. But I'm just saying, I hope you have a happy Thanksgiving. I'm all stocked up here. My car wouldn't start. So I had to buy a portable jumper. So I'm about to go downstairs, change out my stickers, jump my car to see if I can get it started, drive it around the block, charge the battery up. But I'm going to have to take it in next week and get a new battery, and I'll probably have the strut looked at. But anyways, all is well here.
It's cold weather, isn't it? Isn't it cold there?
Yeah, this is I believe going to be the third battery I've had to put in this stupid car.
Well, the battery gets worn down from here. Batteries wear down because of the heat. In Chicago, it's because of the cold.
I don't think it's just the cold. I put in an alarm and an auto start, so when it's cold out, I can warm the car up. But I think that drains the battery.
Take it off of it.
I can't.
My car gets drained automatically because of the Sirius.
I'm just saying, I never should have changed it. I should have just left the car the way it was when I bought it.
Right. Can't you just have it redone?
No, I'm not going to do anything else. I'm just going to get the battery, 1 to 2 more years with this car, and then eventually I'm going to get rid of it. But it's just maintenance. It's the cost of owning an old vehicle.
Let me tell you, even if I have money, I was like paying my auto insurance, and it's a fucking ginormous money drain being a American citizen.
I know. Auto and homeowners insurance are basically two taxes on we the people.
Yep. I just paid the property taxes in full. It's like just goddamn bleeding you being alive and owning a home.
I know, and then try to collect, and then you have to get an attorney involved. And so ultimately, it's the attorneys and the doctors that are the biggest recipients of all of of everyone in society. They're the end of the extreme, or they are the uphill. Yeah. We're just the
Here's
downstream.
A perfect example. I'm in the EKG, getting that EKG. The little nurse, she says, I highly recommend that you listen to me like I was your daughter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm suggesting I call an ambulance for you. Mm-hmm. I said, I appreciate you, I really do, but I'm in control. And if I think I needed an ambulance, I would definitely give you the go-ahead. But do not call an ambulance for me.
Mm-hmm.
See? She said, what I do is I recommend. That's my profession. And I said, and my control is my guide.
Mm-hmm.
See, I wonder, that was the point where I thought, what is her job? To get me into the system? To start swirling bills around?
Well, she was.
I'm not in a critical state here. I said on a 1 to 10, where's my EKG at? She says, I put it at a 3. I said, if it was a 7, 8, or a 9, or a 10, I'd say yeah. But a 3? I don't think so. And
see, you are like the patient playing the doctor. And so these are all buts or and statements. If you were more aware of your communication, you would see from an outside perspective that you're causing a lot of stress and friction for yourself in your communication. And so, the big key word to always remember, Mom, is communication does manifest into your emotions, meaning that, it's your communication probably which needs work and adjustment, in my opinion.
Well, I just don't want a $3,000 bill when I'm not in a critical state.
Well, it's like somebody saying, when I die, I'm going to give you, I'm going to make sure you're in my will and get you $5,000. It's like when you're dead, there's no, who cares though? Who cares about your health insurance, your life insurance? Who cares about anything? Because when you're dead, like none of this stuff exists in that state. So people like to do estate planning and retirement planning, and then they drop dead, and it was like, oh, what was all that for? You see what I'm saying? Like, you are essentially arguing your way into the grave. Like, even before you get buried, you're going to be like, I don't think this is the correct way to do this. Like, that's because of the personality you have. And so, I'm just saying, there's that old expression, you are your own worst enemy, and you have to begin to really try to understand that. Mom, you're causing yourself a lot of problems in your communication, not as in you have any problems, but it's my opinion as your son is that your communication has and is a persistent problem for you.
Well,
it's an opinion, Mom. It's not a
yeah,
fact.
Of course it is.
It's
and I probably couldn't figure that out until I can't figure shit out anymore. I'm dead.
Well, you can figure out right now that the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. You're extremely argumentative. This isn't a courtroom. You're not live streaming in a court, doing defense and offense against and making petitions. Like, it sounds to me like you're constantly in a communication friction.
I would say in a non-trusting, and I live in a non-trusting environment in New Mexico. People can't.
It's the wild west out there. You're dealing with pirates all the time.
With being an older woman, the location of this property, and gray hair, age. So listen, here's a swing of quotes I got for my landscaping. 16,000, 6,000, 2,400. Yeah. So that's what I'm dealing with right now. And it's driving me insane. And I say, I don't give a fuck when it's done. I can look at it. It's been sitting there for the last 6-7 months. It can sit there and I can just move from this house. Let the next fucker fix up that backyard.
Well, I had the guys do everything here for $1,300, I believe, and they built things with the bricks. They cleared everything, made everything so nice. I was like, wow, that was definitely worth, the $1,300. I mean, they laid the brick in the front, and like it was worth. They got that was the good price. Couldn't have gotten any better with those guys. They did a really amazing job. Because I had
that trust to flow. I have very little trust here. That's part of the thing I dislike about living in New Mexico. And just about everybody says that. If I met somebody that I really could trust, I'd leave here in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but that is a but or an and statement. Every time, listen, you're now on my but or and show, and every time I hear a but or an and, I'm going to point out, that you're projecting. Because
you're taking your shit with you.
Good luck. You are a but or an and person. You keep looking for this knight in shining armor to trust, but the truth is that's within you.
I got all the trust in the world in me.
I know, but then you don't have to worry about the trust or finding somebody else to carry, the water with you or for you. I mean.
Right, I gotcha. Yeah. You know where you can trust people? In the nursing home.
No, yeah, right.
Keep you alive.
Yeah, right. Yes.
So
are you kidding?
Keep flowing your for you.
Oh, do you know how many people, Mom, are in nursing homes that have absolutely nobody on the outside to even look after them or care for them? They're totally alone. They get abused by these crazy nurses. They get poisoned. They don't get bathed. Like, there's a lot of neglected people because nobody really will love you, and so I'm just saying there's a lot of really sad cases out there, but that's not you. You have your genie spark. It's carried you. How old are you now?
72 in December.
Yeah, so it's within a month you're going to be 72. I mean, that's a big accomplishment. Like, you've got a great track record. So in my opinion, all your worries or anxieties should be sublimated and disappear because it's all self-induced in a way.
Listen, here's the new one. If I got to live another 34 years, like Grandma and Grandpa, I want to kill myself by 80.
Well, see, this is a but or an and statement again, and welcome back to your show. This is part of this is why I say you have a communication dilemma. Do I want to be annoying with buts or ands, or do I just want to be in my flow state, enjoy it? Or do I want to create friction with people? I'm not saying I have any friction with you. It's just my opinion. Again, I'm trying to give you a consultant opinion, so you can say, you know what? My fucking kid is right.
I am overthinking everything. I'm just going to shut the fuck up.
Maybe I should start drinking. No, that's absolutely the wrong answer.
Well, no, if you do that, you'll become even more annoying. You know, I've experienced that with you, where then you can't shut up. But if you did that at home in your safe space and you were just on your phone, okay, well then that's a safe space. But you don't want to put yourself at any risk.
Maybe I should go to church on Sunday. I keep on finding an excuse.
Well, this is a but or an and statement again. I will just remind you, we are not what we say we're going to do. We are what we do. And that's life. We are what we do. That's who we are. That's who you are. You know, you did this house. You did that house. You did this job. You did this. You did that. That's who you are. That's who the real you is.
That's my identification. Remodels.
That's your.
My middle name should be Genie Remodel.
Well, that's your medium. That's your art. You have blessed a lot of people with incredible living spaces because of all your work.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope they like those modifications I made.
Trust me,
I like this modification project a lot.
There's nothing more important than your house or where your living space. It's because it's basically an expansion or extension of your consciousness, you know?
I agree. You should see the dream I'm coming up with right now. I got this new idea. I have to draw it a couple more times to get it the way I like it. But that's what I'm doing. I'm building a fence for the side yard because I got a $650 rain barrel. It's 100 gallons, and I need to protect that so nobody walks off with it. So I'm building a welding project in my head. Anyway, how's your bedroom look to you still?
My
One
what?
I did.
Oh, it looks nice. I brought the bunk bed down there. I need to assemble that. Yeah, everything is good here. I mean, you know, not stressed.
Well, that's real good that you've got that accomplished. I know you really put a lot of effort into it.
I take everything a day at a time. I'm not trying to I like it that way. I like going from thought to thought to thought as opposed to going, too far into thoughts. Less is more. And that's what I'm trying to point out to you is that, you're your own worst enemy because you may, again, I think it's just like overthinking.
Well, I try to do the exercise and the correct food, but I'm missing something.
Well, that's what I say. In my opinion, it's always psychological. That's what when somebody says I'm missing something, that means there's something in your brain that you're missing. It's not necessarily in your body. And as your son, I'm trying to fill that void, which you think is missing, but I'm trying to point out it's not missing. It's there. People just forget it or they misplace it. But here it is again.
That's why I wanted to set up that desk in here and start journaling. That is the next accomplishment I want to make. Hopefully, I'll be pouring this abundance that's in my body out on paper and discover where this blockage is.
Well, it goes back to that expression. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. Say it out loud.
The further I think and the further I speak, the further I get away from finding mindfulness, really.
Exactly, because you already have it. That's what I'm trying to point out. You're a but or an and person. You say, oh, I got it, but. No, there's no buts. It's like the movie Star Wars, you know, no try, only do. And thus.
Well, that is how I live. I don't live with buts. I tackle butts.
Well, that's true. But in your communication, your words, your thinking and your speaking, you are a but or an and person. And that causes emotional, physical stress in the body. And so, you know, when you went to the hospital, nobody said, you know what, we're going to do a breathing relaxation exercise with you for 10 minutes. Take the deepest breath of the day.
You didn't get that stuff. I'm going to call you an ambulance. I'm like, no, you're not. You're so far into what you got taken, you know, through medical training. That what I've been doing, I brought this shit on myself through my mind and my physicality. You're learning, and I don't need an ambulance. I can get this shit off my back as soon as I get out of here. I can.
Well, it sounds to me
where they do breathing. I do believe in breathing. I do need to have that.
Oh, well, let me just send you these CDs by this guy, Dr. Marty Rossman. It's like each one's 60 minutes, and he leads you through a guided breathing and visualization exercise. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable.
No, don't do that. I'll get a DVD and put it in my Bose.
Yeah.
And sit right there on my living room Oriental rug.
Yeah, do that.
That makes me feel a lot better.
Yeah, if you do that once a day, oh my gosh, the benefits from that psychologically are immense. I do it. I told you I'm doing it like 4 times a day while I'm stretching and doing yoga and breathing. Because
I can order that online, right? A DVD.
Yeah, just go on Amazon or eBay and just type in breathing DVD, breathing exercise CD, and buy a bunch of them. Don't just buy one, just buy like 5 of them.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do that. Thanks for that.
Well, you thank yourself and tell me after you do it. Like, here we go with the buts or the ands.
Okay, I will.
Do it.
I will.
All right, happy Thanksgiving, Mom. I'm going to go.
Wait, I want to say one thing. My sister Pat was looking out her window, and she says, oh, look at that. There's 7 turkeys. And 2 of them flew up on my neighbor's roof. I said, turkeys, the kind that you eat? And she says, no, they're wild turkeys. We have a family of them in Loveland, and they just move all around in Loveland.
Yeah. I've seen that in Michigan, Wisconsin. They are vultures.
Oh.
They can be nasty and they can attack you. I'm kind of for taking a shot at some. I mean, it's easy to think that they're pests, but in my opinion, they're probably pests.
I saw 3 sandhill cranes nibbling in this reservoir today, and I said to this man walking, I said, man, we see a lot more sandhill cranes normally. And he thought about it, and he said, could be we're having warmer weather. And I said, yeah, that's a good thought. And I'm looking at my temperature, it's 60 out. So there you go. We are having warmer weather. I hope we don't have hotter summers here. They're hot enough.
Well, I like to say that my mom says that talking about the weather or politics is the lowest form of conversation. But Mom, you have to try to remember, how do I create more peace in my life all the time and right now? And, I hope you have more peace and joy the rest of the year leading up to your birthday.
Thank you, John. Thank you. I hope you said hello to your sister for Thanksgiving. she's entertaining, and it could be stressful for her.
Well, just be thankful that you're not a part of that stress, that you have your peace and your joy right now. Because, you know, that's the whole point. I mean, a lot of people, they get a lot of indigestion from Thanksgiving, from Christmas. They overeat, they argue, they get emotional, they drink too much, and they cause themselves huge health problems at this time of the year. A lot of people croak. A lot of people croak at this time of the year. This is their last party.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for the great conversation. It's about the best one I've had with you in a long, long, long time. Thank you.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed it. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Sana. You have a good day. Make yourself dinner, will you?
Okay, I got a great dinner. I got wonderful food in my fridge. Have a great afternoon. Take care. Bye. Love you. Bye. Ribono Shalom. Ribono Shalom.
The whole nature of man presupposes woman, both physically and spiritually. His system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, etc.
Carbohydrates?
The growth of the mind is a widening of the range of consciousness. And each step forward has been a most painful and laborious achievement. All ordinary expression may be explained causally, but create expression, which is the absolute contrary of ordinary expression, will be forever hidden from human knowledge. Meaning and design of the problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly. No psychic value can disappear without being replaced by another of equivalent intensity. In all chaos there is a cosmos, and all disorder a secret order. You can take away a man's gods, but only to give him others in return. Reason alone does not suffice. Primitive superstition lies just
I like that song every time about Cardi B.
To avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge of the coming series of events. The whole nature of man presupposes woman. Both physically and spiritually, his system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, etc. The growth of the mind is a widening of the range of consciousness. And each step been a most painful and laborious achievement. All ordinary expression may be explained causally, but create expression, which is the absolute contrary of ordinary expression, will be forever hidden from human knowledge. The meaning and design of the problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly. No psychic value can disappear without being replaced by another of equivalent intensity. In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order. You can take away a man's gods, but only to give him others in return. Reason alone does not suffice. Primitive superstition lies just below the surface of even the most tough-minded individuals. And it is precisely those who most fight against it who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects. It is sometimes difficult to avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge of the coming series of events. The whole nature of man presupposes woman, both physically and spiritually. His system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, etc. The growth of the mind is the widening of the range of consciousness. And each step forward has been a most painful and laborious achievement. All ordinary expression may be explained causally, but create expression, which is the absolute contrary of ordinary expression, will be forever hidden from human knowledge. The meaning and design of a problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly. No psychic value can disappear without being replaced by another of equivalent intensity. In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder, the secret order. You can take away a man's gods, but only to give him others in return. Reason alone does not suffice. Primitive superstition lies just below the surface of even the most tough-minded individuals. And it is precisely those who most fight against it who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects. It is sometimes difficult to avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge of the coming series of events. of man presupposes woman, both physically and spiritually. His system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, energy.
The growth of the mind is the widening of the range of consciousness. And each step forward has been a most painful and laborious achievement.
All ordinary expression may be explained causally.
But create expression, which is the absolute contrary of ordinary expression,
will be forever hidden
from human knowledge.
The meaning and design of a problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly.
No psychic value can disappear without being replaced by another of equivalent intensity.
In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order.
You can take away a man's gods, but only to give him others in return. Reason alone does not suffice. Primitive superstition lies just below the surface of even the most tough-minded individuals.
And it is precisely those who most fight against it who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects.
It is sometimes difficult to avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge of the coming series of events.
The whole nature of man presupposes woman, both physically and spiritually. His system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world, where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, etc.
The growth of the mind is the widening of the range of consciousness, and each step forward has been a most painful and laborious achievement.
All ordinary expression may be explained causally, but create expression, which is the absolute contrary of ordinary expression, will be forever hidden from human knowledge.
The meaning and design of a problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly.
No psychic value can disappear without being replaced by another of equivalent intensity.
In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order.
You can take away a man's gods, but only to give him others in return.
Reason alone does not suffice. Primitive superstition lies just below the surface of even the most tough-minded individuals, and it is precisely those who most fight against it who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects.
It is sometimes difficult to avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge of the coming series of events. The whole nature of man presupposes woman, both physically and spiritually.
His system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water, light, air, salt,
Carbohydrates, etc.
The growth of the mind is the widening of the range of consciousness, and each step forward has been a most painful and laborious achievement.
All ordinary expression may be explained causally, but create expression, which is the absolute contrary of ordinary expression, will be forever hidden from human knowledge.
The meaning and design of a problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly.
No psychic value can disappear without being replaced by another of equivalent intensity.
In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order.
You can take away a man's gods, but only to give him others in return.
Reason alone does not suffice. Primitive superstition lies just below the surface of even the most tough-minded individuals, and it is precisely those who most fight against it who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects.
It's sometimes difficult to avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge of the coming series of events. The whole nature of man presupposes woman, both physically and spiritually. The system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, etc.
The growth of the mind is the widening of the range of consciousness, and each step forward has been a most painful and laborious achievement. All ordinary expression may be explained causally, but creative expression, which is the absolute glory of ordinary expression, will be forever hidden from human knowledge. The meaning and design of a problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly.
No psychic value can disappear
without being
used by another of equivalent intensity.
In all chaos there is a cosmos,
In all disorder,
a secret order.
you can take away
A man's gods, but only to give him others in return.
reason alone
Does not suffice. Primitive superstition lies just below the surface of even the most tough-minded individuals, and it is precisely those who most fight against it who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects.
It is sometimes difficult to avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge of the coming series of events.
The whole nature of man presupposes woman, both physically and spiritually. His system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, etc. The growth of the mind is the widening of the range of consciousness, seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly, no psychic value can disappear without being with by another of equivalent intensity. In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order. You can take away a man's gods, but only to give him others in return. Reason alone does not suffice. Primitive superstition lies just below the surface of even the most tough-minded individuals, and it is precisely those who most fight against it who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects. It is sometimes difficult to avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge of the coming series of events. It is the function of consciousness not only to recognize and assimilate the external world through the gateway of the senses, but to translate into the visible reality the world within us. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Expressionism in art prophetically anticipated the subjective development, for all art intuitively apprehends coming changes in the collective unconsciousness. Sentimentality is the superstructure erected upon brutality. The rupture between faith and knowledge is a symptom of the split consciousness, which is so characteristic of the mental disorder of our day. Fascination arises when the unconscious has been moved. Luna is really the mother of the sun, which means psychologically that the unconscious is pregnant with consciousness and gives birth to it. The core of an individual is the mystery of life, which dies when it is grasped. That is also why symbols want to keep their secrets. There is, after all, no harsher bitterness than that of a person who is his own worst enemy. The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity. The creative mind plays with the objects it loves. To find out what is truly individual in ourselves, profound reflection is needed, and suddenly we realize how uncommonly difficult the discovery of individuality is. Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries. Without this playing with fantasy, no creative work has ever yet come to birth. The debt we owe to the play of the imagination is incalculable. My whole being was seeking for something still unknown, which might confer meaning upon the banality of life. Faith, hope, Love and insight are the highest achievements of human effort. They are found given by experience.
I am looking forward enormously to getting back to the sea again, where the overstimulated psyche can recover in the presence of that infinite peace and spaciousness.
I am no longer alone with myself, and I can only artificially recall the scary and beautiful feeling of solitude. This is the shadow side of the fortune of love.
Often the hands will solve a mystery that the intellect has struggled with in vain.
Intuition does not denote something contrary to reason, but something outside of the province of reason.
Had I left those images hidden the emotions, I might have been torn to pieces by them.
I don't aspire to be a good man. I aspire to be a whole man.
Whenever we give up, leave behind, and forget too much, there is always the danger that the things we have neglected will return with added force.
When you are up against a wall, put down roots like a tree, until clarity comes from deeper sources to see over that wall and grow.
We cannot change anything unless we accept it. Condemnation does not liberate. It oppresses.
This whole creation is essentially subjective, and the dream is the theater where the dreamer is at once seen, actor, prompter, stage manager, author, and critic.
Emotion is the chief source of all becoming conscious. There can be no transforming of darkness into light, and of apathy into move without emotion.
I find that all my thoughts circle around God like the planets around the sun, and are as irresistibly attracted by Him. I would feel it to be the grossest sin if I were to oppose any resistance to this force.
The secret is that only that which can destroy itself is truly alive.
It is the function of consciousness not only to recognize and assimilate the external world through the gateway of the senses, but to translate into the visible reality the world within us.
Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate.
Expressionism in art prophetically anticipated this objective development, for all art intuitively apprehends coming changes in the collective unconsciousness.
Sentimentality is the superstructure erected upon brutality.
The rupture between faith and knowledge is a symptom of the split consciousness. which is so characteristic of the mental disorder of our day.
Fascination arises when the unconscious has been moved.
Luna is really the mother of the sun, which means psychologically that the unconscious is pregnant with consciousness and gives birth to it.
The core of an individual is the mystery of life, which dies when it is grasped. That is also why symbols want to keep their secrets.
There is, after all, no harsher bitterness than that of a person who is his own worst enemy. The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity. The creative mind plays with the objects it loves.
To find out what is truly individual in ourselves, profound reflection is needed. And suddenly we realize how uncommonly difficult the discovery of individuality is.
Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries. Without this playing with fantasy, no creative work has ever yet come to birth. The debt we owe to the play of the imagination is incalculable.
My whole being was seeking for something still unknown, which might confer meaning upon the banality of life.
Faith, hope, love, and insight are the highest achievements of human effort. They are found given by experience.
I am looking forward enormously to getting back to the sea again, where the overstimulated psyche can recover in the presence of that infinite peace and spaciousness.
I am no longer alone with myself, and I can only artificially recall the scary and beautiful feeling of solitude. This is the shadow side of the fortune of love.
Often, the hands will solve a mystery that the intellect has struggled with in vain.
Intuition does not denote something contrary to reason, but something outside of the province of reason.
Had I left those images hidden in the emotions, I might have been torn to pieces by them.
I don't aspire to be a good man. I aspire to be a whole man.
Whenever we give up, leave behind, and forget too much, there is always the danger that the things we have neglected will return with added force.
When you are up against a wall, put down roots like a tree until clarity comes from deeper sources to see over that wall and grow.
We cannot change anything unless we accept it. Condemnation does not liberate. It oppresses.
psychological or spiritual development always requires a greater capacity for anxiety and ambiguity.
This whole creation is essentially subjective, and the dream is the theater where the dreamer is at once seen. Actor, prompter, stage manager, author, audience, and critic.
Emotion is the chief source of all becoming conscious. There can be no transforming of darkness into light and of apathy into movement without emotion.
I find that all my thoughts circle around God, like the planets around the sun, and are as irresistibly attracted by Him. I would feel it to be the grossest sin if I were to oppose any resistance to this force.
The secret is that only that which can destroy itself is truly alive.
It is the function of consciousness not only to recognize and assimilate the external world through the gateway of the senses, but to translate into the visible reality, the world within us. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Expressionism and art prophetically anticipated this subjective development, for all art intuitively apprehends coming changes in the collective unconsciousness. Sentimentality is the superstructure erected upon brutality. The rupture between faith and knowledge is a symptom of the split consciousness, which is so characteristic of the mental disorder of our day. Fascination arises when the unconscious has been moved. Luna is really the mother of the sun, which means psychologically that the unconscious is pregnant with consciousness and gives birth to it. The core of an individual is the mystery of life, which dies when it is grasped. That is also why symbols want to keep their secrets. There is, after all, no harsher bitterness than that of a person who is his own worst enemy. The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity. The creative mind plays with the objects it loves. To find out what is truly individual in ourselves, refined reflection is needed. And suddenly we realize how uncommonly difficult the discovery of individuality is.
Hey,
It's
Rabbi!
not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being,
Rabbi.
but by integration of the
The Rabbi is here. Hey, Rabbi, I've been producing rooms on behalf of the McDickerson Kosher Shekel Fund. I had some big bangers. Yesterday, I did the Vancouver Abortions Quarterly EPS report, as well as Sam Incorporated, a business plan review. I'd really like you to listen to those recordings because it involves two individuals of interest. Welcome to the show, Rabbi.
I'll try.
So you're one of the most profane, vulgar, obnoxious, disgusting people I've ever heard in my life. I'm just wondering, from a personal level, how do you actually wake up every day, look in the mirror with any type of respect?
Well, in real life, I'm nothing like I am on this app.
Well, some people might call that multiple personality. Other people might say that you are just like, sharing your true identity. And thus, when you say, I'm not like this in the real world, it's actually all projection all the time, which is just, hypnosis. So I have the recordings, the proof is in the fund, and, it's up to you how you want to fund the fund.
But the fund funds me, not the other way around.
Trees.
At the same
Without
time,
this playing with fantasy, no creative work has ever yet come to birth. The debt we owe to the play of the imagination is incalculable. My whole being is seeking for...
Okay, welcome to Investments. We are playing Suno. Here we go.
Not only to recognize and assimilate the external world through the gateway of the senses, but to translate into the physical reality, the world within us. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Expressionism in art prophetically anticipated this subjective development. For all art intuitively apprehends common changes in the collective unconsciousness. Sentimentality is the superstructure erected upon brutality. The rupture between faith and knowledge is a symptom of the split consciousness, which is so characteristic of the mental disorder of our day. Fascination arises when the unconscious has been moved. Luna is really the mother of the sun, which means psychologically that the unconscious is pregnant with consciousness and gives birth to it. The core of an individual is the mystery of life, which dies when it is raised. That is also why symbols want to keep their secrets. There is, after all, no harsher bitterness than that of a person who is his own worst enemy. Creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity. The creative mind plays with the objects it loves to find out what is truly individual in ourselves. Profound reflection is needed, and suddenly we realize how uncommonly difficult the discovery of individuality is. Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries. Without this playing with fantasy, no creative work has ever yet come to birth. The debt we owe to the play of the imagination is incalculable.
might confer meaning upon the banality of life. Faith, hope, love, and insight are the highest achievements of human effort. They are found given by experience. I am looking forward enormously to getting back to the sea again, where the overstimulated psyche can recover in the presence of that infinite peace and spaciousness. I am no longer alone with myself, and I can only artificially recall the scary and beautiful feeling of solitude. This is the shadow side of the fortune of love. Often the hands will solve a mystery that the intellect has struggled with in vain. Intuition does not denote something contrary to reason, but something outside of the province of reason. Had I left those images hidden in the emotions, I might have been torn to pieces by them. I don't aspire to be a good man. I aspire to be a whole man. Whenever we give up, leave behind, and forget too much, there is always the danger that the things we have neglected will return with added force. When you are up against the wall, put down roots like a tree, until clarity comes from deeper sources to see over that wall and grow. We cannot change anything unless we accept it. Condemnation does not liberate. It oppresses. This whole creation is essentially subjective, and the dream is the theater where the dreamers have seen. Actors, prompters, stage manager, audience included. Emotion is the chief source of all becoming conscious. There can be no transforming of darkness into light, and of apathy into movement without emotion. I find that all my thoughts circle around God, like the planets around the sun, and are as irresistibly attracted by Him. I would feel it to be the grossest sin if I were to oppose any resistance to this force. The secret is that only that which can destroy itself is truly alive.
Why you even want to argue with me? Like, me, that's a lie. You're fast, yo. I swear to God, you is, yo. I don't need to be around you when it just lies, all the arguments. Bro, you gotta stop this shit. Bro, I don't want to talk. You say I don't.
Being closest to nature and to the living being deserve to be called the truest. Just as we tend to assume that the world is as we see it, we naively suppose that the people are as we imagine them to be. Only a complete person knows how unbearable man is to himself. A man may be convinced in all good faith that he has no religious ideas, but no one can fall so far away from humanity that he no longer has any dominating representation collective. are so many indications that one does not know what one sees. Is it the trees or is it the woods? The symbol producing function of our dreams is an attempt to bring our original mind back to consciousness, where it has never been before and where it has never undergone critical self-reflection. We have been that mind, but we have never known it. You should rock yourself and rise above that. Numerous experience elevates and humiliates simultaneously. The future of mankind depends very much upon the recognition of the shadow. Real life is always tragic, and those who do not know this have never lived. The collective unconscious contains the whole spiritual heritage of mankind's evolution, born anew in the brain structure. I began to understand that the goal of psychic development is the self. There is no linear evolution, there is only a circumambulation of the self. I frequently have a feeling that the dead are standing directly behind us, waiting to hear what answer we will give to them, and what answer to destiny. Nothing so promotes the growth of consciousness as inner confrontation of opposites. Nothing is more vulnerable and ephemeral than scientific theories, which are mere tools and not everlasting truths. Be glad that you can recognize, for you will thus avoid becoming its victim. Myth is the natural and indispensable intermediate stage between unconscious and conscious cognition. I'm sometimes driven to the conclusion that boring people need treatment more urgently than mad people. If you fulfill the pattern that is peculiar to yourself, you have loved yourself, you have accumulated and have abundance, you bestow virtue then, because you have luster. The way is within us, but not in God's, nor in teachings, nor in laws. Within us is the way, the truth, and the life. Intuition does not say what things mean, but sniffs out their possibilities. Meaning is given by thinking. Only in our creative acts do we step forth into the light and see ourselves whole and complete. Projections change the world into the replica of one's own unknown face. Everybody acts out of myth, but very few people know what their myth is, and you should know what myth is, because it could be a tragedy and maybe you don't want it to be. It is the function of consciousness not only to recognize and assimilate the external world through the gateway of the senses, but to translate into the visible reality the world within us. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. What you call knowledge is an attempt to impose something comprehensible on life. It is precisely the most subjective
No, I get that. I appreciate that.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, for the turkey.
Happy Thanksgiving. Lynn, I have a question.
What's that?
Did you text my phone 14 times this morning? Because on my message app it says I have 14 notifications.
It took you right away.
Is it?
It's called opportunity cost.
95.
ideas which, being closest to nature and to the living being, deserve to be called the truest. Just as we tend to assume that the world is as we see it, we naively suppose that people are as we imagine them to be. Only the complete person knows how unbearable man is to himself. A man may be convinced in all good faith that he has no religious ideas, but no one can fall so far away from humanity that he no longer has any dominating representation collective. There are so many indications that one does not know what one sees. Is it the trees or is it the woods? The symbol-producing function of our dreams is an attempt to bring our original mind back to consciousness where it has never been before, and where it has never undergone critical self-reflection. We have been their minds, but we have never known it. You should mock yourself and rise above this. Numinous experience elevates and humiliates simultaneously. The future of mankind depends very much upon the recognition of the shadow. Real life is always tragic, and those who do not know this have never lived. Collective unconscious contains the whole spiritual heritage of mankind. Evolution born anew in the brain structure. I began to understand that the goal of psychic development is the self. There is no linear evolution. There is only a circumambulation of the self. I frequently have a feeling that they are standing directly behind us, waiting to hear what answer we will give to them and what answer to destiny. Nothing so promotes the growth of consciousness as inner confrontation of opposites. Nothing is more vulnerable and ephemeral than scientific theories, which are mere tools and not everlasting truths. Be glad that you can recognize, for you will thus avoid becoming its victim. Myth is the natural and indispensable intermediate stage between unconscious and conscious cognition. I'm sometimes driven to the conclusion that boring people need treatment more urgently than mad people. If you fulfill the pattern that is peculiar to yourself, you have loved yourself, you have accumulated and have abundance. You bestow virtue then because you have luster. The way is within us, but not in God's, nor in teachings, nor in laws. Within us is the way, the truth, and the light. Intuition does not say what things mean, but sniffs out their possibilities. Meaning is given by thinking. Only in our creative acts do we step forth and into the light and see ourselves whole and complete. Projections change the world into the replica of one's own Everybody acts out of myth, but very few people know what their myth is. And you should know what myth is because it could be a tragedy, and maybe you don't want it to be. It is the function of consciousness not only to recognize and assimilate the external world through the gateway of the senses, but to translate into the visible reality the world within us. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate.
What you call knowledge is an attempt to impose something comprehensible on life. It is precisely those subjective ideas which, being closest to nature and to the living being, deserve to be called the truest.
Just as we tend to assume that the world is as we see it, we naively suppose that the people are as we imagine them to be.
Only the complete person knows how unbearable man is to himself.
Man may be blessed in all good faith, that he has no religious ideas, but no one can fall so far away from humanity that he no longer has any dominating representation collective.
There are so many indications that one does not know what one sees. Is it the trees, or is it the woods?
The symbol producing function of our dreams is an attempt to bring our original mind back to consciousness where it has never been before and where it has never undergone critical self-reflection. We have been that mind, but we have never known it. You should mock yourself and rise above it.
Numinous experience elevates and humiliates simultaneously.
The future of mankind depends very much upon the recognition of the shadow.
Real life is always tragic, and those who do not know this have never lived.
The collective unconscious contains the whole spiritual heritage of mankind's evolution, born anew in the brain structure.
I began to understand that the goal of psychic development is the self. There is no linear evolution. There is only a circumambulation of the self.
I frequently have a feeling that they are standing directly behind us, waiting to hear what answer we will give to them and what answer to destiny.
Nothing so promotes the growth of consciousness as inner confrontation of opposites.
Nothing is more vulnerable and ephemeral than scientific theories, which are mere tools and not everlasting truths.
Be glad that you can recognize, for you will thus avoid becoming its victim.
This is a natural and indispensable intermediate stage between unconscious and conscious cognition.
I'm sometimes driven to the conclusion that boring people need treatment more urgently than mad people.
If you fulfill the pattern that is peculiar to yourself, you have loved yourself, you have accumulated and have abundance. You bestow virtue then because you have luster.
The way is within us, but not in God's, nor in teachings, nor in laws. Within us is the way, the truth, and the life.
Intuition does not say what things mean, but sniffs out their possibilities. Meaning is given by thinking.
Only in our creative acts do we step forth into the light and see ourselves whole and complete.
Projections change the world into the replica of one's own unknown face.
Everybody acts out of a myth, but very few people know what their myth is. And you should know what myth is, because it could be a tragedy, and maybe you don't want it to be.
It is the function of consciousness, not only to recognize and assimilate the external world through the gateway of the senses, but to translate into the visible reality the world within us.
Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate.
What you call knowledge is an attempt to impose something comprehensible on life. It is precisely the most subjective ideas which, being closest to nature and to the living being, deserve to be called the truest.
Just as we tend to assume that the world is as we see naively suppose that the people are as we imagine them to be.
Only the complete person knows how unbearable man is to himself. A man may be convinced in all good faith that he has no religious ideas, but no one can fall so far away from humanity that he no longer has any dominating representation.
There are so many indications that one does not know what one sees. Is it the trees, or is it the woods?
The symbol producing function of our dreams is an attempt to bring our original mind back to consciousness, where it has never been before, and where it has never undergone critical self-reflection. We have been that mind, but we have never known it.
You should mock yourself and rise above this.
Numinous experience elevates and humiliates simultaneously.
The future of mankind depends very much upon the recognition of the shadow.
Real life is always tragic, and those who do not know this have never lived.
The collective unconscious contains the whole spiritual heritage of mankind's evolution born anew in the brain structure.
I began to understand that the goal of psychic development is the self. There is no linear evolution. There is only a circumambulation of the self.
I frequently have a feeling that the dead are standing directly behind us, waiting to hear what answer we will give to them, and what answer to destiny.
Nothing so promotes the growth of consciousness as an inner confrontation of opposites.
Nothing is more vulnerable and ephemeral than scientific theories, which are mere tools and not everlasting truths.
Be glad that you can recognize your madness, for you will thus avoid becoming its victim.
Myth is the natural and indispensable intermediate stage between unconscious and conscious cognition.
I'm sometimes driven to the conclusion that boring people need treatment more urgently than mad people. If you fulfill the pattern that is peculiar to yourself, you have loved yourself, you have accumulated and have abundance. You bestow virtue then because you have luster.
The way is within us, but not in gods, nor in teachings, nor in laws. Within us is the way, the truth, and the life.
Intuition does not say what things mean, but sniffs out their possibilities. Meaning is given by thinking.
Only in our creative acts do we step forth into the light and see ourselves whole and complete.
Projections change the world into the replica of one's own unknown face.
Everybody acts out of myth, but very few people know what their myth is. And you should know what myth is, because it could be a tragedy, and maybe you don't want it to be.
It is the function of consciousness not only to recognize and assimilate the external world through the gateway of the senses, but to translate into the visible reality the world within us.
Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate.
Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality.
My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul. Otherwise you will breed dragons and devils in your heart. Hidden in our problems is a bit of still undeveloped personality.
A precious fragment of the psyche.
Without this we face resignation, bitterness, and everything else that is hostile to life.
We should grow like a tree that likewise does not know its law. We tie ourselves up with intentions, not mindful of the fact that intention is a limitation.
Yes, the exclusion of life
You do not have an inferior function. It has you. For underlying all philosophies and all religions are the facts of the human soul, which may ultimately be the arbiters of truth and error. Our biggest problems cannot be resolved, they must be outgrown. The fool is the precursor to the savior. In spite of our proud domination of nature, we are still her victims, for we have not even learned to control our nature. Good advice is often a doubtful remedy, but generally not dangerous because it has so little effect. Archetypal images decide the fate of man. The underlying primary psychic reality is so inconceivably complex that it can be grasped only at the farthest reach of intuition, and then but very dimly. That is why it needs symbols. Nobody is immune to a nationwide evil unless he is unshakably convinced of the danger of his own character being tainted by the same evil. Life calls not for perfection, but for completeness. To the scientific mind, such phenomena as symbolic ideas are most irritating because they cannot be formulated in a way that satisfies our intellect and logic. What you call knowledge is an attempt to impose something comprehensible only. It is precisely the most subjective ideas, which being closest to nature and to the living being, deserve to be called the truest. Just as we tend to assume that the world is as we see it, we naively suppose that the people are as we imagine them to be. Only the complete person knows how unbearable man is to himself. Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dream hidden factors of his personality. My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul. Otherwise you will breed dragons and devils in your heart. Hidden in our problems is a bit of still undeveloped personality, a precious fragment of the psyche. Without this sweet face resignation, bitterness and everything else that is hostile to life, we should grow like a tree that likewise does not know its law. We tie ourselves up with intention, not mindful of the fact that intention is the limitation, yes, the exclusion of life. You do not have an inferior function, it has you. For underlying all philosophies and all religions are the facts of the human soul, which may ultimately be the arbiters of truth and error. Our biggest problems cannot be resolved, they must be outgrown. The fool is a precursor to the Savior. In spite of our proud domination of nature, we are still the victims, for we have not even learned to control our nature. Good advice is often a doubtful remedy, but generally not dangerous because it has so little effect. Archetypal images decide the fate of man. The underlying primary psychic reality is so inconceivably complex that it can be grasped only at the farthest reach of intuition. And then, but very dimly, that is why it needs symbols. Nobody is immune to a nationwide evil unless he is unshakably convinced of the danger of his own character being tainted by the same evil. Life calls not for perfection, but for completeness. To the scientific mind, such phenomena as symbolic ideas are most irritating, because they cannot be formulated in a way that satisfies our intellect and logic. What you call knowledge is an attempt to impose something comprehensible on life. It is precisely the most subjective ideas which, being closest to nature and to the living being, deserve to be called the truest. Just as we tend to assume that the world is as we see it, we naively suppose that the people are as we imagine them to be. Only the complete person knows how unbearable man is to himself. Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality. My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul, otherwise you will breed dragons and devils in your heart. Hidden in our problems is a bit of still undeveloped personality, a precious fragment of the psyche. Without this, we face resignation, bitterness, and everything else that is hostile to life.
We should grow like a tree that likewise does not know its law. We tie ourselves up with intentions, not mindful of the fact that intention is the limitation, yes, the exclusion of life.
You do not have an inferior function. It has you. For underlying all philosophies and all religions are facts of the human soul which may ultimately be the arbiters of truth and error.
Our biggest problems cannot be resolved. They must be outgrown.
The fool is the precursor to the savior. In spite of our proud domination of nature, we are still her victims, for we have not even learned to control our nature. Good advice is often a doubtful remedy, but generally not dangerous because it has so little effect.
Archetypal images decide the fate of man. The underlying primary psychic reality is so inconceivably complex that it can be grasped only at the farthest reach of intuition, and then, but very dimly, that is why it needs symbols.
Nobody's immune to a nationwide evil unless he is unshakably convinced of the danger of his own character being tainted by the same evil.
Life calls, not for perfection, but for completeness.
To the scientific mind, such phenomena as symbolic ideas are most irritating because they cannot be formulated in a way that satisfies our intellect and logic.
What you call knowledge is an attempt to impose something comprehensible on life.
It is precisely the most subjective ideas which, being closest to nature and to the living being, deserve to be called the truest.
Just as we tend to assume that the world is as we see it,
the complete person knows how unbearable man is to himself. Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality. My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul. Otherwise, you will breed dragons and devils in your heart. Hidden in our problems is a bit of still undeveloped personality. A precious fragment of the psyche. Without this, we face resignation, bitterness, and everything else that is hostile to life. We should grow like a tree that likewise does not know its law. We tie ourselves up with intentions, not mindful of the fact that intention is the limitation. Yes, the exclusion of life.
You do not have an inferior function. It has you.
For underlying all philosophies and all religions are the facts of the human soul, which may ultimately be the arbiters of truth and error.
Our biggest problems cannot be resolved. They must be outgrown.
The fool is the precursor to the savior.
In spite of our proud domination of nature, we are still her victims, for we have not even learned to control our nature.
Good advice is often a doubtful remedy, but generally not dangerous because it has so little effect.
Archetypal images decide the fate of man.
The underlying primary psychic reality is so inconceivably complex that it can be grasped only at the farthest reach of intuition.
And then but very dimly. That is why it needs symbols.
Nobody is immune to a nationwide evil unless he is unshakably convinced of the danger of his own character being tainted by the same evil.
Life calls, not for perfection, but for completeness.
To the scientific mind, such phenomena as symbolic ideas are most irritating because they cannot be formulated in a way that satisfies our intellect and logic.
What you call knowledge is an attempt to impose something comprehensible on life.
It is precisely the most subjective ideas which, being closest to nature and to the living being,
deserve to be called the truest.
Just as we tend to assume that the world is as we see it, we naively suppose that the people are as we imagine them to be.
Only the complete person knows how unbearable man is to himself.
Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality.
My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul. Otherwise you will breed dragons and devils in your heart.
Hidden in all problems is a bit of still undeveloped personality, a precious fragment of the psyche. Without this, we face resignation, bitterness, and everything else that is hostile to life.
You do not have an inferior function. It has you.
For underlying all philosophies and all religions are the facts of the human soul, which may ultimately be the arbiters of truth and error.
Our biggest problems cannot be resolved. They must be outgrown.
In spite of our proud domination of nature, we are still a victim, for we have not even learned to control our nature.
Good advice is often a doubtful remedy, but generally not dangerous because it has so little effect.
Archetypal images decide the fate of man. The underlying primary psychic reality is so inconceivably complex that it can be grasped only at the farthest reach of intuition. And then but very dimly, that is why it needs symbol.
Nobody is immune to a nationwide evil unless he is unshakably convinced of the danger of his own character being tainted by the same evil.
Life calls, not for perfection, but for completeness.
To the scientific mind, such phenomena as symbolic ideas are most irritating because they cannot be formulated in a way that satisfies our intellect and logic.
What you call knowledge is an attempt to impose something comprehensible on life.
It is precisely the most subjective ideas which, being closest to nature and to the living being, deserve to be called the truest.
Just as we tend to assume that the world is as we see it, we naively suppose that people are as we imagine them to be. Only the complete person knows how unbearable man is to himself. Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality.
My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul. Otherwise, you will breed dragons and devils in your heart.
Hidden in our problems is a bit of still undeveloped personality, a precious fragment of the psyche. Without this, we face resignation, bitterness, and everything else that is hostile to life.
We should grow like a tree that likewise does not know its law. We tie ourselves up with intentions, not mindful of the fact that intention is the limitation, yes, the exclusion of life.
You do not have an inferior function. It has you.
For underlying all philosophies and all religions are the facts of the human soul, which may ultimately be the arbiters of truth and error.
Our biggest problems cannot be resolved. They must be outgrown.
The fool is the precursor to the savior.
In spite of our proud domination of nature, we are still her victims, for we have not even learned to control our nature.
Good advice is often a doubtful remedy, but generally not dangerous because it has so little effect.
Archetypal images decide the fate of man.
The underlying primary psychic reality is so inconceivably complex that it can be grasped only at the farthest reach of intuition, and then but very dimly. That is why it needs symbols.
Nobody is immune to a nationwide evil unless he is unshakably convinced of the danger of his own character being tainted by the same evil.
Life calls not for perfection, but for completeness.
To the scientific mind, such phenomena as symbolic ideas are most irritating because they cannot be formulated in a way that satisfies our intellect and logic.
What you call knowledge is an attempt to impose something comprehensible on life.
It is precisely the most subjective ideas which, being closest to nature and to the living being, deserve to be called the truest.
Just as we tend to assume that the world is as we see it, we naively suppose that the people are as we imagine them to be.
Only the complete person knows how unbearable man is to himself. But there is no energy unless there is a tension of opposites. Hence, it is necessary to discover the opposite to the attitude of the conscious mind. Our suffering comes from our unlived life, the unseen, unfelt parts of our psyche.
Fanaticism is always a sign of repressed doubt.
Who has fully realized that history is not contained in thick books, but lives in our very blood. Heaven has become for us the cosmic space of the physicists, but the heart glows, and a secret unrest gnaws at the roots of our being. Man's task is to become conscious of the contents that press upward from the unconscious. What did you do as a child that made the hours pass like minutes? Herein lies the key to your earthly pursuits.
What is not brought to consciousness comes to us as fate.
If you think along the lines of nature, then you think properly.
Knowledge rests not upon truth alone, but upon narrow soul.
Our psyche is set up in accord with the structure of the universe. And what happens in the macrocosm likewise happens in the infinitesimal. In most subjective reaches of the psyche, we are always human, and we should never forget the burden of being only human.
We can keep from a child all we cannot take from him the need for mythology.
One could say, with a little exaggeration, that the personized that which in reality one is not, but which oneself as well as others think one is.
It would be a ridiculous and unwarranted presumption on our part if we imagined that we were more energetic or more intelligent than the men of the past. Our material knowledge has increased, but not our intelligence.
The paradox is one of our most valued spiritual possessions.
You are what you do, not what you say you will do.
In the last analysis, most of our difficulties come from losing contact with our instincts, with the age-old forgotten wisdom stored up in us.
The dream gives a true picture of the subjective state,
while the conscious mind denies that this state exists or recognizes it only grudgingly.
Know all the theories, master all the techniques, but as you touch a human soul, be just another human soul.
The ideas of the moral order and of God belong to the ineradicable substrate of the human soul. If only a worldwide consciousness could arise that all division and fission are due to the splitting of opposites in the psyche, then we should know where to begin.
Each is deceived by the sense of finality, peculiar to the stage of development at which he stands.
To be normal is a splendid ideal for the unsuccessful.
Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality.
My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul. Otherwise you will breed dragons and devils in your heart. But there is no energy unless there is a tension of opposites. Hence, it is necessary to discover the opposite to the attitude of the conscious mind. Our suffering comes from our unlived life, the unseen, unfelt parts of our psyche.
Fanaticism is always a sign of repressed doubt.
Who has fully realized that history is not contained in thick books, but lives in our very blood.
Heaven has become for us the cosmic space of the physicist.
But the heart glows in a secret unrest gnaws at the roots of our being.
Man's task is to become conscious of the contents that press upward from the unconscious.
What did you do as a child that made the hours pass like minutes? Herein lies the key to your earthly pursuits.
What is not brought to consciousness comes to us as fate.
If you think along the lines of nature, then you think properly. Knowledge rests not upon truth alone, but upon error also. psyche is set up in accord with the structure of the universe. And what happens in the macrocosm likewise happens in the infinitesimal and most subjective reaches of the psyche.
We are always human, and we should never forget the burden of being only human.
We can keep from a child all knowledge of earlier myths, but we cannot take from him the need for mythology.
One could say with a little exaggeration that the persona is that which in reality one is not.
But which oneself as well as others think one is. It would be a ridiculous and unwarranted presumption on our part if we imagined that we were more energetic or more intelligent than the men of the past. Our material knowledge has increased, but not our intelligence.
Paradox is one of our most valued spiritual possessions.
You are what you do, not what you say you will do. In the last analysis, most of our difficulties come from losing contact with our instincts, with the age-old forgotten wisdom stored up in us. The dream gives a true picture of the subjective state, while the conscious mind denies that this state exists, or recognizes it only grudgingly. Know all the theories, master all the techniques, but as you touch a human soul, be just another human soul.
The ideas of the moral order and of God belong to the ineradicable substrate of the human soul.
If only a worldwide consciousness could arise that all division and fission are due to the splitting of opposites in the psyche, then we should know where to begin.
Each is deceived by the sense of finality peculiar to the stage of development at which he stands.
To be normal is a splendid ideal for the unsuccessful. Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality. My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul. Otherwise, you will breed dragons and devils in your heart. But there is no energy unless there is a tension of opposites. Hence, it is necessary to discover the opposite to the attitude of the conscious mind. Our suffering comes from our unlived life, the unseen, unfelt parts of our psyche. Fanaticism is always a sign of repressed doubt. Who has fully realized that history is not contained in thick books but lives in our very blood? Heaven has become for us the cosmic space of the physicists, but the heart glows and a secret unrest gnaws at the roots of our being. Man's task is to become conscious of the contents that press upward from the unconscious. What did you do as a child that made the hours pass like minutes? Herein lies the key to your earthly pursuits. What is not brought to consciousness comes to us as fate. If you think along the lines of nature, then you think properly. Knowledge rests not upon truth alone, but upon error also. Our psyche is set up in accord with the structure of the universe, and what happens in the macrocosm likewise happens in the infinitesimal and most subjective reaches of the psyche. We are always human, and we should never forget the burden of being only human. We can keep from a child all knowledge of earlier myths, but we cannot take from him the need for mythology. One could say, with a little exaggeration, that the persona is that which in reality one is not, but which oneself as well as others think one is. It would be a ridiculous and unwarranted presumption on our part if we imagined that we were more energetic or more intelligent than the men of the past. Our material knowledge has increased, but not our intelligence. The paradox is one of our most valued spiritual possessions. You are what you do, not what you say you will do. In the last analysis, most of our difficulties come from losing contact with our instincts, with the age-old forgotten wisdom stored up in us. The dream gives a true picture of the subjective state, while the conscious mind denies that this state exists or recognizes it only grudgingly. Know all the theories, master all the techniques, but as you touch a human soul, be just another human soul. The ideas of the moral order and of God belong to the ineradicable substrate of the human soul. If only a worldwide consciousness could arise that all division and fission are due to the splitting of opposites in the psyche, then we should know where to begin. Each is deceived by the sense of finality peculiar to the stage of development at which he stands. To be normal is a splendid ideal for the unsuccessful. Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality. My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul. Otherwise, you will breed dragons and devils in your heart. But there is no energy unless there is a tension of opposites. Hence, it is necessary to discover the opposite to the attitude of the conscious mind. Our suffering comes from our unlived life, the unseen, unfelt parts of our psyche. Fanaticism is always a sign of repressed doubt. Who has fully realized that history is not contained in thick books, but lives in our very blood? Heaven has become for us the cosmic space of the physicists, but the heart glows and a secret unrest gnaws at the roots of our being. Man's task is to become conscious of the contents that press upward from the unconscious. What did you do as a child that made the hours pass like minutes? Herein lies the key to your earthly pursuits. What is not brought to consciousness comes to us as fate. If you think along the lines of nature, then you think properly. Knowledge rests not upon truth alone, but upon error also. Our psyche is set up in accord with the structure of the universe, and what happens in the macrocosm likewise happens in the infinitesimal and most subjective reaches of the psyche. We are always human, and we should never forget the burden of being only human. We can keep from a child all knowledge of earlier myths, but we cannot take from him the need for mythology. One could say with a little exaggeration that the persona is that which in reality one is not, but which oneself as well as others think one is. It would be a ridiculous and unwarranted presumption on our part if we imagined that we were more energetic or more intelligent than the men of the past. Our material knowledge has increased, but not our intelligence. The paradox is one of our most valued spiritual possessions. You are what you do, not what you say you will do. In the last analysis, most of our difficulties come from losing contact with our instincts, with the age-old forgotten gives a true picture of a subjective state, while the conscious mind denies that this state exists, or recognizes it only grudgingly. Know all the theories, master all the techniques, but as you touch a human soul, will be just another human soul. The ideas of the moral order and of God belong to the ineradicable substrate of the human soul. If only a worldwide consciousness could arise, that all division and fission are due to the splitting of opposites in the psyche, then we should know where to begin. Each is deceived by the sense of finality peculiar to the stage of development at which he stands. To be normal is a splendid ideal for the unsuccessful. Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality. My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul, otherwise you will breed dragons and devils in your heart.
But there is no energy unless there is a tension of opposites. Hence, it is necessary to discover the opposite to the attitude of the conscious mind. Our suffering comes from our unlived life, the unseen, unfelt parts of our psyche. Fanaticism is always a sign of repressed doubt. Who has fully realized that history is not contained in thick books, but lives in our very blood? Heaven has become for us the cosmic space of the physicists. But the heart glows and a secret unrest gnaws at the roots of our being. Man's task is to become conscious of the contents that press upward from the unconscious. What did you do as a child that made the hours pass like minutes? Herein lies the key to your earthly pursuits. What is not brought to consciousness comes to us as fate. If you think along the lines of nature, then you think properly. Knowledge rests not upon truth alone, but upon error also. Our psyche is set up in accord with the structure of the universe. And what happens in the macrocosm likewise happens in the infinitesimal and most subjective reaches of the psyche. We are always human, and we should never forget the burden of being only human. We can keep from a child all knowledge of earlier myths, but we cannot take from him the need for mythology. One could say, with a little exaggeration, that the persona is that which in reality one is not, but which oneself as well as others think one is. It would be a ridiculous and unwarranted presumption on our part if we imagined that we were more energetic or more intelligent than the men of the past. Our material knowledge has increased, but not our intelligence. The paradox is one of our most valued spiritual possessions. You are what you do, not what you say you will do. In the last analysis, most of our difficulties come from losing contact with our instincts, with the age-old forgotten wisdom stored up in us. The dream gives a true picture of the subjective state, while the conscious mind denies that the state exists, or recognizes it only grudgingly. Know all the theories, master all the techniques, but as you touch a human soul, be just another human soul. The ideas of the moral order and of God belong to the ineradicable substrate of the human soul. If only a worldwide consciousness could arise that all division and fission are due to the splitting of opposites in the psyche, then we should know where to begin. Each is deceived by the sense of finality peculiar to the stage of development at which he stands. To be normal is a splendid ideal for the unsuccessful. Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality. My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul. Otherwise, you will breed dragons and devils in your heart. But there is no energy unless there is a tension of opposites. Hence, it is necessary to discover the opposite to the attitude of the conscious mind. Our suffering comes from our unlived life, the unseen, unfelt parts of our psyche. Fanaticism is always a sign of repressed doubt. Who has fully realized that history is not contained in thick books, but lives in our very blood? Heaven has become for us the cosmic space of the physicists, but the heart glows and a secret unrest gnaws at the roots of our being. Man's task is to become conscious of the contents that press upward from the unconscious. What did you do as a child that made the hours pass like minutes? Herein lies the key to your earthly pursuits. What is not brought to consciousness comes to us as fate. If you think along the lines of nature, then you think properly. Knowledge rests not upon truth alone, but upon error also. Our psyche is set up in accord with the structure of the universe. And what happens in the macrocosm likewise happens in the infinitesimal and most subjective reaches of the psyche. We are always human, and we should never forget the burden of being only human. We can keep from a child all knowledge of earlier myths, but we cannot take from him the need for mythology. One could say, with a little exaggeration, that the persona is that which in reality one is not, but which oneself as well as others think one is. It would be a ridiculous and unwarranted presumption on our part if we imagined that we were more energetic or more intelligent than the men of the past. Our material knowledge has increased, but not our intelligence. The paradox is one of our most valued spiritual possessions. You are what you do, not what you say you do. The last analysis, most of our difficulties come from losing contact with our instincts, with the age-old forgotten wisdom stored up in us. The dream gives a true picture of the subjective state, while the conscious mind denies that this state exists or recognizes it only grudgingly. Know all the theories, master all the techniques, but as you touch a human soul, be just another human soul. The ideas of the moral order and of God belong to the ineradicable substrate of the human soul. If only a worldwide consciousness could arise, that all division and fission are due to the splitting of opposites in the psyche, then we should know where to begin. Each is deceived by the sense of finality peculiar to the stage of development at which he stands. To be normal is a splendid ideal for the unsuccessful. Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality. My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul. Otherwise you will breed dragons and devils in your heart.
This room's called Happy Birthday Chocolate Strawberry.
But there is no energy unless there is a tension of opposites. Hence it is necessary to discover the opposite to the attitude of the conscious mind.
Our suffering comes from our unlived life, the unseen, unfelt parts of our psyche.
Fanaticism is always a sign of repressed doubt.
Who has fully realized that history is not contained in thick books but lives in our very blood.
Heaven has become for us the cosmic space of the physicists.
Of the heart pulls and the secret unrest gnaws at the roots of our being.
Man's task is to become conscious of the contents that press upward from the unconscious. What did you do as a child that made the hours pass like minutes? Herein lies the key to your earthly pursuits.
What is not brought to consciousness comes to us as fate.
If you think along the lines of nature, then you think properly.
Knowledge rests not upon truth alone, but upon error also. Our psyche is set up in accord with the structure of the universe. And what happens in the macrocosm, like what happens in the infinite, so one of the most subjective reaches of the psyche.
We are always human, and we should never forget the burden of being only human. We can keep from a child all knowledge of earlier myths, but we cannot take from him the need for mythology. I could say, with a little exaggeration, that the persona is that which in reality one is not.
That was politically correct. They kicked me from the room.
It would be a ridiculous and unwarranted presumption on our part if we imagined that we were more energetic or more intelligent than the men of the past. Our material knowledge has increased, but not our intelligence.
The paradox is one of our most valued spiritual possessions.
You are what you do, not what you say you will do. You are what you do, not what you say you will do.
In the last analysis, most of our difficulties come from losing contact with our instincts, with the age-old forgotten wisdom stored up in us.
The dream gives a true picture of the subjective state, while the conscious mind denies that the state exists or recognizes it only grudgingly.
Know all the theories, master all the techniques, but as you touch a human soul, be just another human soul.
The ideas of the moral order and of God belong to the ineradicable substrate of the human soul.
If only a worldwide consciousness could arise, that all division and fission are due to the splitting of opposites in the psyche, then we should know where to begin.
Each is deceived by the sense of finality peculiar to the stage of development
at which he stands.
To be normal is a splendid ideal for the unsuccessful.
Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality.
My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul. Otherwise, you will breed dragons and devils in your heart. But there is no energy unless there is a tension of opposites. Hence, it is necessary to discover the opposite to the attitude of the conscious mind.
Our suffering comes from our unlived life, the unseen, unfelt parts of our psyche.
Fanaticism is always a sign of repressed doubt.
Who has fully realized that history is not contained in thick books, but lives in our very blood.
Heaven has become for us the cosmic space of the physicists, but the heart glows in a secret unrest gnaws at the roots of our being.
Man's task is to become conscious of the contents that press upward from the unconscious.
What did you do as a child that made the hours pass like minutes? Herein lies the key to your earthly pursuits.
What is not brought to consciousness comes to us as fate.
If you think along the lines of nature, then you'll come properly.
Knowledge but upon error also.
Our psyche is set up in accord with the structure of the universe, and what happens in the macrocosm likewise happens in the infinitesimal and most subjective reaches of the psyche.
We are always human, and we should never forget the burden of being only human.
We can keep from a child all knowledge of earlierness, but we cannot take from him the need for knowledge.
Duration, depth, and persona is that which in reality one is not.
It was a distraction. It distracted from the epistemology questions. And here's where it gets more interesting. Because the epistemology question, I think that's what I personally, my read of Socrates, this is what he was trying to get at with the book. Because keep in mind, Kitover was like a religious guy.
Paradox is one of
Socrates
the
was,
most valued
I know
spiritual
there's a
possessions.
central version of Socrates that's being taught.
In the last analysis, multiple arguments.
Nobody knows them but you, then that's not something we're talking about. It's not even the same.
Dream gives a true picture of the subjective state while the conscious mind analysis exists or recognize it only question.
All the theories master all. Touch a human soul, be just another human soul.
The ideas of the moral order and of God belong to the ineradicable substrate of the human soul.
If only a worldwide consciousness could arise, that all division and vision are due to the splitting of opposites in the psyche, then we should know where to begin.
Each is deceived by the sense of finality, peculiar to the stage of development at which he stands.
To be normal is a splendid ideal for the unsuccessful.
Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of its personality.
My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul, otherwise you will breed dragons and devils in your heart.
The true symbol appears only when there is a need to express what thought cannot think. I'll do what is only defined. The greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally.
Where did you get?
They can never be solved.
Where did you get?
It is only the things we don't understand that have any meaning. Man woke up in a world he did not understand, and that is why he tries to interpret it. My speech is imperfect, not because I want to shine with words, but out of the impossibility of finding those words. I speak it.
We know you. It's all good. How many tranches is gonna take? All in the family bunker, bro. How many tranches is gonna take for you to get over to?
Which do not continue throughout the building process. Yet men mistake the scaffolding for the building itself, and thus pay idolatrous reverence to old rules, which have no longer any useful purpose. Watch therefore, O ye who would rule, as the Lord ruleth, lest ye usurp the rights of the Lord. His and his alone is the temple, and ye who are concerned with the building, axe not its owners. Not thine, but mine is the work. Not thine, but mine is the temple. For me and me only is it planned and built, and mine are the ordinances established. For thy guidance in the service of the light. For truly is Kever in Malcolm, and in Kever I dwell solitary, without a second. The great work directeth itself always toward the building of the temple of Adonai, and in its earlier stages there are needs which do not continue throughout the building process. Yet men mistake the scaffolding for the building itself, and thus pay idolatrous reverence to old rules, which have no longer any useful purpose. Watch therefore, O ye who would rule, as the Lord ruleth, lest ye usurp the rights of the Lord. His and his alone is the temple, and ye who are concerned with the building, axe not its owners.
They're gonna reset the live.
Not thine, but mine is the word. Not thine, but mine is the temple. For me and me only is it planned and built, and mine are the ordinances established. For my guidance in the service of the light. For truly is Kitover in Malchus, and in Kitover I dwell solitary.
want a second. The great work directeth itself always toward the building of the temple of Onondaga, and in its earlier stages there are needs which do not continue. Throughout the building process, yet men mistake the scaffolding for the building itself, and thus pay idolatrous reverence to old rules, which have no longer any useful purpose. Watch therefore, O ye who would rule, as the Lord ruleth, lest ye usurp the rights of the Lord. His and his alone is the temple. And ye who are concerned with the building, acts, not its owners. Not thine, but mine is the work.
The great work directeth itself always toward the building of the temple of Adonai. And in its earlier stages there are needs which do not continue. Throughout the building process, yet men mistake the scaffolding for the building itself, and thus pay idolatrous reverence to old rules, which have no longer any useful purpose. Watch therefore, O ye who would rule, as the Lord ruleth, lest ye usurp the rights of the Lord, his and his alone. Mine is the substance of all that cometh into manifestation through the thought or word or action of any of mine instruments. Never shall they remain deluded by the illusion of separateness, become clear shadows for the outpouring of my will, until all the follies of thine and mine are cleared out by the irresistible downpouring of my power. In the numeration of proof, canst thou see the spiraling light power? Working through the mouth of the eternal, when lightning flashes, thunder roars, and thunder hath been from time immemorial.
My principle that cometh into manifestation through the thought or word or action of any of mine instruments. Never shall they who remain deluded by the illusion of separateness become clear channels for the outpouring of my will. Until all the follies of life and art are cleared out by the irresistible outpouring of my power. The liberation of God, canst thou see the spiraling light power? Working through the bulk of the eternal, the lightning flashes, thunder roars, and thunder and fear. From time immemorial. Never shall you remain deluded by the illusion of separateness. Become clear channels for the outpouring of my will. Until all the follies of mine and mine are cleared out by the irresistible outpouring of my power. In the numeration of golf, canst thou see the spiraling light power working through the mouth of the eternal? Mine is the substance of all that cometh into manifestation through the thought, word, or action of any of mine instruments. Never shall they who remain deluded by the illusion of separateness become clear channels for the outpouring of my will, until all the follies of thine and mine are cleared out by the irresistible downpouring of my power. In the numeration of Goth, canst thou see the spiraling light power working through the mouth of the eternal when lightning flashes, thunder rolls, and thunder hath been from time immemorial. Yet is all this naught but words without the key supplied by the understanding heart. Love is that love, not reason, for reason followeth after love. And when reason can harvest, but the harvester weareth also. Yet is all this naught but words without the key supplied by the understanding heart? Love is that key. Love, not reason, for reason followeth after love. And when reason would enslave love, then is reason but a tyrant punishing itself with what it trieth in vain to enslave. Love cometh first, as thou mayest see in terror. Where the empress cometh before the emperor. Without love, reason is sterile. For love is the generatrix of true reason can arrange, reason can harvest, but the harvester weareth also. Yet is all this not but words without the key supplied by the understanding heart. Love is that key. Not reason, for reason followeth after love. And when reason would enslave love, then yet is all this not but words
without the key supplied by the understanding heart. Love is that key. Love, not reason. For reason, followeth after love. And when reason would enslave love, then is reason but a tyrant, punishing itself with what it trieth in vain to enslave. All the old worship in this land is broken, yet on my altar burns the ancient censer, frankincense, saffron, galbanum, intenser, ornaments glisten. All the old worship in this land is broken, yet on my altar burns the ancient censer, frankincense, saffron, galbanum, intenser, ornaments glisten. Robes of thy color bind me for thy token. My voice is fuller in thine adoration. Thine image holds its God-appointed station.
All the ocean in this land is broken. Yet on my altar burns the ancient sense of frankincense. Ornaments glisten. Robes of thy color, by me for thy token. My voice is color in thine adoration. Thine image holds its guide. God of the golden face and fiery forehead, Lord of the lion's house of strength exalted, in the ram's horns, O ruler of the vaulted, heavenly hollow. Send out thy rays majestic and the torrid light of thy song, thy countenance most splendid. Then to the sublime on his face extended. Hear me Apollo. Let thy fierce fingers sweep the lyre forgotten. Recall the ancient glory of thy chanted music that thrilled the hearts of men and haunted life to adore thee. Cleanse thou the marketplaces misbegotten. Fire in my heart and music to my being. Lend at my soul past the Thy countenance most splendid, then to the suppliant on his face extended. Hear me, Apollo, let thy fierce fingers sweep the lyre forgotten. Recall the ancient glory of thy chanted music that thrill the hearts of men and haunted. Life to adore thee, cleanse thou on marketplaces misbegotten. Firing my heart and music to my paean. Let my song bow past the Empyrean. Light of thy song! God of the golden face and fiery forehead, Lord of the lion's house of strength exalted, in the ram's horns, O ruler of the vaulted, heavenly hollow. Send out thy rays majestic and the torrid. God of the golden face and fiery forehead, Lord of the lion's house of strength exalted, in the ram's horns, a ruler of the vaulted, heavenly hollow. Send out thy rays majestic, and the torrid light of thy song, thy countenance most splendid, and to the suppliant on his face extended. Hear me, Apollo.
wish there was. I wish there was a steamer. Oh, Final 16 minutes, and I wish that. Okay, it's been Thanksgiving music, #1 hits.
A lot. This ain't one of them rooms, bro. A lot. I said, all right.
God of the golden face and fiery forehead, God of the lion's house, string exalted in the ram's horns, O ruler of the vaulted, heavenly hollow, send out thy rays majestic and adored, light of thy song, thy countenance most splendid, then to the sun the lion on his face. Who is going to give you eternal peace?
You don't get the reserve, man. You're supposed to stand for something. You get the management and stuff. You forgot the lunches. You tell me it ain't your money. Yes, it is. It ain't your money. It's in your collar. It's in your mouth. I can't tell you that.
Devil or God to me, my man, come with trumpet sounding shrill over the hill, come with drums muttering from the spring, come with flute and come with pipe. 233 walls empty. With air that has no bones to nestle, my body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an ass. Come, oh, come. The truth hides when no one looks, in empty rooms and shadow nooks. You chase the light, but hold the dark. A spark, and nothing's dark. Trace of this and that.
Whether it's me or me,
Give me the sign of the open night, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie, the thorny thigh, the maddening cry.
Nigga, fuck 30. I got no problem. All the niggas touch that shit. Hey, where y'all from?
Listen,
Went through fucking
No, he told me. He was like, I don't know pork, but I know pork. And I know pork because I grew up with my
The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken
That's like the cornerstone of Jay. Like his whole song is "I'm better than you." His standard is like you're seeking for love. It's more of a status quo.
Just give me like a few minutes to speak. Like I literally talked to the person who was throwing it in. He was like, yeah, sure, so okay, that well, here's the. You said what?
Through the shroud, through the cloud, where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive. To the mountain canyon below. By the rays of the night, I am bold. My soul, my fire, sky. Through the midnight madness we smoke. You are mine, you are mine, alone, light sea whispers low to the shore. Soon on the moon, blowing tides evermore. Your swoon lifts me like a spell, like a door. To a light we can't quite stop. By the rage of the night, I am bold, I am bold. My fire in the sky, I will walk. Through the midnight madness we spoke.
Come, oh come, I am numb with, thrilled with bliss, some lust of light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of pan, I open,
blacklist with fawns and parts and nymphs and satyrs for thy guards on a milk white ass. Come o'er the sea to me. Devil walked around me like you were. Know the self is the only reality, and all else is temporal.
Yes,
All that
every
can tell you is, my dear sir, you are quite mistaken about yourself. You are not the person you take yourself to be. 65. You may die 100 deaths without a break in the mental turmoil, or you may keep your body and die only in the mind. The death of the mind is the birth of wisdom.
Wait, but we just established that you wouldn't die under Moses' laws because of God's
The false values and ideas, the false relationships between people. Abandon the
My scars, Dr. Strange ain't spinning when the recollect the knot. Thor's hammer don't strike.
It's hard to imagine to me. It's such a major tradition. So what do you usually listen to? That story was used to reframe what they
Today I'm turning these $50 into.
That's my theory. I've never bothered to look that up, but there may well be evidence for that.
Here we go. And I don't.
I mean, it's the right time of year, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a very astute observation. I'm a big lover of England.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not supposed. Yeah, because I'm not a man.
I think that is the left of it.
A what?
Let freedom ring. Oh, glory will fly. Happy birthday, USA. On the 4th of July.
In the land where the prize still high, a place built on hope and a pile of lies, where the truth wears mask and justice dies. I'm just another. I'm in 80s and Cadillac gates, and girl, my dreams and right beside me. Windows down with the summertime rain. Clear! Fire up! Got!
That's the times we have.
Darkness has a reminder. For you, my heart is a west. Tell me to go. I lost this Tell me to go. Every step's a spark ignited. Every beat. You be in my thoughts, but I'm gone. Can't control the vibe. I'm too.
Never seen a 150 rubber band cut. Never seen a nigga showing nothing that it ran up. Don't that shit make you happy? Don't that shit make you happy? Oh, wait, that's an issue. I know niggas that's running from issues. I'm not into what these niggas into. I knew that since I was a youngin'. I'm frustrated. I wasn't gon' budge if them niggas confront me. Got my respect, what you willing to die for. Nigga, the same thing I'm willing to slide for. Fuck all your idols. I know I know big homies. Bitch, put my foot in the door off the motherfucking street. All I know.
You looking good? Watch this. Stepping on the scene like a plush with a can.
Hey, what's up? My name's Luke, and this is my new channel. This is my new song.
I don't know, 'cause nobody knows. Oh, I don't know, 'cause nobody knows. You gotta let go.
Right?
Hey, what's up? My name's Luke, and this is my new channel. This is my new song. First up, Big Man.
I don't know, 'cause no.
Hey, what's up? My name's Luke, and this is my new channel. And this is my new song, Let Go. First up, Big Man.
I don't know.
Your weekend starts early.
Sunday morning, I'm at work. I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm burning on you tonight. Every bit is cutting through the light. I'm moving.
Ladies and gentlemen, lock the doors. Ain't nobody going home tonight.
Creative and
You're trying to do what?
I'm trying to get this company alone. Oh, actually, here's some money. I'm trying to get this company alone, but the debt to service ratio is not working out well. Figuring out what they could change. So, that's the I'm doing work. For sure.
Oh, I got
you. Yeah, I got you.
The debt to service ratio is not good enough, so I'll have to pull down some expenses, figure out how we can like do this, maybe get a slightly smaller loan. I don't know.
Well, my brother's an accountant. He's pretty creative.
Well, I hope he's not too creative.
I'm not commenting. They got to say about.
It's the Trump level creative.
No. He's straight on the money. He's actually Chazek. He's
American?
He's here in Israel. He lives in Beersheba for whatever reason, but he's from.
Is that Tilume?
I beg your pardon?
He's from. He's that Tilume?
Yeah, he's very much Tati Gloomy. That's him. He's going all the way. I mean, we were like kind of like very, very strong sortie at home. Just like kind of like firm without the kippah, you know. He didn't turn on electricity and turn on.
A lot of Sfardim are like that.
Yeah, that's a Mizrahi thing for sure.
Much less so on the Ashkenazi side. Ashkenazi side, the Haskalah had a different trajectory. Made a lot of anti.
Well, with Ashkenazis, it's all well defined. You have the Hasidim, you have the anti-Hasidim. It's kind of like quantum physics.
In Israel, in America, that line's more blurred.
Of course, yeah, that's true.
But the way the Haskalah movement went, it was a fight, a break of a fight. It wasn't the same in the East.
Right.
So, which is part of the problem going on now, because because there's feelings of being under attack, and they can historically be legitimized. And so it's difficult. It's really difficult. It's a difficult story. It's not such an easy solution.
Right. Nothing never is with Israel. All right, I'm gonna go sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish some more work. All right, good night.
Bye.
I will close the room. Again, you can proceed to Amos' room.
David Bobadilla, this is your vodka dehypnosis programming to turn you from an alcoholic speech slur to a succinct, non-drinking man. Prepare for your meditation NLP programming. David Bobadilla.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 not 11, 10 not 9. Hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 not 11, 10 not 9. Hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 not 11, 10 not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds.
nature of man presupposes woman, both physically and spiritually. His system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 or 11, 10 or 9. Hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 or 11, 10 or 9. Hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, or 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, or 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, or 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Keep breathing. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, or 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Keep breathing. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, or 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9.
day, hold for 10 seconds. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go.
R&B oldest son been with me. He's still scratching his head. He says, man, I wouldn't have believed none of this shit.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Let it regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest.
This is a new banger made specifically for Megatron.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Hold for 10 seconds. let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breath regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breath regularly, let it go. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. The deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold for Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, breathe regularly. Let it go. deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breath regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breath regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breath regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breath regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go.
deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Have you caught up in this predicament up until 2025? Like, it's always been true that they are not who they are. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go.
The world.
Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Keep breathing. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breath regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Keep breathing. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Keep breathing. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Let it go.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds.
Let it go.
Breathe regularly, let it go.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go.
Breathe regularly,
Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go.
breathe regularly.
Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go.
Breathe regularly.
Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go.
Breathe regularly.
Let it go. 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go.
Needed to be redone, which didn't need to be redone, right?
Let it go.
No, it's a video of that. The video was just her, like, it head was hurt. That big old fucking sawed off shotty. That bitch.
She said she like Medea. I heard that shit. That's the whole she was out there looking like Medea.
That shit was big. I said they trying to pick me up from the airport when I get to Atlanta in December. But don't come with the 40. Leave the 40.
I didn't know you was in the bidding. I didn't know you was in the A.
Don't miss.
You be in my Chicago.
Niggas be outside.
What y'all be running trains? Y'all be running trains?
No, I don't run on train.
Oh, okay.
When the nigga POC say, hey man, we ain't in no rules with no niggas, man.
See, we don't run trains the cheap way. See, we have a brothel style. We just come out and pick whoever we want.
Yeah, bring it to the
Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds, let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go.
seconds. Let's go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Over 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Over 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Over 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Over 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Over 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Over 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Over 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Over 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Over 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Over 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10 on 11, 10 on 9. Over 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe, breathe, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold for 10 seconds.
let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breath regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breath regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breath regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go.
10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breath regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breath regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Breathe regularly. Let it go.
The whole nature of man presupposes woman, both physically and spiritually. His system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, etc.
The growth of the mind is the widening of the range of consciousness. And each step forward has been a most painful and laborious achievement.
All ordinary expression may be explained causally, but creative expression, which is the absolute contrary of ordinary expression, will be forever hidden from human knowledge.
Meaning and design of the problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly.
No psychic value can disappear without being of equivalent intensity.
In all chaos there is a cosmos, and all disorder a secret order.
You can take away a man's gods, but only to give them others in return.
Reason alone
Does not suffice.
Primitive superstition lies just below the surface of your most tough-minded individuals.
And it is precisely those who most fight against it who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects. presupposes woman. Both physically and spiritually, his system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, etc.
The growth of the mind is a widening of the range of consciousness. And each step forward has been a most painful and laborious achievement.
All ordinary expression may be explained in causally, but create expression, which is the absolute contrary of ordinary expression, will be forever hidden from human knowledge.
The meaning and design of a problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly.
No psychic value can disappear without being replaced by another of equivalent intensity.
In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order.
You can take away a man's gods, but only to give him others in return.
Reason alone does not suffice. Primitive superstition lies just below the surface of even most tough-minded individuals.
And it is precisely those who most fight against it who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects.
It is sometimes difficult to avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge of the coming series of events.
The whole nature of man presupposes woman, both physically and spiritually. His system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, etc.
The growth of the mind is the widening of the range of consciousness. And each step forward has been a most painful and laborious achievement.
All ordinary expression may be explained causally, but create expression, which is the absolute contrary of ordinary expression,
Will be forever hidden from human knowledge.
The meaning and design of a problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly.
No psychic value can disappear without being replaced by another of equivalent intensity.
In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder the secret order.
You can take away a man's gods, but only to give him others others in return. Reason alone does not suffice. Primitive superstition lies just below the surface of even the most tough-minded individuals.
And it is precisely those who most fight against it who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects.
It is sometimes difficult to avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge of the coming series of events.
The whole nature of man presupposes woman, both physically and spiritually. His system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, etching.
The growth of the mind is the widening of the range of consciousness. And each step forward has been a most painful and laborious achievement.
All ordinary expression may be explained causally,
But create expression, which is the absolute contrary of ordinary expression,
will be forever hidden
from human knowledge.
The meaning and design of a problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly.
No psychic value can disappear without being replaced by another of equivalent intensity.
In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order.
You can take away a man's gods, but only to give him others in return. Reason alone does not suffice. Primitive superstition lies just below the surface of even the most tough-minded individuals.
And it is precisely those who most fight against it who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects.
It is sometimes difficult to avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge of the coming series of events.
The whole nature of man presupposes woman, both physically and spiritually. His system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world, where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, etc.
The growth of the mind is the widening of the range of consciousness. And each step forward has been a most painful and laborious achievement.
All ordinary expression may be explained causally, but create expression, which is the absolute contrary of ordinary expression, will be forever hidden from human knowledge.
The meaning and design of a problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly.
No psychic value can disappear without being replaced by another of equivalent intensity.
In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order.
You can take away a man's gods, but only to give him others in return.
Reason alone does not suffice.
Primitive Superstition lies just below the surface of even the most tough-minded individuals, and it is precisely those who most fight against it who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects. It is sometimes difficult to avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge of the coming series of events. The nature of man presupposes one, both physically and spiritually. His system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, etc. The growth of the mind is the widening of the range of consciousness, and each step forward has been a most painful and laborious achievement. While ordinary expression may be explained causally, but create expression, which is the absolute contrary of ordinary expression, will be forever hidden from human knowledge. The meaning and design of a problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly. No psychic value can disappear without being replaced by another of equivalent intensity. In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order. You can take away a man's gods, but only to give him others in return. Reason alone does not suffice. Primitive superstition lies just below the surface of even the most tough-minded individuals, and it is precisely those who most fight against it who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects. It is sometimes difficult to avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge of the coming series of events. The whole nature of man presupposes woman, both physically and spiritually. The system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, etc. The growth of the mind is the widening of the range of consciousness, and each step forward has been a most painful and laborious achievement. All ordinary expression may be explained causally, but creative expression, which is the absolute contrary of ordinary expression, will be forever hidden from human knowledge. The meaning and design of a problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly. No psychic value can disappear without being used by another of equivalent intensity. In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order. You can take away a man's gods, but only to give him others in return. Reason alone does not suffice. Primitive superstition lies just below the surface of even the most tough-minded individuals, and it is precisely those who most fight against it who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects.
It is sometimes difficult to avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge of the coming series of events.
The whole nature of man presupposes woman, both physically and spiritually. His system is tuned into woman from the start, just as it is prepared for a quite definite world where there is water, light, air, salt, carbohydrates, etc. Growth of the mind is the widening of the range of consciousness. And each step forward has been a most painful and laborious achievement. All ordinary expression may be explained causally, but creative expression, which is the absolute contrary of ordinary expression, will be forever hidden from human knowledge. The meaning and design of a problem seem not to lie in its solution, but in our working at it incessantly.
No psychic value can disappear
Without being
with by another of equivalent intensity.
in all chaos, there is a cosmos,
In all disorder,
a secret order. You can take away a man's gods, but only to give him others in return. Reason alone does not suffice. Primitive superstition lies just below the surface of even the most tough-minded individuals, and it is precisely those who most fight against it
who are the first to succumb to its suggestive effects. It is sometimes difficult to avoid the impression that there is a sort of foreknowledge
of the coming series of events.
It is the function of consciousness not only to recognize and assimilate the external world through the gateway of the senses, but to translate into the visible reality the world within us.
Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate.
Expressionism in art prophetically anticipated the subjective development for all art intuitively apprehends coming changes in the collective unconsciousness.
Sentimentality is the superstructure erected upon brutality.
The rupture between faith and knowledge is a symptom of the split consciousness, which is so characteristic of the mental disorder of our day.
Fascination arises when the unconscious has been moved.
Luna is really the mother of the sun, which means psychologically that the unconscious is pregnant with consciousness and gives birth to it.
The core of an individual is the mystery of life, which dies when it is grasped. That is also why symbols want to keep their secrets.
There is, after all, no harsher bitterness than that of a person who is his own worst enemy. creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity. The creative mind plays with the objects it loves.
To find out what is truly individual in ourselves, profound reflection is needed, and suddenly we realize how uncommonly difficult the discovery of individuality is.
Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries.
Without this playing with fantasy, no creative work has ever yet come to birth. The debt we owe to the play of the imagination is incalculable.
My whole being was seeking for something still unknown, which might confer meaning upon the banality of life.
Faith, hope, love, and insight are the highest achievements of human effort. They are found given by experience.
I am looking forward enormously to getting back to the sea again, where the overstimulated psyche can recover in the presence of that infinite peace and spaciousness.
I am no longer alone with myself, and I can only artificially recall the scary and beautiful feeling of solitude. This is the shadow side of the fortune of love.
Often the hands will solve a mystery that the intellect has struggled with in vain.
Intuition does not denote something contrary to reason, but something outside of the province of reason.
Had I left those images hidden the emotions, I might have been torn to pieces by them.
I don't aspire to be a good man. I aspire to be a whole man.
Whenever we give up, leave behind, and forget too much, there is always the danger that the things we have neglected will return with added force.
When you are up against a wall, put down roots like a tree until clarity comes from deeper sources to see over that wall and grow.
We cannot change anything unless we accept it. Condemnation does not liberate. It oppresses.
This whole creation is essentially subjective, and the dream is the theater where the dreamer is at once seen, actor, prompter, stage manager, audience, and critic.
Emotion is the chief source of all becoming conscious. There can be no transforming of darkness into light, and of apathy into without emotion.
I find that all my thoughts circle around God like the planets around the sun, and are as irresistibly attracted by Him. I would feel it to be the grossest sin if I were to oppose any resistance to this force.
The secret is that only that which can destroy itself is truly alive.
consciousness, not only to recognize and assimilate the external world through the gateway of the senses, but to translate into the visible reality the world within us.
Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate.
Expressionism in art prophetically anticipated this objective development, for all art intuitively apprehends coming changes in the collective unconsciousness.
Sentimentality is the superstructure erected upon brutality.
The rupture between faith and knowledge is a symptom of the split consciousness, which is so characteristic of the mental disorder of our day.
Fascination arises when the unconscious has been moved.
Luna is really the mother of the sun, which means psychologically that the unconscious is pregnant with consciousness and gives birth to it.
The core of an individual is the mystery of life, which dies when it is grasped. That is also why symbols want to keep their secrets.
There is, after all, no harsher bitterness than that of a person who is his own worst enemy. Of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity. The creative mind plays with the objects it loves.
To find out what is truly individual in ourselves, profound reflection is needed, and suddenly we realize how uncommonly difficult the discovery of individuality is.
Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries. Without this playing with fantasy, no creative work has ever yet come to birth. The debt we owe to the play of the imagination is incalculable.
My whole being was seeking for something still unknown, which might confer meaning upon the banality of life.
Faith, hope, love, and insight are the highest achievements of human effort. They are found given by experience.
I am looking forward enormously to getting back to the sea again, where the overstimulated psyche can recover in the presence of that infinite peace and spaciousness.
I am no longer alone with myself, and I can only artificially recall the scary and beautiful feeling of solitude. This is the shadow side of the fortune of love.
Often, the hands will solve a mystery that the intellect has struggled with in vain.
Intuition does not denote something contrary to reason, but something outside of the province of reason.
Had I left those images hidden in the emotions, I might have been torn to pieces by them.
I don't aspire to be a good man. I aspire to be a whole man.
Whenever we give up, leave behind, and forget too much, there is always the danger that the things we have neglected will return with added force.
When you are far up against a wall, put down roots like a tree, until clarity comes from deeper sources to see over that wall and grow.
We cannot change anything unless we accept it. Condemnation does not liberate. It oppresses.
Psychological or spiritual development always requires a greater capacity for anxiety and ambiguity.
This whole creation is essentially subjective, and the dream is the theater where the dreamer is at once seen. Actor, prompter, stage manager, author, audience, and critic.
Emotion is the chief source of all becoming conscious. There can be no transforming of darkness into light and of apathy into movement without emotion.
I find that all my thoughts circle around God, like the planets around the sun, and are as irresistibly attracted by Him. I would feel it to be the grossest sin if I were to oppose any resistance to this force.
The secret is that only that which can destroy itself is truly alive.
It is the function of consciousness not only to recognize and assimilate the external world through the gateway of the senses, but to translate into the visible reality, the world within us. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Expressionism in art prophetically anticipated this subjective development, for all art intuitively apprehends coming changes in the collective unconsciousness. Sentimentality is the superstructure erected upon brutality. The rupture between faith and knowledge is a symptom of a split consciousness, which is so characteristic of the mental disorder of our day. Fascination arises when the unconscious has been moved. Luna is really the mother of the sun, which means psychologically that the unconscious is pregnant with consciousness and gives birth to it. The core of an individual is the mystery of life, which dies when it is grasped. That is also why symbols want to keep their secrets. There is, after all, no harsher bitterness than that of a person who is his own worst enemy. creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity. The creative mind plays with the objects it loves. To find out what is truly individual in ourselves, refined reflection is needed, and suddenly we realize how uncommonly difficult the discovery of individuality is. Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries. Without displaying the fantasy, no creative work has ever yet come to birth. The debt we owe to the play of the imagination is incalculable. My whole being was seeking for something still unknown, which might confer meaning upon the banality of life. Faith, hope, love, and insight are the highest achievements of human effort. They are found given by experience. I am looking forward enormously to getting back to the sea again, where the overstimulated psyche can recover in the presence of that infinite peace and spaciousness. I am no longer alone with myself, and I can only artificially recall the scary and beautiful feeling of solitude. This is the shadow side of the fortune of love. Often the hands will solve a mystery that the intellect has struggled with in vain. Intuition does not denote something contrary to reason, but something outside of the province of reason. Had I left those images hidden in the emotions, I might have been torn to pieces by them. I don't aspire to be a good man. I aspire to be a whole man. Whenever we give up, leave behind, and forget too much, there is always the danger that the things we have neglected will return with added force. When you are up against the wall, put down roots like a tree until clarity comes from deeper sources to see over that wall and grow. We cannot change anything unless we accept it. Condemnation does not liberate. It oppresses. Psychological or spiritual development always requires a greater capacity for anxiety and unity. This whole creation is essentially subjective, and the dream is the theater, where the dreamer is at once seen, actor, prompter, stage manager, author, audience, and critic. Emotion is the chief source of all becoming conscious. There can be no transforming of darkness into light and of apathy into movement without emotion. I find that all my thoughts circle around God, like the planets around the sun, and are as irresistibly attracted by Him. I would feel it to be the grossest sin if I were to oppose any resistance to His force. The secret is that only that which can destroy itself is truly alive.
Certain things you say.
Yes, she's a wasted copy. She's part of like these like glossy subcultures online. Like this sort of edgy, like Fuentes adjacent online subculture.
Well, I'm a lot older than him, but you could say I was a white nationalist. That's fine.
Okay.
But I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm really a white nationalist now, but do I still care about demographics? Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is the whole reason I like.
Why? Because this is going to be like an enriching conversation for her, Samson.
I don't know, honestly. I don't even know what I was thinking. I was just like, she's like taking it in, and I should just wanted to be on stage. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just try to be nice, okay, Pepe?
Well, Pepe, why do you care about demographics?
Well,
Good question.
demographics are destiny. I believe that people are comprised of. Why is what is the whole deal that's going on with Israel and the Palestinians? Oh, it's two different demographics. Amazing.
By the way, Judy has American citizenship. She immigrated here, so suck it.
But sure, but how are those ethnic and religious differences working out for you guys there?
Where in the U.S. or in the Middle?
In Israel and Palestine.
It's fine.
No, it's not.
In America,
That's what he's trying to say, that Israel is interested in maintaining a Jewish majority. That's what he's saying.
And that's why there's conflicts, though, because of their interest in maintaining majority.
And let's not cut the shit. There are Palestinians who don't want Jews there as well. So I mean,
not Judy.
I'm not speaking in absolutes. Every culture, you're going to have people that with different opinions, but does it mean that overall they're not going to butt heads? And what do you see there? It's two groups of people that are basically are fighting for power and control. I mean, that's how human groups work.
It's because they have these stories that conflict. It has nothing to do. There's like plenty of resources for everyone to go around. It's just that they have these like mythical stories about like end times, apocalyptic end times that are in clash with each other. So.
Okay, but that falls under the religion basket.
Yeah, religion is the problem.
No, I think race and religion and ethnicity, people identify.
There's no such thing as race, Pepe. There's no such thing as race.
Yeah.
There is. Well, people identify. Despite.
That's an ethnicity. Like, you have a culture, you have a religion, you have an ethnicity, you have a language, you have a nationality. You don't really have races.
In the U.S., it's not quite like that. A black person will look at me and say, I am white, despite whether or not I think race is a
That's racial classification made by the U.S. It's flawed. It's not based on science, on biology, on sociology.
Are changed a bit depending on your geographics, right? Like in Germany, racialized Jews or whatever. But yeah, it's like very similar to ethnicity, except race has more like physical characteristics. That it's another way like ethnicity for people to categorize themselves. There's no genetics related to it, just like ethnicity has no genetic component. It has.
There's genetics related to it.
There's not really. There's no biological. There's
I'm sure there is.
No.
Can you get number one expert in the world to give his opinion on it?
No, every sociologist.
No. You don't ask for a sociologist's opinion. You ask for a geneticist's opinion. You know David Wright, he leads the genomic department at Harvard. He wrote the book Who We Are, How We Got Here. He's not considered an extremist.
Ethnicity is like a very loose term to describe people from a similar geographic background, a shared history, a shared collective memory, whether it's real or fake, right? To the same sort of maybe a common religion. These are very loose,
So he answered. So they don't use the term
race. They're very malleable.
Sure. So they don't use the term race. They use the term human populations when discussing often what we consider a race. Because even if we just look at black, sub-Saharan Africans are also very genetically different from each other and have different phenotypes and all that stuff. But when he addressed the race question, is there such thing as race? And he said it overwhelmingly overlaps because you have people that were isolated for tens of thousands of years. They had unique mixtures of different, both archaic and Homo sapien groups that make them unique to specific geographic areas. And so genetically, like, these people are different from each other. That's why they have, for example, the different phenotypes depending on what region of the world their ancestors came from. So it's not, to say it's not genetic is not entirely true.
All right, let's move on from this because we don't get very much of Judy. Like, she's pretty busy, and she's like one of my best friends, and I'm really excited to see her. My ADHD isn't so bad today, thanks, Sam. Hey, Judy, how's it going? Happy Thanksgiving. Did you do a turkey?
Happy Thanksgiving. No, I had a Middle Eastern feast.
Nice. What'd you get?
Nice.
I don't know if you guys know kofta.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, kofta. Yeah. So I think that every religion doesn't advocate for an egalitarian society.
And that's why we don't have that principle that all people are equal and deserve equal rights because of, religion.
It's religion. Yeah. Like, you think the Middle East would be a better place if everyone was secular?
I think so, but it's very hard for him to adopt secularism.
Mm-hmm.
I think because secularism will open a whole door for women's rights, and that's the issue with Middle Eastern men. They don't really want women to have rights, and if they become secular, then they have to let their women have more freedom, and a lot of it comes from ego, that they don't want their women to have freedom. And
So there are a lot of secular Palestinians, right, and Israelis.
But the culture is not secular. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, we can find individuals who are secular, but the culture is not secular itself.
Yeah.
And same Judaism. I mean, how many families, how many women just live by...
I mean, in Israel, the majority are secular.
Exactly.
Or they're...
But you have
a majority, and then you got like a third that's Jewish.
Because a lot of them are immigrants from Western society.
Mm.
Well, the Orthodox are also immigrants from Western societies.
They're all immigrants. I mean, the people who founded Israel were more secular. They were like socialists or whatever.
So why do you think that Jews are more secular than Arabs? Is it because Judaism is older than Islam, and maybe they had a chance to, reevaluate and course correct during that period of time? Because if you compare Islam to Judaism, I think a lot of it is modified, right? But Islam is not modified, and I think maybe because it's relatively newer.
I think also Jews, they give you a way to like be Jewish without being religious, so they've sort of made it an ethnicity. I think Muslims, like, if they feel an attachment to their ethnic Arab identity, they don't get to stay Muslim if they reject their religion, right? Judy, you're like, you said that you're Catholic. There isn't enough. I guess people who want to stay culturally Muslim, there's no opportunity.
There's no opportunity to do that, to stay culturally Muslim. Like, you can't be an atheist and say
it's more rigid.
You can say you're an atheist Jewish man, right, or an atheist Jewish woman, but you can't say that you're an atheist Muslim man or an atheist Muslim woman. There's no such a thing. You can say you're an atheist Arab, but you can't say you're an atheist Muslim. Does that make sense? Because I think Arabs were before. I think that like the whole.
But in America, it's a different, Judy. Like, maybe in the West Bank, it's a small town. Whenever you live in like a small community where everybody knows everyone, it's kind of hard to like be fully actualized. But like, now you're in America, there's all kinds of Muslims and Arabs. Is there more freedom to be whoever you want to be and still retain your identity?
Not really. You don't get any freedom to be who you are in the West Bank.
But now in America, I'm saying, like, do you think the Arab American community leaves more room for pluralism?
Not really. It's even worse. I think it's worse because they live in a bubble kind of thing, and the Arabs or the Muslims in the U.S. They live in a bubble, and they don't really. A lot of them just have very extreme views on the Middle East, even worse than Palestinians in the West Bank or Gaza.
Is that your experience of like meeting Muslims in New York? I feel like
I couldn't get I couldn't hold any relationship with many Palestinians or Muslims because they tend to have the same. They tend to have more extreme views than
people in the West Bank.
Exactly. And I think they do that maybe because they think that they have that leverage or freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe and they do have leverage and freedom. Like they are not being bombed. They are not being, they are not being starved. They are not being policed everywhere they go. So they have that leverage and freedom to hold the extreme views. but it's not fair to other Palestinians who live in the West Bank or Gaza.
I mean, Judy, don't you think like the West's treatment of the Gulf state, the Arab and Muslim majority
I think
countries contributed to the extremism, like creating all these voids?
Yeah, there's a whole division in the Middle East. Like the culture in the Gulf or the Saudi Arabia is very different than the culture of the Levantine, because for a long time the Levantine they were independent of the Arab communities in Saudi Arabia or the Gulf, so they are very different people, and the only thing that unite them actually is the language, right? But the cultures and the behaviors, the views are very different, and I think.
In what way? I mean, you went to school outside of the West Bank, right? And you've lived in other Arab countries.
She's probably a little bit busy right now. I just want to say it's a little bit more nuanced. The whole Western countries sort of like interfering in the Middle East, causing extremism. So from my knowledge, like my background, I can tell you like this precedes American intervention, like Western intervention.
It surely escalated it, right, with getting rid of Al Qaeda and birthing ISIS or whatever.
Al Qaeda specifically, yes, was a
and
product.
Israeli policy in the Middle East created Hamas and Hezbollah, right, and what didn't always exist. These are more extremist factions that arose in the wake of policies, right?
But like, how do you explain, for instance, how do you explain Iran? How do you explain Taliban? How do you explain Syria, Iraq, the Islamic Caliphate? How do you explain the Houthis? You know, like there are so many areas of the Middle East where you don't really have this American intervention, and you still see extremism.
But interventionism certainly contributed to the fact that they haven't been able to get it together and it has contributed. I don't know to what extent it's like they're
Iraq and Afghanistan. I would argue, yeah, yes.
Okay. What about Yemen? Haven't we bombed the shit out of Yemen?
No. I mean, so here's the thing. During the Cold War, Yemen was divided. It was like a northern Yemen and a southern Yemen, capitalist, communist, Sunni, Shia, you can argue. And essentially what you see today is a product of that as well. Like they are very divided. And the reason why the Americans are bombing the place is mostly because the Houthis are attacking the Israelis and they're retaliating. But Yemen has been not good for many decades, and it's not really related to American intervention.
Okay.
It's essentially tribalism.
Okay.
Yeah.
But American intervention did create did enable the rise of ISIS in that area in the region.
Yes, because it weakened Iraq. But
they created like a power void, and they needed. That's where extremist groups or criminal groups anywhere, gangs can come and can take advantage, right? Whenever
yes.
It
doesn't form the criminal groups. It doesn't form these different factions, but it allows
them. It creates a void that allows them to offer social services and swoop in. You know.
Exactly, like Hezbollah that offers social services, but the Shias in a very, very sectarian Lebanon.
Like criminal gangs in New York City too, right? This is just human nature. This is what happens.
Mafiosos, mafia groups. It's the exact same system. Yes. Yes. But again, it's like the chicken and egg kind of thing. It's like who caused what, and it becomes a little bit. But yeah, is Judy still occupied? Okay, you're back.
I'm here.
We don't have to talk about like intense stuff if you don't want. I know you.
No, it's fine. I think what happened, the two regions, the Gulf and the Levant, they were not similar. I mean, I'm sorry, 1 second.
No, take your time.
All right.
Daniel, have you met Judy before? Have you guys talked? She's my friend from you like her, right? She's like from the West Bank.
We like Judy.
No, I never spoke to her. I heard her a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Usually I came within like 5 minutes before she left, so.
Oh, okay. She's a really good person.
I think what she's trying to say, obviously she can talk about it later, but like there is a difference between the Persian Gulf states and the Levant.
But even if we look at the Persian Gulf states prior to the formation, because these areas were also occupied by the British, the British had to essentially allow them to become independent. They were very, very much tribal. The reason you have 7 emirates, the United Arab Emirates, has to do with this. Like, they were fighting each other. I think they were actually, at some point, the area was referred to as like the tribal states, if I'm not mistaken. But that's a testament to that. Like, you look at the map, look at the United Arab Emirates, look at how it's drawn up, the different emirates, and it's quite revealing. Every emirate has an emir, and they're trying to run the country together.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, oil does play a huge role in this. The fact that these countries in the Levant, they don't really have much oil, and the countries in the Gulf, they do, obviously allows them to invest that money in different ways and improve the society stuff.
But they don't improve human rights. They do improve human rights.
You're cutting out a little bit, Judy. Sorry.
Well, I said they do have oil and money when it comes to human rights. They don't have much of it.
Yeah, that's true. They have welfare states, though.
What do you mean?
So those citizens of those countries, even though there's like a large proportion of like expats, but the citizens, the Arabs, the Khalijis, they have free healthcare, they have free schooling. When they get married, they get like a free plot of land, they get free housing, they get free everything. They don't have to worry about anything. And that's because the oil essentially funds that. There are not that many people that are Khaliji, like citizens.
Yes, but also, like, if a Saudi woman marries from a non-Saudi man, they get kicked out from.
We lost you. It's okay.
Normal wrote me, tell her to bring me up.
No, he doesn't. Who thinks? Take a vote. Who thinks I should bring Norm up? Who thinks that Norm
I think he's allowed. Like, he's allowed to until
bring him up because you would expect
until he disrupts.
If you deem that it's become.
He won't stop talking.
I think he can behave. Like, he needs a chance.
All right, you got one chance, Norbo, and if you interrupt, you go down. Is there something that you want to ask? Tell me in the chat. Is there something you want to ask Judy in particular, or you just want to make noise? You got a question for Judy, or you want to make noise? She's the guest of honor here. She doesn't have a lot of time. All right, well, when he answers, I'll bring it up.
What was Judy trying to talk about a citizen marrying a foreigner and then something would happen?
She was talking about, I don't know. I think we're getting a little far left field. She was talking about how I think we were talking about Saudi
I was
culture, right?
saying that if a Saudi woman marries a non-Saudi man, they get stripped off their citizenships. Do you know that? So
Is that true?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I know it's notoriously hard for foreigners to become citizens, even though they marry someone, they get kids there, they live there for decades. Like, that would not surprise me at all. Yeah.
Oh, Judy, I think you're really gonna like El Normal's question. It's a perfect question, actually. I'm bringing you up. Normal, go ahead. Ask Judy what you want to ask her. She's from the West Bank. She has all the answers.
Could you dial down the personality like 75%? Just take a breath.
Don't mind me.
I beg your pardon?
Just ask your question.
Yeah, I'm going to. I'm asking you a question. I asked you a question. Would you mind doing that? Just take it down 75%.
I'll think about it.
Okay, think about it while I'm talking to Judy. Judy, are you willing to be peaceful?
What?
Are you willing
Let her answer. This is called poisoning the well. Just ask the question.
No, this is called asking a question. You can have your time. Take it, Judy.
Who's asking the question?
Al Normo, he's a pro-Israel fanatic.
I'm not a fanatic.
Are you willing to be peaceful? Are you willing to give me the same rights like you?
I don't have any rights to give you. You don't live in Israel. Do you live in Israel?
No, I
don't live in Israel.
No, I used to.
So how can I give you something? Okay, so there's nothing I can give you, right? What do you want from me? I said, are you willing to stop?
Let her answer. Let her answer.
Hang on, I am. I said, are you willing to be peaceful? That's all I'm asking you. I don't know. So, I mean, it sounds like it's a no, right?
What does peaceful mean? Like not killing anyone?
Peaceful means you don't know what peaceful means?
She said, of course. She doesn't know what you mean.
No, I don't need you to translate, Buttercup. Like I said, take the.
Okay, can we go back to the whole Saudi thing? That was actually very interesting.
No, it's not interesting to anyone else.
the Saudis do not allow you to marry out. If you marry out, you lose your passport. That's true for most of the Gulf states.
You lose your passport.
Saudi women, not Saudi men. That's the point.
This is true for the men as well.
No, only Saudi women. And you can't hold both dual citizenships. So if you have, you can't have an American citizenship and a Saudi citizenship. You have to choose one. So a lot of the Saudis in the U.S. they only keep green card because they don't want to be stripped off their Saudi citizenship.
What are we doing? There are many benefits to being a Saudi citizen, and including you get a share of the oil money. There's very few Saudi citizens. But anyway, Judy, back to the question. So is it doesn't even need me again?
El Normo. He's a crazy Jew from New York who loves it.
I'm not crazy, and I do love Israel. That has nothing to do with crazy. So your characterization is prejudicial, so we throw it out.
I'm letting you speak. Go.
Well,
Go
then
for
don't
ask me that question.
We have been talking.
I'm all about it.
No, we haven't spoken about Jews. We're saying, are you willing to be peaceful?
I am peaceful. I have been peaceful all my life, despite everything.
Okay, so you are. So does that? So is that a yes? You're.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
So,
let her finish. You're going down.
You're interrupting.
You're interrupting. She's talking.
You're interrupting. I'm talking to her, and you're.
Let her finish the sentence. You're going down.
She's a big girl. She doesn't need you to tell me what to do. Judy. So I asked you. So are you willing to?
You asked me a question. You have to let me answer it.
I want you to. I asked you a yes or no. Is that a yes?
No, she can say yes and let her finish.
Stop, Buttercup. What were you saying, Judy?
I was saying yes. I have been peaceful all my life, despite everything.
Well, I don't think you.
See, you're not letting me finish.
I'm not asking you about the past. I'm asking you about going forward. We can talk about the past.
Final warning.
Yeah.
Normal.
So you're willing to be peaceful. Do you think you're? Okay. Do you think your friends are willing to be peaceful?
A lot of them, not really.
Okay, so that's a problem, right? We have a problem.
We have a problem. Do you have a problem? Do you think a lot of your friends want to be peaceful?
Yes, I think all of them do. 100% of them.
Not really.
No, really. Yo, really.
Where did you get your info from?
So.
Judy, should I move him down? He's very
just asked me.
No, I like this. Keep him quiet.
Okay, just say the word. I'll move him down.
Buttercup, just calm yourself down. Go drink some water. Watch some TV. You need to breathe. So Judy.
Did you see this?
Yeah.
Do you think Israelis or a lot of Jews will agree to give same human rights that Israelis have to the Palestinians?
How can a Jew give you a human right? You don't have any. You don't live in Israel, so what?
You know what you mean? Her family's in the West Bank. Okay, she wants her family to
occupied. It's policed and the borders are controlled by. Listen, the borders are controlled by Israel. The water is controlled by Israel. The banks are controlled by Israel.
Wait, slow down, Judy. You have a border with Jordan that we don't control, right?
Yeah, you control. Yeah, every time I go.
No, Israel does control that. Israel does control.
What are you talking about? Every time I travel to the West Bank from Jordan.
Yeah.
I go through the Israeli border control. They can.
Where is there an Israeli border control between Jordan and Israel?
King Hussein Bridge.
So you're not getting your facts right.
Allenby, King Hussein Bridge.
No, I'm just. Yeah, okay. I'm familiar with Allenby. Okay, so let's try another time. Do you want to live in? Where do you want to live? So are you happy where you are? Let's say you live in America. Yeah.
Yeah, I live in the U.S., North America.
Okay. All right. You were born in America?
No, I was born in North America.
You were born. Where are you? Well, we call it Judea and Samaria. Because when
No, we don't.
She was born on the west side.
No, we do. What's that?
Go for it.
So we're not. West Bank is from Samaria. West Bank is a Jordanian colonial name. We're not colonized.
All right, move on.
Well, they all were
colonial. You don't need to moderate.
There was no Israel before 1948. They were all colonial.
No, there was always in Israel. It was occupied by the Ottoman Turks. But let's not bother with that. There's always been Israel. I'm not going to argue with you about my history because my history doesn't really.
Very different before 1947, so you can't.
Say again. My history doesn't concern you, and your history doesn't concern me. I'm only interested in what deal you
My
want to
history
make.
concerns you because my family were
No.
kicked out of their lands in 1948.
Well, we'll have to check on that. I can't tell you if they were or they weren't.
They were. I'm telling you, they told me the stories. I've witnessed it firsthand. My family lived with that eternal trauma for the rest of their lives. Would you like me to question the Holocaust? I would never question.
All right, let's hear from Daniel. Normal's a little crazy. Let's hear from Daniel.
You said before, hi Judy. We never spoke. Daniel here. You said before that you like what you want is like human rights. Like
Daniel,
what do you mean?
Exactly? You're welcome.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Daniel. Go ahead. No, go ahead. He's down in the audience.
Done?
Yeah.
Not nice. Where was I? Like you said, you want like human rights, right? What exactly like do you mean? I mean, I don't like those big titles that.
Okay, I'll tell you exactly what they mean. All right, so I was in the West Bank last year, right? I went home for 1 week. My family has so my family house borders a big settlement in the West Bank, right? And that settlement has main roads, and my family has a dirt road that they have to travel on. So all the towns surrounding the big city in the West Bank where my family lives have to travel, all the Palestinians from the surrounding towns and the villages, they have to travel on one dirt road. Meanwhile, settlers in the West Bank, they get very nice roads to travel on, and the traffic was so bad that instead of taking 10 minutes to get from point A to point B, it was taking 1 hour. Can you believe that?
Why do you need to go to a different road? Because it's what area is that?
I'm not telling you the exact city, but it's in the West Bank.
No, like A, B, or C.
A.
Okay, so the roads that are dirt roads, who was responsible to create like good roads in area A?
Well, first of all, any project, the roads get closed, shut down by the soldiers, you know what I mean? Like they can come.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the dirt road itself. Like who's responsible?
Yeah, I'm gonna answer your question. So we have main roads.
We know who's responsible, right?
Who's responsible? So when the IDF they come and shut down the main roads, Palestinians are left with one dirt road to travel on, right?
Yeah, but who's like in area A, those areas like the roads that are in area A, are common road that you see either a settler got nice roads,
square feet now of real estate.
nice roads for the settlers.
A growing, huge inventory of items that they keep in stock. And you've got thousands of settlers.
These roads are shared.
Employees and over 4 million square feet of distribution centers. Those are things I'm very, very proud of. Because with that distribution center space, those half a dozen distribution centers around the country, it allows us to get product close to customers so that we can ship it to customers in a very timely way, which improves customer service. That's what we're about. If there's one thing Amazon.
The main road is next to the
Yeah, but this is the Judean Square looks like. It's like, you know, it's an enclave of like Palestinian like territory inside an Israeli territory inside. Like this is the format. This is the reality. But when I ask about human rights, what do you want?
What I want?
I don't know. I will not ask you personal questions, but so I will just make statements. As you probably know, if not from yourself, but from your elders or parents, there were not always checkpoints. And the checkpoints came after the intifadas, and the number of terror attacks reduced dramatically. So this is to answer why do we do this check.
Let her respond for a little bit. Thanks.
Let's forget about the roads. We don't need. Okay, fine. I'll give up on my right to nice roads.
She has a lower voice. Your voice is coming across much louder, so I just let her speak for a little bit.
I would not tolerate your interference.
You're talking over her.
In this.
So,
Buttercup, believe me, I have enough empathy and understanding, and you're just irritating. Please do not interfere. If you will interfere, you can handle this. Judy has a voice, and you talking for her doesn't amplify her voice. You are actually making her sound weaker when you need to fight for her. Go ahead, Judy.
On my rides to a nice road. I'll use a dirt road. What about?
You should fight for your right for
No.
a nice
It's
road.
water distribution, unequal water distribution in the West Bank. Have you
But
not?
I think there's a problem here. At the end, there's a Palestinian Authority, right?
Yeah, but
and
who
it's
controls
their
the water?
responsibility.
Mekorot, the Israeli National Water Company, is in charge of the water distribution in the West Bank.
So you prefer that you?
Water in the West Bank.
But it's weird, Judy, because we are providing you with water that you. I'm saying
No, I'm
you
not
as a
providing
woman.
you with water. The land is providing me with water.
No, the land is not providing you. The water is coming from the from Tibet, from the Kinneret, and it's being, there are a lot of people and infrastructure that are involved in it. It doesn't magically appear. And if the land brings you water, then go and dig a well and take it. But you're asking for water, I understand. Yeah, it's the Palestinian Authority, and you guys, you need to
You're getting this wrong. The whole groundwater, the main source of water in the West Bank is groundwater, and that's controlled by the Israeli National Water Company, Mekorot. So, and they do divert the groundwater to Israeli settlers, putting restrictions on Palestinian extraction and usage. Look it up. Just read about how Palestinian.
Listen, the water from Mekorot is coming from the Kinneret. If anything, maybe there's a small amount that you get from groundwater. The majority of the water is coming from the huge, big body of water that we have. We don't need to come up with maybe there's a bit of water. Come on, Judy. Let's be honest. At the end, if you wanna water a population of over 2 million people, it's not from this well water that is there. Okay, it's from this huge lake that is being filtered and transported, and it costs money. I mean, even me as an Israeli citizen, I need to pay money for water. And if I don't pay, they can shut me down. I mean, they would warn me and whatnot. At the end, yes, you want to have infrastructure, and I'm not saying you should not that you don't deserve it. You do, but you need to, to do something about it, not just.
Who's gonna let me do anything? It's weird police. We can't.
I tell you what, the reason you can do.
Point A to point B.
You can do.
The Palestinian Authority doesn't represent me. They represent themselves, and they don't care about Palestinians.
I agree that they don't care about you.
Keep going, Judy. Judy, can you give us an overview just of the daily life for Palestinians in the West Bank? Talk about how many days a week do you have water? How many days do you have electricity? How do you figure out?
You muted me? I just want to know if there was a bug.
It was a bug. It was a bug.
Are you serious? Because I'm not looking at my phone, and if I'm talking to myself.
No, we heard you. We heard you.
Okay, so I was unmuted.
Judy, can you just give us an overview of what life is like in the West Bank?
Wait, I'm reading the comments really quick.
Buttercup, don't make me regret it, please. Okay? If you cannot control yourself. Tell me. I'd rather not have this big dramatic exit. Just tell me if you cannot control yourself, and that is fair.
Daniel, I think I'm being pretty fair to you. I would like you to just let Judy be a little more generous.
I'm not asking.
Talk over her. She has a lower voice than you.
So you did mute me. So why did you lie?
I did mute you because I wanted to give her a chance to talk. She doesn't have a lot of time, so I just didn't want it to be over.
Buttercup. Really, I didn't want to come to your room exactly because of that kind of behavior.
Daniel, I respect you. You're my friend. I'm giving you a platform.
I'm telling you that I don't need you to be the biased judge that you're always. If you don't, and this is something that everybody told you. Let Judy speak for herself. You don't need.
You're not letting her speak. You're talking over her. Stop talking over her and I won't mute you. Got
Stop
it?
being the big savior, okay?
She doesn't have, I'm going to give, Judy, I'm going to give you a mod button and you can mute him if he interrupts you, okay?
Exactly. Thank you.
Judy, to mute him, you click on his profile and you can hit mute if he's making too much noise. Now, can you just give us an overview of what life is like in the West Bank with water?
Buttercup, you're making a lot of noise, so please stop making noise.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Judy.
I want to answer the question about building roads, right? Because Palestinians don't have autonomy over building roads or major infrastructure. They really need permits from Israeli authorities. Did you know that?
Yeah, but it seems like you're playing naive, as if those things are like all of a sudden. I mean, we don't want to be there. We don't want to do that. The reason that this is happening is because there is a threat.
Palestinian. Okay, did you know that I tried to enroll my daughter in my Palestinian passport? There's no such a thing as a Palestinian passport, by the way. It's just a fake document because after you apply for a Palestinian passport, it has to go to the civil administration to get approved. Did you know that? So we don't.
No, about Palestinian.
Yes. It has to go to civil administration before. So first, let me go back.
Civil administration. Israeli one?
Yeah, the Israeli one. So before I apply, let's say, okay, I want to get my daughter who was born in the U.S. and actually I've gone through the process. Listen, hear me out. I want to get my daughter who was born in the U.S. A Palestinian passport. So I go to West Bank. I go to their interior ministry, right? And I submit the application. And then they come back to me and they say, you cannot apply for the Palestinian passport without having Hawiyah. You know the Hawiyah or the green ID? The green ID that's issued by the civil administration in the West Bank. So don't tell me that Palestinians have autonomy.
What is civil administration? What unit is this?
Civil administration it's everywhere in the West Bank. Like if you want to get a permit to travel to Jerusalem, you have to go to civil administration. If you want to get
it's a Palestinian thing?
It's an Israeli thing.
Okay, so what do you say? I mean, obviously, I know that Palestinians is not, as you said, it's not a real country. You can say sovereignty, but at the end,
everything goes to civil administration, Israeli civil administration, Israeli military / civil authority, and they have a lot of offices in the West Bank. I have been to their office many times.
Okay, so
don't tell me that we can build roads. Don't tell me that we can.
You can build roads. The thing is that
Israeli permit.
The thing is that the problem. No. First of all, you are building roads and you are building stuff, and the thing is
what in the
that
West Bank? You
see.
Can't do a thing in the West Bank.
You see you seem to ignore the big problem. Why all this is there? All those checkpoints and all those like limitations and restrictions and checks.
Why? Why do you think they are there?
No, you tell me why.
Because I'm a
You tell me why.
Because you think that you deserve nice roads and water every day.
No.
You don't think that
No, try again. Why? Why do you think this is?
Because a few groups of people decided to do whatever. Like, you want to call them terrorist attacks? Fine, call them terrorist attacks, but
No, I'm asking you. Why do you think this is happening? Because it seems like it's just a few people making like I don't know, like pranks, right? And we are like over responding, or like we just want to have nicer roads. If those are the excuses that you're really saying to yourself, and I'm wondering if you're honest with me right now, if you really believe what you're right now saying, that those things are happening, A, because we want to have better roads, or B, because there are like a few groups of people that are doing stuff that I want to call them terrorists, you call them something else. Are you honest with me, Judy?
Well, what are we talking about? Like throwing rocks? Like, what are we referring to? Can we get on the same page?
I'm asking her why are those checkpoints and restrictions and limitations and checks? Why is this happening? And the first answer was because we want to have better, nicer roads than them, which is obviously not the right answer. The second answer, you don't know?
No.
Like, what do you assume? Like, this is like falling from, like, no idea why there are like checkpoints and all this?
Yeah, because they want to maintain security for the settlers in those things. But that happens at the expense of millions of us.
Really? This is what you believe? Because of
100%.
All this is happening because...
So how has it changed since you were a kid? So since you were a kid, the checkpoints have grown. Has it gotten better, worse? Like, how has the transportation changed as the settlements grow?
Why do you move the topic from the key point that we're at of why this is happening?
I think it might be a clue. You know, when she was younger, there were checkpoints everywhere. Now there's even more. And what about the settlements? They're even bigger. So
how about there were times there
maybe
were no
there's a correlation.
When did the checkpoint? No, so let's see when the settler starts, and let's see when the checkpoint started.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's see when the checkpoint started.
Go for it. You never
like. I'm wondering for you. Like I know this, and it seems like you don't know why these things are happening.
No, I'm telling you, it's because they keep expanding the settlements, and they have a lot of settlers. They need to maintain security for the settlers.
How many Judy, how many terror attempts came this year, 2025, from West Banks to Israel, not settlers? How many do you think?
I think Thanksgiving was last month.
I don't know how many.
Whatever you
I would say I haven't heard of. I'm not following the news on like how many.
We lost you.
No, we lost you. Hold on. Tell us when you're back. Hold on, Judy. We cannot hear you. We're losing you. And I didn't say attacks, I said terror attacks. I don't know what she...
Well, why don't you answer the question for her, because she said she doesn't know.
More than 1,000.
Hi, sorry, my internet is not really working.
More than 1,000 what?
But zero success? 100%?
No, also success. Also success. We also know of the successes, unfortunately.
I mean, but the West Bank has largely thwarted terror for 20 years, right? In conjunction with Israeli police and the PA working together. Compared to Gaza, at least, it's not like the average person in the West Bank is like plotting terror attack.
Actually, with the West Bank, it's way harder because it's not like a closed area with one wall like Gaza, and way more like traffic in and out. There are way more terror attacks coming from West Bank than from Gaza. From Gaza, we have like rockets and stuff like this. So if they want those tunnels, but we cannot, in a way, stop those attack tunnels.
Daniel, you're a kind person. Why can't you at least acknowledge that life is hard for Judy and her family? Like, just acknowledge it.
Of course it's hard.
Sucks.
I understand.
To have water twice a week is not something you've ever experienced in your life, you know?
I understand this, but I think that in order to change it, crying about it and blaming Israel for it, which is not the reason, I don't think will resolve it. And because I have empathy for the situation, and I think it should change, she doesn't even know why it's happening. So how can it stop? Just saying, our life is bad is not enough.
You gotta go. You gotta go, JD?
Yeah, I have to go. I'll try to come back in 20 minutes if I get it.
Okay, no worries. See you later. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Almost. Coexistence.
Almost we left because he fell asleep. We couldn't bring Judy on stage, and so we had to leave. It was personal. Listen, Daniel, I think there's just like a gentler way to ask these questions without like just like denying her experience, you know?
No one was denying your experience. The thing is that you have stuff in your ears that you have.
I feel like you're saying it's your fault that she doesn't have roads. You're blaming her for. You're saying you're basically asking her to think introspectively about why she's blamed for.
I didn't get that impression. I think he was trying to point out that like the people that are responsible for building and maintaining the roads there aren't the Israeli government. And if you're looking, over into the next area over where the Israeli government does have the jurisdiction to build and maintain roadways, and they have nice roads, it's not their fault that the people that have jurisdiction over your area aren't building and maintaining nice roads.
Cora, growing up, she had access to large roads, and all these were shut down. So now they're all limited to one road. Over time, it's become more and more restricted under the guise of security, right? And it's not like whenever we talk about this with Judy, it's not like she disputes that, like, okay, they need to have at the border, you need to have checkpoints to prevent any bad shit from coming in. But she's saying that the checkpoints have gone so out of control and they pop up everywhere that sometimes you'll have 3-4 checkpoints on one road just from like a small town to the major city. And it's become like completely clogged and unlivable. And after October 7, these checkpoints became even more restrictive and suffocating. Some of these are just punitive. It's not clear what the military purpose is. Some of it is just to like prevent, it's surrounding like.
Why do you think it's punitive? Based on what?
Because they do this after a lot of these checkpoints popped up after October 7, even though it wasn't the West Bank that did October 7, right? And also the restrictions. So it's collective punishment.
It's not collective punishment. Did you see what was the findings in Jenin and all those places? Did you see like all the
Why did they reverse all
fighting back?
Yeah, she doesn't live in Jenin. She's nowhere near Jenin. She's never been to Jenin in her life, okay? She's from
but you're talking about the West Bank and after 7th of October and the operation that happened on 7th of October. So, like you're saying that the West Bank didn't commit 7th of October, that is true. It doesn't mean that there are no like terror cells there and like a major support for Hamas.
Daniel.
And there is a threat there.
Daniel, there's like several. Judy's explained this before that like because of all these checkpoints, the West Bank is very fragmented. So each of these cities that has its own cluster of villages around are completely segregated. She hasn't been to most of them. She's been to Nablus once in her life. She's been to Bethlehem once in her life, and the rest.
Sonuç çok isterim. Mesela Afrika'da bir ülkeye gidip böyle evlendikten sonra bayağı balayını
You are here, I'm the library of Alistair Crowley. Topical labor, a venom alive.
Up to another point, this was like something else. And you talk about talking without thinking, let's stay focused. Those videos that are going forward, what do you think about this?
So there was rumors immediately after October 7th that there were workers in Israel that were spying for Hamas when they helped discover the land around and took photos and provided intelligence. Then the show back a few months later. This was all over the Israeli media, everyone believed it, and then 2 months later she
Alistair Crowley liver, Silver so figure out a fear. Silver so figure out fear.
The law is strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I-14, thy hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will, as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will. When, where, and with whom he will. I-51. 5 man has the right to kill those who thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. I-57, you are here. I'm the library of Alistair Crowley. Technical livers of Thelma Liber. Oh, some figure on every trace of liber. Oh, some figure on every side by metadata. Alistair Crowley livers, liber. Oh, some figure on every concordance. Alistair Crowley livers, liber. Oh, some figure on every Alistair Crowley liver, liver. Oh, some figure on the law, the strong. This is our law, and the joy of the world. You and thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I-40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. When man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, to mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will, as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. Because the people that make the decision are the people that are intelligent, not like based on like common perception and what the news are talking about or punishment. So and the more they actually not
didn't know it's just worse.
No, I don't agree with you.
That's how democracies work.
I understand.
And furthermore, you're telling me to think, and
I'm telling you that no, I don't think. So
you don't see the connection there? Like not even a little bit?
I really don't.
And possibly.
Okay, maybe I'm slurring.
I mean, why would a person
being a little bit disingenuous?
I think it's usually the other way around.
I think that because I don't agree with you.
They'll get intelligence that isn't information that's known to the general public, but they'll have to take kind of rather public measures to act on the intelligence. But then they strategically make some information public to justify the action. They're already justified. It's just.
But once they had more info, they never revoked the policy, and so now you have 2,000.
They probably should revisit it, but it's again, you know.
The entire
I think it
community.
makes sense.
I don't think it could be explored. The economy in the West Bank is highly dependent on these.
No, I think that the decision is legitimate. If even without zero, I think that maybe it even came before those stories. I think it was like an immediate reaction of okay, we're stopping everything. We are gonna blocking off. We were attacked by thousands of Gazans, and also starting from Lebanon, it was supposed to create like a fire belt around us from everywhere. So I don't think that we can check, but I would assume that this like stopping the visas came before those stories came out.
Those stories came out like immediately.
And the blockade, and this stop of visa, when did it stop?
The stop of what?
The stopping, canceling their visas. I think it happened immediately. I think it happened on the same day or the day after.
Why so 2 years later have they not put it back? And then if people don't have jobs in the West Bank, that contributes to men sitting around not having anything to do, just building resentment. That doesn't help reduce terror.
Who cares? What do you? Who cares?
I'm saying if you want to stabilize.
The first, no, we don't want to stabilize. We want to protect ourselves and carry to them.
It's for the policy. It hurts Israel. It's not in Israel's long term interest.
No, it's not. It's all about long term. Again, wake up, Barack. There was like this huge, massive attack against Israel.
On the other front, not on the West Bank.
I never heard of it. No, Daniel.
Yeah, actually, I think like we woke up in the morning and like, oh, what is the policy that we should do?
We're acknowledged October 7. What are you talking about? This is the whole point.
But this is
the reason that this is happening.
No, but Daniel, this has been the policy
the number of actually if the people go check the number, it's the opposite because the policy was to make them happy. Look at the number of visas that were issued to Palestinians year by year, month to month. You will see constant increase. A week before 7th of October, there was a discussion about doubling the number of visas. So there will be more. The misconception was that if they're happy, then they will, like everybody else, just wanna go to work, get a job. What?
That's the thing that worked in the West Bank. It's just Gaza wasn't dealt with in the same way. Yeah, Gaza wasn't dealt with in the same way. But it did. Like living conditions in the West Bank were much better than Gaza. Right?
You're right.
For your average Palestinian, yes. Right? So had you had similar living conditions in the West Bank as you had in Gaza, you might not have had something like October 7th happen. In addition to that, you also had the really stupid policy of supporting Hamas that Netanyahu had, not you personally, which obviously backfired because it was much easier to deal with it.
Listen, I tell you what, it's a lose-lose situation because at the end, Hamas, this is the reality. They are a terror organization, but they're also the government of Gaza.
Listen, man, calling them a terror organization, like Israel's a terror organization.
You didn't listen to this is so childish. You didn't even listen to
Come on.
What was this was a stupid reaction.
We're going to get into
what I said. I can repeat. I can know what you said. What I said.
The thing is, it's emotional.
No, it's not emotional. Listen again to what I'm saying. And your reaction was emotional and knee-jerk. I will say again, Hamas is a terror organization, but it is also the legitimate government of Gaza. So whenever you give them money, you can always look at it in two ways. One, we are helping the poor Palestinians. On the other hand, we are supporting a terrorist organization. You understand? If, for example, we did not allow Qatari money to go into Gaza, the claim would be not Israel is not supporting terrorism, but Israel is denying the money from Qatar for the rebuildment and for the Palestinian people. That is the trick.
Yeah, I understand, but the actual intention of the policy that Netanyahu had with regards to supporting Hamas was to keep Hamas or the West Bank and Gaza divided vis-a-vis.
Yes, but they were divided.
And
blaming us for their division.
No, I'm not blaming you for.
So what?
Daniel, I'm not blaming Israel for the division amongst the Palestinians, but I am blaming specifically the Israeli government under Netanyahu for perpetuating this division. Like, you know that this is what Israel did.
Okay, so
what's the point? It's very smart. If you had, hypothetically speaking, Daniel,
I'm so weird to me that like people are like having like zero like accountability to the Palestinians, even like it's so weird to me.
But we're talking about Israel right now. If you want to talk about I talk about that all the time, right? However, right?
And by the way, Judy talks about it all the time. Her harshest criticism is for the PA and
yeah, I heard it.
Yeah,
I heard it now. She said that the reason that our checkpoints is because we want to have better roads and because a few people, I don't want to call them terrorists. She wasn't taking responsibility. Maybe like.
Why doesn't she take responsibility for whatever events you're claiming are happening that she's unaware of?
Accountability because it's her people. The same reason that because blaming Israel for everything would just keep her in the same position. Introspection is about their own people, about their own society, about their own government, not about Israel and we don't have this and Israel should give us this, give us human rights. You want human rights? Okay, so make sure that clean out your terrorism and we don't need those checkpoints.
But literally the PA works with the IDF to clean out terrorism. They literally do that.
Okay, not good enough.
What do you want? What else do you want? Do you want Judy herself to go with a pitchfork and chase down the terrorists?
No, I don't
Yes, Daniel, the reason why people put a little bit more emphasis on blaming Israel is because Israel is in a position of power. It's like trying to blame the Democrats when the Republicans are in charge. So you can't really do that. I'm not saying that we should not be self-critical. I'm not saying that there's a valid criticism of all of these things.
Benya, are you trying to say that Israel should provide for all the security in the West Bank?
No, not necessarily.
So how are they in power?
What I am saying is that when we talk about these issues and we're pointing out the things that Israel is doing and some of the things that they're doing right and some of the things that they're doing wrong, right? You can't blame us for talking more about Israel and their administration of the occupied territories as opposed to talking about the Palestinians who are not really in a position of power to start with in order to change things. Like the Palestinian Authority doesn't even have the right to collect taxes. Like how effective is your administration going to be if you can't even collect taxes to get shit done? Right? Now, what I was saying earlier is had you had, hypothetically speaking, not done the policy of trying to perpetuate the divide between the Palestinian Authority and Hamas and splitting Gaza from West Bank, and had you instead had a policy in Gaza similar to that of the West Bank, right, in which living standards were actually pretty good. I remember before October 7th, there were Palestinians living in Canada and America who were actually going back. They're like, hey, this is actually pretty good.
Shocking.
So, had you had that kind of situation in Gaza, you might not have gone to October 7th. But you intentionally had a policy.
Yeah, but your argument falls flat though, because you're trying to say that you want to criticize Israel more because they're in a more powerful position. Now you're admitting that in Gaza, Hamas is in control, so you cannot criticize Israel. But you want to criticize Israel in area A and B where they're not in control.
But Israel controls the borders. They control all permits.
Yeah, but the problem is not the borders. Terrorists are not born at the borders. They're not fed these, stories.
Can we focus on the West Bank? And the West Bank, the government works closely with the IDF.
They control everything that comes in and out.
They want to put like a blockade on it. But obviously they're in position of power.
We're talking about people. We're talking about what are they taught?
Even people getting in and out of the Gaza, you need Israeli permission. Like you can't. Even this is why international law recognizes Gaza as an
They use
occupation.
electricity punitively. They control electricity,
Yeah, but
turn it off punitive.
Yes, they do.
They turn
Electricity
on water
and water, I agree.
punitively. They turn off
I
roads
agree. Water, electricity,
punitively.
yeah.
This is collective
Yes.
punishment. This is a crime against humanity. It's
No, yeah, that's occupation. That's control.
This is not my argument. Irrespective of what's going on, and yeah, irrespective of what's going on, all these atrocities, right? Stealing electricity, stealing water, right? Making sure it doesn't get diverted equally. Irrespective of all of this, it's not the responsibility of Israel to teach Palestinian kids that it's wrong to kill Jews.
No, yeah. It is the
when we talk about security, we know
you don't do that for that doesn't. You're distracted. You don't punish an entire population because some of them teach their kids that bad shit. Okay.
They're not getting punished for that. They're getting punished for the second intifada. That's the reason why the
20 years later, they're still being punished for the second intifada.
So here's the thing: there was no separation wall, right? Because of the second intifada, they created a separation wall. They created these checkpoints, and terrorism has, never gone that much up as during the second intifada. So like it works. Is it fair? No.
But even though it hasn't gone up, they keep adding more and more checkpoints as the settlements grow.
Yes.
Because the settlements grow.
Before October 7th.
Way before October 7th.
It's very intricate. The whole way is carved up, fragmented area A, B, and C.
Intricate,
It's very, very
Benny,
complex.
it's very intricate.
It is when you move one area to another.
They have control over the water and the electricity and the borders.
But the fact is, the entire population has water twice a week, Samson.
Actually.
It's not normal.
Wait. Are we talking about resources or are we talking about roads? What do you want to talk about?
All of it is part of the conditions of life. I think the reason when you say, oh, Judy, why don't you tell your people to stop throwing rocks and teaching their kids to hate? I don't think you understand that her family, who grew up in a refugee camp, which is the level of poverty you can't even begin to fathom, they're just worried about having water, getting to take a shower twice a week, okay? They're worried about having electricity for 12 hours a day. They're worried about getting to school without being forced off the road and being covered in mud because soldiers are forcing them off the road. This is their daily existence. They don't have time to think about what someone in Jenin is doing and whether they're teaching their kids to hate. They're just trying, literally, I don't think you realize how consuming it is to just try to get enough water to shower.
I am Iranian. If you remember, in Tehran, we don't have any water. We don't blame the international community. Daniel is absolutely right. This is introspection. You have to acknowledge that there was something wrong.
So you're saying Judy should blame herself for not having water to shower?
I'm saying Judy should blame herself. What I'm saying
we're
is
not having meals on the table. Judy should worry about why she did wrong to deserve it.
Keep blaming Israel for everything. Okay?
Israel
there is a reason they're on the situation
these should be rights, okay? These should be bare necessities should be met regardless of what you think the population did, okay? And Judy is not responsible for other people in Jenin and what they are doing. So to punish her and say you can't have water for 5 out of 7 days a week it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't accomplish anything militarily. There's no purpose.
Okay, well, how do you explain Gaza then? They had everything. They had all the aid driven in.
She has nothing to do with Gaza. Right? You're conflating completely.
No. I'm trying to argue. We're doing anthropology here. How come that in Gaza there was none of this for 20 years and they still did October 7th? I'm trying to argue the case that
Hamas controlled it, of course.
Even if you didn't have the electricity and the water in the West Bank, they would still do terrorism. That's my point.
Wait, you're saying like Gaza was free, like everybody had free flowing water? Like
I'm saying they had water and electricity.
They didn't have free.
They had all these things. They had 600 trucks driving in every single day. They had 2,900 calories daily per mouth in Gaza. Okay. Why?
Because they're controlled by a terror group. We already know why, Samson. We're talking about the West Bank, which rejects terror.
So there you have it. There's the answer.
Samson, we're talking about the West Bank, which rejects terror and actually works with the Israelis to fight it. And those guys are being punished just way more punitively than Gaza. Forget Gaza. She doesn't know a single person in Gaza. So leave her alone. Leave Gaza out of it. Her family's separate because of what you're claiming is happening in Jenin, right? What is this little girl supposed to do when she is forced off just trying to shower twice a week and they can't get water twice a week? What's she supposed to do about it? You're saying she should go run to Jenin and tell them to stop teaching their kids to hate and then be a little more introspective about the people in Jenin who teach their kids to hate? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
So what we Iranians we do.
She's never been to Ginny in her life, by the way, because there's too many checkpoints.
I'm not talking about Ginny. I'm talking about being responsible for your own actions. Not in her place. It's not Ginny.
Why can't she shower because of people in Ginny?
We're not talking Ginny. We're talking about everything that precedes Ginny. Have we already been free in the area the last 100 years? Is that what we're doing now?
It's successfully thwarted terrorists in conjunction with the IDF for 20 years. The people of the West Bank should enjoy some basic level of bare necessities being met, and yet they don't. People who grow up where she grew up don't have running water for 5 days a week. They don't have electricity full time for most of the day, and they don't have functioning roads, and they have multiple checkpoints just to get to school, right? And this is something that's gotten more and more restrictive over time, despite the fact that they are not teaching their kids to hate, and they are not producing terror attacks. And in fact, the government works closely.
Judy confirmed that. So why are you lying about that?
What Judy says is they politicize school.
Thank God the migraine is over. Buttercup's migraine creation is over. Oh, Prince is here. Prince could probably create new migraines for people, I'm sure. He doesn't create peace. When was the last time you led a peace meditation seminar, Prince? Never heard it. Can't wait to get invited to your first yoga peace meditation event. I'm sure it's coming out soon. I'm sure you're organizing people for peace and meditation. Oh, back to the gym and more propaganda. Yeah, El Normo, when they become hippies and they put down all their weapons and they just want to do yoga class all day long and read books and bring in international investment and drop their terrorist role-playing identities, then maybe you'll see a love fest and you'll see peace. But sorry, El Normo, I don't think you're ever going to see it because it's machismo. It's baked into the culture. I mean, just imagine Buttercup at some checkpoint in the West Bank with her Kevlar on in some watchtower. And next thing you know, there's 18 people there throwing rocks at her. And she's on the loud mic, Karening them to death, saying, why are you doing this to me? I'm here to try to protect you. I'm here to try to help you. Why are you trying to kill me? And the next thing you know, Buttercup would just turn into fried chicken. And that'd be the end of Buttercup because she is an armchair warrior who comes on here and acts like a Karen. And, you know, the law of kill or be killed or be strong is the joy of the world. And she is just one of the dumbest, most obnoxious, horribly migraine-inducing young women I've heard in quite a while. And that's why she's so entertaining.
Realize you're all just psyops.
We're not all psyops, Danny. Some of us are, well, that's just an all or nothing statement. Some people are transparent and truthful, and other people have agendas and maybe aspirations, and they really don't care about their security, their own kin security. I mean, it's just irrational, obnoxious people who just don't believe in the law. They are just above the law. Their political opinions transcend the law, and therefore they come on here and they do their Karen voices and they get the attention that they're looking for. But meanwhile, their political opinions are garbage, and they should be criticized, and they should be documented, and they should know that they're schmucks.
Do you hate my political opinions?
At Clown University? Are you kidding me? Why would I hate a fellow clown?
I'm not a clown. I'm not on the clown.
You're not? I got pictures of you dressed up as a clown.
Oh, Normo.
What are you talking about, Danny? I got pictures of you dressed up as a clown.
It's a clown contour.
Oh, I thought this was like here, PTR. I thought this was your audition photo for Clown University. Isn't that?
It's the clown contour.
Isn't that when you got your clown master's degree?
Who has 349 pictures and had that up?
I don't know. I saw your picture, your Clown University picture earlier. Marshall has a Clown University jacket on, actually. He has a very astute cheetah jacket that he attracts all the ladies with. It's such a beautiful jacket. I'm sure he got it at Goodwill. Anyways, Danny, this is the Poly Arab Love Fest. Now with more love.
Happy Thanksgiving, you know? I tell you my opinion on that, but we might have issues. And Christopher Columbus was a Jew.
Well, they're coming out with this new Cortez movie, which is the ultimate genocide, I guess, in Mexico at Tenochtitlan or whatever. It's like this crazy, colonialist movie.
What is the psyop of El Normo leaving and coming back?
He's trying to draw in some fish or some flies like Simon here. Simon's just this horribly little toxic fly. You could also call it rat traps. There's a lot of rats on this app that, are attracted to cheese. Then they get caught in the trap.
Yes, that happened to me, right?
It happens to the best of them. Because sometimes you don't know whether you're the spider or the fly.
No, I'm definitely the fly, man.
The Brundle fly.
I don't know what that means, but it's weird.
It's from the movie The Fly.
That's Cronenberg or no?
Maybe.
I think it might be, I know my stepmom's first cousin, I think, is married to him, but she died. And, he's a great director.
The Fly.
I almost got to go to the premiere, but I didn't get to go. I was waiting to find out, all day. So what's the point of this room?
There's no point of any of these rooms. Don't you get that? It's a total waste of time. I'm here just wasting time, pretending to be a fly.
What is El Normo doing?
He's, like you said, he's running the PSYOP. What do you mean, what is he doing?
Hi, my audio wasn't working. Could you please mod me, Danny? Would you be so kind?
I'm confused.
Thank you. And music, would you go into that other room now?
Mm-hmm.
And
paste the link from this room in that room, and tell them to come in here if they're sick of listening to Buttercup.
Okay, we'll do. Give me 1 sec.
Appreciate it.
Let's go about Palestinians. So by that logic, I would assume one needs a security apparatus to protect the Palestinians from crazy, murderous Israelis who need to be penned in and restricted in their movements. And the Israelis should pass through checkpoints to make sure they're safe to pass, so that the Palestinians can be protected from murderous terrorist Israelis. Is that not a fair logical assumption to make?
No, because most Palestinians are getting killed during wars, not for terrorist acts.
Well, we know that settlers are famously randomly sniping.
Kind of Canadian. I don't know how that works.
I mean, did they live in Canada?
Her mom and dad definitely did. I don't know if she was born there or here, but like, you have. I'm not gonna ask. It's not my business.
My app is completely screwed. I don't know. I'm just trying to make a conversation with you about Cronenberg. What did you want to know about Cronenberg?
So if you knew him, because music brought him up.
Yeah. So did you put the link to the room in their music?
Yep. Promoted the room.
What's that?
I promoted this room. I told everybody to join this room if you're sick of giving Buttercup your energy for her brain rot.
Did you put the link to the room in there?
Yeah.
Excellent. In the chat?
Yep.
Good. Okay. Now, who else should we go try to steal back into this room?
I don't know, Samson, because if we get the only opponent in there out, it'll basically create a vacuum and then her room will implode.
Who's the only opponent?
Samson is the only pro-Israel speaker in there.
What about Daniel left already?
Did he leave? I don't know. Daniel should get some type of an award. We should get some Jewish organization in America to give Daniel some type of online Jewish hero award.
He is a Jewish hero. I love the guy.
Yeah, he should get some type of award. So I was like, if there's one person who deserves an award and a vacation from this app, it's you. I doubt you've gotten paid a penny from having all these never-ending debates with people telling them that killing people is wrong.
I really hope that these people do get paid. I'm just convinced I'm the only one that hasn't.
I'm not getting paid. I can't even invite friends. The app is completely glitched out. I was there before. I had no audio.
I'm really pissed off about these Turner Diaries, you know?
I can't stand Pepe.
Isn't she great music? I feel like she's your kind of guy.
I hate Pepe so much. When he starts talking about Nazi accelerationists, I want to just smash my phone because I can't stand listening to him. I cannot stand having that little rat echo in my brain for just one sentence.
But he's a character.
He's not. He is a Nazi. He is a white supremacist scumbag who comes on here and talks about Nazi accelerationism. It's disgusting. He's a loser.
Like it's a bad thing.
He's a loser, and it's just so disgusting. He's such a repulsive human being. Imagine if some girl went out on a date and was like, "So what do you talk about on the internet?" He's like, I talk about that. The Nazi acceleration. Like, he's just so disgustingly stupid and obnoxious and pathetic. I mean, that's why I come on here to just roast people, because they're never going to join a library, read books, explore their brains and the universe. They're just the dumbest, stupidest people. I can't stand them. Some of them particularly.
Well, he's obviously hateful, but in any movie, you have to have an interesting villain. He's the villain.
He's not an interesting villain. He is like the Down syndrome rat in a prison who doesn't get any attention but loves to try to like cheer on hate, you know? He's just a pathetic, disgusting human being. He's a loser. Same with Randy Rabbi McDickerson, another vulgar, profane, low IQ idiot. I just love roasting these people because they are just the dumbest, most vulgar, profane people I've ever heard in my life. And they do it because they do it anonymously here.
I can't even get my invite people thing to load. My app is completely screwed. You think there's problems in the world? I can't invite people to my clubhouse room. That's a problem.
Yeah. That's a great first world problem to have.
I think they're fake breaking Clubhouse, so because they've been trying to get me off of here. You know?
Say that
again. Nothing.
This app is going to go out of business eventually. There's no way it can continue unless it gets bought out or something because there's no ads. Nobody is doing, like, we have one anonymous in here. We have one loser giving this stupid corporation $5 a month. One loser to listen to this pathetic conversation about nothing. How is this a business? This would be like me starting this business and then somehow winging it and keeping it afloat for years without ever turning a profit, ever, but yet holding town halls and talking about new functionality week after week. It's like, I like a salary, you know. I guess there's people
a little bit ridiculous, right?
It's so cool.
You guys get a nice salary, so that's good. It's just as long as the tourists keep coming, you know.
I'm making bank. I'm not gonna lie, Danny.
I know.
I'm making out like a bandit here.
I know. We know who you're selling all the data to. All normal. You're selling it to Mossad, and they're paying you a pretty price. Pretty price for all this data.
So I'm reading about this guy that turned into a girl that was a neo-Nazi named Donna Langen. Have you heard of them?
No.
No. But I like that you use the correct pronouns. That's very progressive of you.
The Aryan Republican Army.
But they're transgender?
Yeah, that's the funniest part of it. Yeah, they have a very interesting story, you know.
I like Dave very much. Dave, I like you more than you know. Why are you laughing?
Buttercup kicked me. When I just writing comment.
She kicked you out of the room?
Yeah, I was dismantling every single point of Judy. Right, it started with the dirt root and then went to water. Before I start talking about water, I got kicked out already.
So just now?
Yeah. You know, in that church of Buttercup, right?
Yes.
So Judy was talking about the dirt road. Immediately, you know, just think about where she's living. If under PLO, right, is highly corrupt. No, they don't care about their people. They don't care about infrastructure, right? They just care about paying Palestine to kill Jews, right? So how could they expect good infrastructure? And then why do they complain that, you know?
I agree with you 100%, Dave.
Yeah, but the thing is, this kind of rhetoric only work with super useful idiot, you know, who lack knowledge about the history of this area, right? That's why Buttercups work, because he's surrounded by useful idiot, and he thought it might work with, you know, Jewish or Zionists who are experienced.
Well, this is the game that Buttercup plays. I think it's her political aspiration, and I think anybody who entertains her or engages with her on the regular, they have to, you know, do some introspection themselves and say, why am I wasting so much time talking to this Karen on a conference call? Like, what's wrong with me? Why am I choosing to listen to this and let her live rent-free in my brain? This is really stupid and a waste of time.
The Jewish, this is what Jewish like to do: debate. And now they are desperate. They're running out of people to debate.
I think it's probably pretty easy to forget that you love your neighbor and you forget that sacred law and rule that everyone should abide by because of anger. And it's really a failure of communication, meaning that people don't know themselves enough, therefore they attack their neighbor because they don't realize that by attacking their neighbor they're attacking themselves. So it's a failure of intelligence at the individual level and the super government national level. And so hopefully we can increase our collective consciousness, raise up our IQs as a group so we can prevent violence and, brain rot.
I think I'm Christian. I assume you're Christian. However, majority of Christian, they don't have sufficient knowledge of what's going on in that, the birthplace of Christianity, right? The Bible, the New Testament, cover about 100+ years of the 7,000 year plan of Israeli God, and the Old Testament cover a couple of thousand, right? So that means like New Testament cover a small percentage of the entire 1,000 of years that is combined, Old Testament, New Testament. But still, that place, the Middle East, the around Israel, they have their own way of rule, right? I understand love your neighbor and others, but sometimes it doesn't work for people whose ideology, whose religions include statement that, kill Jews and kill Christianity. And of course that religion provide both sides, peaceful and the not so peaceful, and that is the problem. I have no problem with those Muslims who follow the peaceful part, but the world, we are now in this difficult situation because there exists a portion of that Quran that are being exploited by extremists who use it to fight a war since 1,400 years. So for Christian, it's important to understand that, and in 2025, try to adapt what they understand in New Testament, hopefully with the Old Testament, the role of Christian in 2025.
See, the thing about Buttercup is she's like a jihadist Jane or a Tokyo Jane who does propaganda broadcasting. It's not educational. It's not like you're sitting in a desk listening to a professor lecture, or you're reading a book about something or writing an essay and analyzing something. Thus, she's just a propagandist producer, creator, distributor. She is a mind virus. And that's why I like recording people, because in a way, it resolves it for me personally, and at the same time, I'm killing two birds with one stone by documenting it and reporting anything that I think is, too outlandish, over the top, or potentially violent. And as Pepe, the Nazi accelerationist, was going into earlier today, who couldn't understand the concept of imminent or imminency, he is that stupid that he thinks he can go on a street corner and scream all this profane vulgarities out into the air.
Don't rant about these people. It's not productive. And it's imminence, not imminence. Pepe is a character you need in a room is opposition. So he'll argue. So if you want to create like sound and fury signifying nothing, Pepe is good for that in the room. It's like, think of
Think of when you used to watch television and there were all these stupid actors in these stupid sitcoms. I don't know how old you are, but think of I Love Lucy and Mr. Mooney, or think of, I don't know, some stupid Three's a Crowd, whatever the name of those stupid sitcoms were. I was like, you see these people, they work in Hollywood, they're annoying, you're sick of them. But, but they do their job. They're in the show.
I get it, but the thing is, I'm trying to improve myself. And if I want to improve the world, I have to improve myself. Listening to Pepe is an opportunity cost that I cannot indulge in the short time span of the few breaths that I have left, that everyone has left. And so all I'm trying to do is roast, what I think is the best barbecue items to roast. But I'll just leave it there. I mean, I understand. I'm just saying that I enjoy roasting the biggest schmucks. And thus, if you've never seen the movie Dinner for Schmucks, you really should see the movie Dinner for Schmucks. It's one of the funniest movies ever made. And it's basically a clown house dinner for the biggest schmucks on here who consider themselves debaters, intellectuals, some type of savior of some sort, some individual who thinks they're pointing out something that nobody else is aware of. Those types of schmucks.
People are not that smart.
It has changed over the months. Yeah? So, people have the capacity to change.
Yeah, but they're not going to get the change that they may want. Like, if you see a beggar on the street saying, change, anybody got any change? He really does want change, but psychologically, he's never going to do the work to change himself. And so schmucks on this app...
Maybe he's doing better than you, okay?
Well, this is why I go back to what I...
My pillow ad is hilarious. Danny, everything you do...
Hilarious. Why do you think it's funny? You think white supremacy is funny? Okay.
No, I'm talking about My Pillow. Your ad in your PTR.
Do you understand it's 1488?
What does that mean? I don't know 14.
That's called a dog whistle.
Okay, I can't hear it because I'm not a dog. I'm a man. I didn't know it was something bad. I thought you put it there because it's just so ludicrous.
No, he's a neo-Nazi and he's showing 1488, which is a neo-Nazi thing.
I just want to
go ahead.
Make your brain a little. So, normal things have changed a lot. This is November 2025, right? And I think Trump administration has activated the ban of Muslim Brotherhood. I think this is one of the most significant next step. What do you think?
It's a good thought. You're right.
Right?
They're illegal in the Arabian Peninsula. They're illegal in Saudi and United Arab Emirates. They hate those extremists. They should be illegal here, and they should kick these people out. You're 100% correct.
And when U.S. started this, it will gradually move to Europe, right? So, and Germany already banned another similar kind of extreme Islamists. They call the Muslim Interactive. It was like 1 or 2 weeks ago. So there was a massive raid all over the Germany. And after that, they conducted urban warfare in the metro station underground, right? So I assume, this is all hypothesis, I assume during the massive raid, they pick out a lot of the hard disk, what kind of things they are thinking about, and if they are thinking about something like October 7 in Berlin, I think that would motivate them to conduct a military operation in the subway in Berlin, right? So, and I think I hope there's a coordination between US and Germany. And I think Marco Rubio, State Department, again, this is yet to be verified, is going to look into situation in Europe work with the European country, look at their justice system to see how they are preventing deportation of extremists. This is what I gather right now, and I hope this happens.
Well, Trump can stay focused on this long enough, you know. I mean, he's doing a lot, and I'm happy. I think he's doing some good things, but I feel like he's done with the Middle East. Like his most important focus.
He's so sick of it.
Is China. That's the real threat.
That yet to be seen, but you know, whenever at Critical Thinking Forum, I hear the remark from both sides, or three sides, Republican, Independent, and Democrat. I learned a lot. I need to learn about how they think, right? So the whole idea is, if you understand Old Testament, right? King David, I mean, he has flaw, right? And God punished him, right? And so if you are in a leadership position and you claim to lead the nation to God, I mean, you have, even with all the flaw, I mean, the most important people Trump has to answer to is God, right? So for that reason, I don't really put too much effort. What most people talk about him is inconsistent. He sometimes could change his mind. I mean, we are dealing with enemy who determined to destroy Western civilization. So I do not mind. Sometimes you have to be very flexible, very agile, very quick to figure out a way to counter the enemy. Yeah. So I don't know why Enoma has disappeared, but anyway. So Enoma is back. So anyway, this is what I learned, what I gather, and the situation now in November 2025 is far much better now than January 2025. But yet there are new challenges coming, and yeah.
Keep it going. I'm going to go into the other room and try to steal some people away. See if you can keep it going. Because we agree too much. We have to have some back and forth.
No, I haven't had a chance to talk to you and Norma. Yeah. So music.
Yeah. He left. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I'm gonna die soon, so I don't really want to listen to this right now.
Do you know Otero? I haven't seen her for a while. Otero? Do you know Otero?
No.
Okay.
No.
How are you? Tired, huh?
Music. Did you see this picture I have up? Are you even hear music? Oh, Normo, did you see this picture I saw today? Look at this picture, El Normo.
Oh, I was muted. I know who it is, Danny. Do you know who it is?
No, I don't know this person in my picture, but you think you know who this person is, but you don't.
I know who it is. I know.
If you were going to open the picture and zoom in, you would not know who this person is. And I was like, okay, I know who you think it is, because I thought it was them too, but it's not.
Okay, you mean they just have a beard that's shaped similarly?
Yeah, it's someone who was on Are We Dating the Same Guy?
What is that? That's an app?
No, it's a place on the internet where women will post men that they're dating to see if other women are fucking them at the same time.
Well, that's weird and funny.
It is the whole thing.
I heard about it in the black rooms.
Yeah, but it's every race is on there. You'll catch some weird anti-Semitism on there.
That's funny.
It's not always funny. Sometimes it's coming from the men, you know? Like, saying horrible stuff.
No, I got to go soon, but maybe one of this day we have a private talk, and I would like to. I'd like to pick your brain, and also, you know, I understand your concern. It's not much going on in Middle East, but it's not over. Okay, so I'd like to have a private talk to you.
Okay, I agree with you. I still think I should support it, even though Trump is done. I'm not done.
No. There's no one with the biggest ball to do the job right now.
I agree.
The truth. I mean, you can be any Western leader, but none of them have the ball to speak the truth, and that is the most priceless right now. Right?
I wish we could motivate countries like Britain to get on the ball.
Yeah, speak to you another time, and normal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Happy Thanksgiving. Take care.
Yeah, thank you.
They improve on their models.
I mean, they're a better alternative than Hamas. Do you think that Israel should have brought them into the Gaza already and allowed them to take over the government? Do you think it was wrong to not plan for the day after?
I don't know if the PA should be like imposed into Gaza.
Like with reforms or whatever. Don't you think they would be a better leadership than what is the alternative? Fatah. Maybe not the specific these guys, you know?
It's already well planned out.
There are cousins that were associated with Fatah at the end.
Yeah, as I understand,
ready to rebuild.
I don't believe that Israel has failed to anticipate like the rebuilding. They know all of the literal names of everyone in Gaza, but more especially the families and like the tribal structures. Like they're interacting with all of them. They know who is in Hamas and who is ready to rebuild Gaza.
They're creating like warlords without creating a government.
Warlords?
Yeah, they're
not warlords.
They're funding and arming these gangs instead of creating a real legitimate government of like the people that are professionals and don't run around with guns.
The entire Middle East is still based.
I don't know what you think government is.
Not the entire Middle East, actually. Not so much Lebanon, but Jordan, Iraq, all of the Khalij. They're also run on tribal systems. You understand that, right? Syria, to some degree, not really, but they're all still based on tribal systems. Like they have their governments, and then they have the tribal system, and the tribal leaders have to meet with the government officials. They want to pass anything, and it's like a whole thing.
Okay.
That's how it's.
Yeah, we know. We're familiar.
That's how they united the Arab Emiratis.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it makes sense to give armed gangs. Instead of building government, they're providing guns to armed gangs.
Palestinians are not.
A government is an armed gang.
No, it's not.
But
how is it not?
You don't know the difference between
a gang is a group of people.
Wait, so you're always trying to draw a differentiation between the Israeli government and Hamas, right? And now you're saying that a legitimate government is the same as an armed.
No, I'm saying a government is a type of armed gang. Yeah.
No, there's
like,
rules and regulations.
We use the vaguer armed gang when we want like an evil armed gang, but like it's always just a gang of
balances and agencies
justifying their own actions with weapons.
To be fair, Buttercup, in this case, he's right.
England, armed gang. America, armed gang. Russia, armed gang. Ukraine, armed gang. China, armed gang. Mafia, armed gang. Hamas,
we got the idea. Stop me, guys. We get it. You don't have to say every example.
Palestinian tribe.
Well, they've already found the people that they want to rule the transition government.
Arab tribes, the Arab. So, do you not feel like you're a little bit maybe not discussing how Palestinians are going to live if you don't even know what their like structure is, or if you're applying like an Arab tribal system to the Palestinians, which isn't going to work because they don't actually.
Just giving a liberal voice to the Palestinian.
Are you talking
I don't
to me,
know, but
Jasmine?
you do not feel like a little bit arrogant?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I don't think I'm American.
No. Okay. All right.
That'll teach you.
You don't feel any sort of like strange arrogance, like speaking over a group of people on the other side of the world where you really don't know the first thing
What do you
about
mean? She
them.
was in the room. The other side of the room was
live.
okay.
No, nothing. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. I mean, it's. I'm sorry, but it's beyond arrogant. It's arrogance, and it's obscene.
Jasmine, this
That
room
you
was
don't
me
know
and
the most
Judy.
basic things.
Me and Judy started this room
I
initially to
understand
talk
you
about what was
are
happening.
friends, but again, I don't really care about your one Palestinian friend living in New York. If you don't know the most basic things about Middle Eastern people, and this extends to North African, Middle Eastern, how do you feel comfortable sitting here every day debating how these people should live, what they should live under, what government they should have? Like, who are you?
She is God.
Who has been to the Middle East and the West Bank and has.
The Middle East is not Israel. Israel is not the Middle East.
Israel
is
is the West
one
Bank.
country that is unlike most Middle Eastern
And Jordan and Egypt.
Okay, so Jordan again, Petra, if you did a day trip there from Tel Aviv.
So why don't you tell me all the
That's
countries
not
you've
really-
been to? Jasmine, list all the countries you've been to. List them. Let's go.
All right.
Does New Jersey count
It
as a
doesn't look
separate
like
country?
No. Okay.
Tell us about Canada, Jasmine. We want to hear more.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
anymore.
Hey, Prince.
Oh, good. Yeah. Listen, it's embarrassing for you, not for me. You took naked photos of me and then spread them around. You lie about being Palestinian, you're a Kurd. You send messages saying that you masturbate to my photos. It's embarrassing for you, not me.
Fuck, you was talking about Buttercup. I was like, what?
Did anyone read the messages?
Oh, the irony.
Yeah, he's really gross. He went to an ex-boyfriend of mine and got my nudes without my permission and then spread them around and then told me that he masturbates to naked images. Yeah, it's gross.
Oh my God, the drama just follows you around, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, unfortunately.
You're just a helpless victim. What could cause this over and over again?
Yeah. Well, it only happened one time, but once is enough.
It's okay, Earl. I hope we find another 20-year-old.
I hope you go fuck yourself and I hope you die, you Kurdish piece of shit.
It's okay. She got revenge on you, Prince, by leaking my information, so we're all good.
I didn't leak your information. They already have
Including
it
my
out there.
phone number. You're the only one who had it.
Buttercup, you already leaked your own information.
Yeah, I don't have your phone.
They're like recordings.
Yeah, because I had a fake number that was only there for you, Yasmin, and you leaked it all.
Oh my god, do you think I even know how to get your fucking phone number on Telegram? I don't
She
even know.
knows it was you,
I
Jasmine.
think I know how to look at people's phone numbers. I've never once Googled somebody on this app. I generally don't care. You guys are not that interesting.
And yet,
And yet what?
the secret number that Buttercup gave to only you.
I don't know who gave them your phone number.
It's been 4
I'm so
years.
sorry that your phone
Yeah,
number
why
got
don't you
out,
just
but it
own
wasn't
it?
for me.
Own
Because
it.
I
It's
still
been
to
4
this day
years.
don't know what
Nobody
it is.
cared
I'm not
about
even sure what
boxing.
your real. Oh, Rachel. Yes, I do know.
Boxers are not disparaged.
Yeah, but the point is, you got revenge on me for something Prince
I did not get revenge.
I've done
on
nothing to you.
You did your own shit, and I confirmed what it is. And what Prince did, it's very odd that Prince is even sitting here because what he did was a crime, and the fact that it's normalized, like this guy could just sit here and take naked pictures of women and send it out, and we could just shoot the shit with him. It's weird on its own, but that's kind of the context of these rooms. They're pretty.
No,
Yeah.
number one.
No, there is no number one. Shut the fuck up,
Okay,
you
let me
first
speak.
piece of
Oh,
shit.
calm
Or
down.
Saddam Hussein
Okay, thank
comes
you very
back
much
from
for
the dead and
that.
gasses you all over again, you piece of shit.
You spat on your hand when you were talking to him?
Yeah, is that how your dad spat on his finger when he stuck his finger in your asshole? You shit.
This is deteriorating. Jimmy is tired. She's not coming back, so I think we should just close the room. This is a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, Elle was sexting with a 20-year-old.
Prince is a sexual deviant. And I'm not even
Agreed,
talking.
he is.
Talk to me. This is so beneath me.
He was scared.
Honestly, Yasmin, I agree with you. He's a sexual deviant. What he did was a crime. Prince, just fucking own up to it. You did something fucked up. Just say sorry and move on.
No, we're not saying sorry. It's fucking out of control that he's even in this room. He's a fucking sex offender. He's gross.
Because he doesn't know what's going on.
That's bullshit, you know? It's sex offender mentioned 5 fucking years.
Sorry?
He's a little Arab boy from the Middle East who doesn't understand Western culture or laws, and you blackmailed him into sexting with you, and that's the truth that I haven't gotten out yet. But I will very soon.
This is ridiculous. Come on, guys.
You blackmailed him.
Bye, guys. Happy Thanksgiving. It's great chatting with you.
Take care.
Oh man, that was pretty funny. Crashed out. All right, welcome to the show, everybody.
Like scribe, you know, is part of, like, say.
Hey, man, you's a dumbass. Who's gonna sit right here and lie and say I didn't tell y'all that I used to be Dr. King, and what that scripture just said is I'm speaking with some shit you niggas don't know. Is that true?
A lie don't care who tell it.
Man, is that true or false? That what I just said about being Dr. King ain't like what these niggas talk about when they talk about the word of God. Is that true or not? What the scripture just said? I talk the scripture. Niggas like that say it's foolishness. Niggas like that say it's foolishness. Niggas like this said what I said is fool. It just told you this right there in the scripture. Because you are not discerned. You cannot discern spirit things. These things are taught spirit things with spiritual understanding. But you have none. This is why when I give you my testimony of life after death, you don't have any understanding of the spirit's movement. The spirit is greater than the flesh. The spirit can do the flesh can't do. When I said a ghost of Dr. King is here, Dr. King can't be here, but the ghost of Dr. King here, because I was a ghost in another body before I was Dr. King. How long you think we've been doing this shit? When you think it gonna end? Just because you burned that body? What you think eternal life is? Explain to me what you think eternal life is.
That hot breath coming out your mouth.
If any nigga disrespect Bando in this room, you get put the fuck out. That's on my mama, nigga. If any nigga disrespect Bando, I'm putting you the fuck out of here. Go ahead, Bando.
Bando, so how's that eternal life? How you represent eternal life like that? You might represent eternal life, but not eternal life. So explain that.
All you gotta do is look at the key of David. If you have spiritual understanding, go to my PTR right there. That's the key of David. The understanding David had about this life and how we fit. That's the same.
Bro, you just told us that we dealing with Abraham, Isaac, and
Jacob. Damn, man. How can you niggas understand something if you don't listen? Now, you thought this was what you thought it was all your life. I'm going to show you what God said. You thought that the Mason sign is Illuminati shit. No, that's a cult shit they brought into our temple, polluted our temple. They don't know what none of this shit mean on this PTR I'm showing you. Don't know Mason walk around know this shit, but this is what they supposed to know. I'm the grand architect, but they don't know because them was French.
I thought you just said you were Martin.
Pay attention. Pay attention. These are French sisters that came over here and infiltrated our temple. In North America, we built the temples of the Lord. These are the temples that we built, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of our way. Now, they came over here from
You should see this PTR.
and all that
It's
shit.
called Pyramids of the Kings. Isis, Emmanuel Adamabo.
They sat there in
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Ra and Jah.
Because they were black like us. These were the Moors. This is why they lied in their history book. Said you niggas on North America was slaves and they was kings. Y'all really not paying attention.
We was good.
928 to 941.
We was good.
929 to 941. They called it 12 years a slave. Y'all saw the movie. It wasn't the Wolf of Wall Street. It was the Wolf of Black Wall Street. Because they had to build their own Wall Street. Now, you see that 9.
Boy, it's getting deep.
This is the 6th millennium. And the millennium is counted 001 to 999. Only 3 numbers. So did you leave last millennium I-999 of the 5th millennium? Or did you leave the last millennium 1999 with no mention of the millenniums? How come you ain't got 4 other millenniums worth of information before Christ?
Because you got to read the books, man.
I'm saying, when they took the eye of the last millennium and made it 1929, that's what make you think it been 2,000 years since Christ. And that's what make you think we count time like that, 2025. That is not how we count time. That would mean the 2nd millennium, the 25th year of the 999.
So we do the eye.
999.
The hours for Emmanuel. My millennial rule. It's me right here. I'm trying to tell y'all. Let me pull up my other PTR to show you the 1,000-year rule that took place without your knowledge. And now you about to know it's me. Look at my PTR.
Man, you just showed us a map last week about how the Selassie being in the form of a mountain.
I can show you a bunch of shit if you just listen. If you're really trying to find truth, man, I'll show you a whole bunch of shit because it's me. That's what I'm supposed to do. That's what the rest of me can't do without me. If I was like them, why would I be Christ then? If I can't show you what other men can't fucking show you about the Holy Scripture, about the Spirit of life.
So when you say you Christ, you say you Jesus Christ?
I don't know what Jesus. Jesus is a joint European slave unionship. I know Isaiah 7:14, Matthew 1:23, Luke 1:22, 23. I know Emmanuel.
So you Yeshua the Christ?
For sure. Look at the PTR. Just look at the PTR. Don't ask about the question. Because you might get thrown off. Look at my PTR. So you can see the 1,000-year rule that I just did, the last 1,000 years. I just lived it down. We're going to go backwards. Me coming in from the right to the left. Me waking up at 27 years old when God resurrected me. That I used to be Dr. King, which I was born in 928, 72 years before the end of the millennium. Okay, let's go back. I left 52 years into the millennium as I transfigured from Christ to man.
Talking about Luther King, Jesus Christ.
That's Paul. I gave my testimony 12 years and was taken to the throne of David, which is why I performed the life, death, and resurrection. Was to inherit.
So you the same Paul that they got to reading about in Romans the 9th chapter that said that stuff?
I'm the same somebody right here who was Christ, who y'all didn't know was Christ. That's why I got to reveal this to you. You don't know these things because you're not spiritually discerning. And you're not looking at it like that because all your teachers had one straight.
Hey, Bando.
What's up?
In the side chat, can you open up that link? Is that you?
Let me see. TikTok, Instagram.
Yeah, is that you?
No, y'all know that ain't.
5.
My old wife.
That's sort of the whole point of this story.
That's a good try.
Is to
That's my boyfriend. But that ain't it. That might be your mama boyfriend. He the one got the fucked up lips. Bad breath. Nowhere to stay. Sleep all everywhere.
So you notice everything but the flies, so you're used to that, huh?
I saw. But that's you, niggas and flies. You and them flies. That's why I ain't had to mention it because you were gonna say something. Niggas and flies. Y'all the main one, the main problem with niggas. Niggas and flies. Niggas that ain't got no understanding, don't even try, and they keep flying around, flying their mouth open, don't know.
And when you say we don't have the spirit, what you mean about that?
What I mean is you don't have any spiritual discernment. Like when Christ told them that, look, I used to be King Saul. They say you making yourself equal with God. No, dumb bitch. I'm giving my testimony that God saved my life. Okay, then he said, look, it ain't just happening to me. John the Baptist is that same Elijah. Do you understand that? No, you don't even understand that right the fuck now. So So 1,000 years ago, what the fuck you expect? Okay then, so now here it is 1,000 years later. I'm showing you how I used to be Dr. King. Malcolm X was that same Elijah, John the Baptist. But you can't see that though. Why?
So you were Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, why they both were living at the same time?
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay, making sure.
He's saying he's Jesus and Malcolm X is John the Baptist.
Jesus is a joint European slave.
He's saying that he's Emmanuel and Malcolm X was John the Baptist.
Exactly. He got killed for the same reason John the Baptist did, because he was against the Herod relationship, him and his wife, meaning Elijah Muhammad. He was against that bullshit he was doing. That's the same reason he died as John.
Hold on. You said Elijah Muhammad. How did we get to Elijah Muhammad?
Because John the Baptist died for the same reason that Malcolm died, because he was against the relationship of the Herod, the Roman.
Okay, you made valid point. Okay, go get it.
Oh my goodness, bro, you got to stop.
Man, pay attention, man. This is why you don't learn, because you don't have any spiritual understanding. Let's read Jude 1:11. I'm gonna show you why you don't have any spiritual understanding right now. Why this sounds so hard, so goddamn impossible, so fucking unbelievable to you. Let me show you why the
Woe to them, for they went in the way of Cain.
Yes, go ahead. And after the era of Balaam.
Yeah, and ran after the Cain saying of core. I got you. So what you trying to say?
Right now they doing the same shit. You preaching for profit. You went after the way of Cain. Greedily, selfishness, trying to preach the word of God for selfishness, and you don't even know the word. The Pharisees at the time, it said, "Woe to you, Pharisees and scribes, who hold the keys of understanding from the people. You do not want to enter, and yet you don't want those who wish to enter to enter." So that's like y'all throwing me down when I'm giving understanding, and other people listening and want to hear it. You don't want to hear it.
So Bando, we all need to be disciples of Bando.
And Bando. No. You're disciples of the truth, not Bando, because this truth was here before Bando came. I can't own it. It ain't mine. I'm just another representative in it that you should listen to, so you can see how you're a representative in it. And we all are, because we all are spirits. How can I not? We all the exact same. If you take this skin off, ain't that no different?
Hey Bando.
Yes, sir.
Is Islam the fourth beast?
Yep. You got Islam. Islam itself is the tail, T-A-L-E, of the dragon.
You ain't expecting to say yeah to that.
Listen, the Vatican,
you know your doctrine.
I asked that for chosen.
Listen, the Vatican itself, that's the Roman.
Man, listen to him explain it, so he gonna step on his own.
Come on, I'm gonna give you some scripture keys that's gonna help you be able to read the scriptures a lot better. The dragon is the Vatican. That is the dragon. The Great Horde is the Catholic Church. The tail of the dragon, Tail/TALE, is Islam. All right? The beast with two horns that came up out of the earth, who exercised all the power of the first beast, is the U.S. corporation, the United States government. It has two horns, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution that used to speak like a lamb, but it's really a dragon. It got its seat and authority from the dragon, which is the Vatican. Russia is the bear. Europe is the leopard. Russia is the bear. Europe is the leopard. Mauritania is the beast. Mali is the false prophet. And Morocco is the red dragon, the mystery Babylon. The Vatican is the image of the beast. The true beast is Mali, Morocco, and Mauritania. That's the truth. Them the fallen angels that came from here.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Second millennium.
Can you repeat that? Because I had a red bar.
Morocco.
Repeat everything.
Morocco is the red dragon, the mystery Babylon, the mystery scientist. Then you got Mali, who is the financier, who is the false prophet. Then you got Mauritania, who is the slaver, that is the beast. Now, that is the micro. Now, let me spread it out to the macro for you, how they did. These three countries right here, these 48,200 fallen angels who roamed the earth and ended up in Rome, Europe, and all these places. Okay, now, the dragon is the dragon that passes. London is the false prophet, and England is the beast. That is the macro. You understand? Now, Europe and Russia is Sodom and Gomorrah, death and hell, Gog and Magog, Janus, the Roman two-faced God. It is also the dragon and the false prophet, which are already in the lake of fire. Meaning, they have already been canceled out when I woke up and said, I used to be Dr. King. That little way the dragon lie that we can't live after death. That's a lie. I'm standing right here. So that lie is done away with. But y'all just hadn't accepted the truth of it yet, so that it can be done away with within you.
Bando, you all over the place, Bando, man. Can you get in a straight line, Bando?
I'm in a straight line. The spirit goes straight line. The flesh is the precept. Can you keep up? Do you study?
I can't. You haven't read not one scripture when you were giving your statement.
You must don't read scripture because I can guarantee you anybody in the crowd tell you my scripture.
Go for it. Pull a scripture.
Do anybody put 111 if y'all hear me speaking scripture, even though I ain't mentioned a book, chapter, or verse? 111. If there's any studiers of the word of God in this crowd who hear me speaking, am I speaking scripture or am I just speaking out of my own mind? This is for those who study the word of God to show themselves approved, not y'all who run your mouth and really ain't read shit. Now, if I ain't got nobody in here who really studies scripture, then I understand. But if there's any witnesses in here who really listen, really reverence God, do you niggas really have reverence of God? When you speak of God, do you really speak of that shit as though he watching? Or do you just talk about God as though he non-existent?
Hey, Bando.
When I talk about God, it's as though he's sitting right here listening to us.
Hey, Bando.
After you talk about God, I don't get the feeling that's how y'all talk about God. Y'all don't talk about the Father as though he's sitting right there in the room listening to you. That's not how y'all conversate about God. That ain't how y'all set y'all room up. That ain't how y'all conversate. Y'all don't have no reverence of God at all. You know what reverence of God is?
Hey, Bando, I put my ones in there, but I put mine in groups of 6 3 times. So I put my ones in there.
Who is it? Here, the other nations. Who's that? There's Jack. Jack. Good. I told you she could.
Hey, Bando, do you have a flock that you've been, since you're eventual today, do you have a flock?
No, that's on our group message.
Okay,
That somebody else just, you see what we've been saying.
You dumb bitch. You finna fall yourself because you the one committed to something that you don't understand. So, we already know you cursed, bitch. You've been cursed, and we've been know that. We don't care about you being a crime snatcher, bitch. You can't take shit from us. You can't take shit from us because you ain't give us shit. If you had gave us something, maybe you could take something from us. Ain't shit you can take from me, you dumb, stupid bitch. Go on over there and hang with them dykes and let Mo eat your pussy out. The rest of your pussy from
Oh, that was getting too good.
Hey, he was prophesying. Why y'all throw him down?
I gave the instructions beforehand.
He was prophesying.
That may be true, but he can prophesy in different languages, one of which maybe does not include the P word. Highly disrespectful. Now.
No, that don't count.
I'm gonna go join Bando.
That remind me of the former civil rights leader. I don't know why.
So I bet you agree with what he was saying, big guy.
Absolutely do not.
Or Mr. Pena. Evidently, someone triggered him because, I thought I had as much as a handshake that word wouldn't come out. Was he speaking to someone that was on site where he was?
Yeah, he's speaking to somebody.
Okay, someone triggered
on location, live and on location. But I don't know how alive they are, but they was on location.
That's how Emmanuel talk to women? That's crazy.
Reincarnation can have a toll on your soul.
Right, after you done it that many times.
Yeah, he tried to come back to the hard-headed people.
It's crazy for you not to ask me what's going on versus assuming what's going on. I mean, it's crazy for you to assume what's going on versus ask me what's going on.
Well, I heard that word and it triggered me.
I know. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have my mic on. I wasn't trying to have my mic on. I'm dealing with Jezebel, who was with us, was helping us, and then is now trying to hurt us because she wants to run shit, and because she gave us some money to help, she wants to run shit. But you can't do that. You know, I don't give a fuck what you gave me. You can give me $1 million, bitch. You ain't gonna tell us what to do. You ain't gonna talk about nobody with me. You ain't finna goddamn talk against nobody with me. You can get your bitch ass on and take what you brought with you. I don't give a damn. What we got, you can't take from us. We already had it before we met you. So just because you offer this and that, bitch, it don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? These people would think that because they can help you, they can talk
Bando,
shit
can I ask
about
you
you.
a question, Bando?
Yeah.
How many people are subscribing to this doctrine that
I got 40 people live with me on my last site right now, and I got thousands in my. I got 177,000 followers on Facebook, 50-some thousand on TikTok, and 40-some thousand on Instagram. And I got more than that because I done lost so many pages with 70,000, 40,000, 20,000.
I want to shout out to Bando?
All you gotta do is come watch me on TikTok sometime and get some real true spiritual education when I ain't got to argue or jock for position to be able to give you a spiritual understanding without being interrupted by Satan.
Well, what's your TikTok, Bando? I don't have TikTok, but what is yours?
I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Put it in this.
Hey, y'all can come and see the lesson.
I gotta go see this live. I have to see it.
Versus hearing me talk or rant. You can get some actual lessons of understanding, spiritual understanding.
Just so you know, Bando, I'm making a TikTok just to see you, but
that's cool. I sure appreciate it. Let me know when you're in there so I can reach you and put your
Bando, what is your message though?
My message is that we are God. And that these earthly governments over you, if you stop what you're doing right now and come with me, this shit over. This is what the scripture says.
How can you prove to me somebody coming in? Right.
You got 50,000 people following you, Bando?
I got more than that. Go to my let me put my Facebook.
What the? Talk about work in the house.
Bando is the man. Oh, yeah. I do work now. I ain't no bullshit. I promise you that.
Hey, you can crazy back in from TikTok.
Once we get to 144,000, it's over.
Man,
it's crazy. You get to 144, it's over. It's over. So
there you go. Check that Facebook out.
Bando, are you monetized on
Bando sending me the top nigga?
Not really. I don't really go for money. I don't monetize on because that's the way they make it. That's the way they make it. You can't help but be money. You can't help but be monetized because just be on the app. But I don't have.
Yeah. Once you reach a certain level, you automatically monetize.
We ain't worrying about that shit though, nigga. We putting in the work.
My crowd.
Come on, man.
If I ask for anything,
Yeah.
He followed.
Y'all don't know, man.
Y'all better listen.
Bando better let him know. Bando already crowned me, nigga. You better get yours, nigga. I got mine.
He said, Bando already crowned me, nigga.
I'm not bullshit, nigga. I'm not bullshit. You laughing.
I'm not lying. I crowned a bunch of niggas that day.
Do you
But
see me
the
laughing?
niggas accepted. Manny the only one that accepted. They didn't accept what I was showing them. But Manny did. He know what it meant.
Fucking right.
But I can show y'all a lot of shit, but if you don't know what it means, I'm throwing my pearls to swine. That's what it means to throw my pearls to swine.
We should call him Manny.
And you ain't gonna do nothing.
Man, to show me who I was, nigga. I was. Let me tell you something. I was Jonathan in the Bible. I was Jonathan.
I just got one question, man.
I was Marcus Garvey. I was a dude named Peter. He was a farmer, right? I know who I was.
Emmanuel. Emmanuel. I got one question.
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Amando.
What's up?
If you Emmanuel, then who is this other guy?
No, that's my name now. My name is Manuel now.
It's Manuel
then. I'm Manuel.
It's Manuel false Christ that arisen. That ain't him. It's Manuel false Christ.
Yeah, that's not me. Look how many on
Emmanuel
there.
now. It was Emmanuel then. Bando is the Emmanuel then. I'm Manuel now. Yeah, I'm not the Manuel that you think I am.
They say that Thanksgiving alcohol. They say that Thanksgiving alcohol hit different.
We one and the same, so it don't matter because we rock the same.
You said that turkey meat is different, huh? Yeah, man.
Y'all niggas sitting around ain't no custard pie. You want no goddamn. Let me get a slice of some of that sweet potato pie, y'all.
That sound like her.
Cranberry sauce on y'all spoon and shit.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Y'all niggas got that dressing. I miss that dress. I sure want to have some dressing today. I want some at any time.
3 pints of potato, Bando.
Break me off a piece of that phone.
You know what I'm saying? Let me get
Oh, shit.
Y'all niggas cook some cake. Y'all niggas not cook. I mean, you had to cook today anyway. It don't matter. Thanksgiving. Did you niggas cook dinner today anyway? You just don't have to eat anyway.
You gonna eat anyway.
So
You know what I do? That same thing I said, man. You cook.
You gonna eat anyway.
You gonna
You
eat.
just not offering.
Manny and Bando got the
God, thank
same
you for Thanksgiving. Thank you for that lie they told us about the Indians and all that
You know
bullshit.
what I'm saying? We just cooking that shit and eating it. That's all we doing.
We're gonna do that anyway.
Yeah.
You don't never see black people worshiping
You just
the
say
holiday.
con?
You don't never see black people worshiping the holiday. They'll
Never.
take the day because it's a day off. They'll never say, "Oh God, thank you for the Indians and us getting blankets with disease in it." And thank you, Lord. They don't say all that shit. They say, "Thank you, God."
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? We are different people. We're peculiar people. We are strange.
Peculiar people.
Thanking God for the food. That's all we thanking God for. Thanking God for the nourishment in our body.
Yes, sir. We strange.
We ain't thanking God for that other shit, man. You know what I'm saying?
We are strange people.
You know what I'm saying?
Like right now,
We're strange.
disarrayed.
We set apart, nigga.
Yeah, they think we disarrayed, but right now, at any moment, something can happen, and all black people will be together. Like fuck everything else. I mean, it just go that quick.
Tell y'all, you know, I am in love. I am in love with my wife. I'm just let y'all know that right now. And if you're not in love with the woman you with, it's done.
Hey,
I don't know.
hey, sir,
I am in. I'm not.
Hey, sir.
I'm in love with her.
I'm in love with her.
Can I say this? Can I say this?
Your wife.
Both y'all brothers is ignorant.
Yeah, we ignorant of that world you live in. We ignorant of that fantasy world you live in.
You don't know nothing. That's why we ignorant.
We ignorant of that fantasy world you live in. You got a fantasy world you live in.
What do we lack of knowing? If we're ignorant, hold on.
Let me out.
Hold on. I want you to tell us what do we lack knowing? Because ignorant means lack of knowing. What do we don't know? What does Bando don't know? What do I do?
Common sense.
We're ignorant.
We can start with common sense.
Man, I let people live on. What's ignorant about that? You got somewhere for a nigga to live. When the last time you gave a homeless man any goddamn thing? You ever went in your closet and gave a nigga a shirt out your closet? You ever gave a homeless nigga your shoes out your closet? Hell no, you ain't did shit, bitch ass nigga. To run your mouth talking about me being with your look ass. I bet you can't show us a bill with your motherfucking name. Get off your grandma's sofa, fuck nigga. While you on here running your mouth. Yo, where your bitch at? Put your bitch on the phone. Put your kids on the phone. Let's see what they think about their dad.
Bando, they had a homeless nigga walking down the street, nigga ain't have no shoes. You know what I did? I went to my trunk, my fucking truck. I opened up that back. My trunk ain't got no trunk, but I opened up that back door in my four-wheel truck. Opened up that back door, and I had some Saints Crocs, some New Orleans Saints Crocs, and I gave my brand new Saints Crocs. I said, bro, you don't gotta walk barefoot. There you go, bro. You know what I'm saying? You niggas don't take care of the poor. You niggas don't
You really fucking to my cousin for a time, bro.
Hey, listen. I'm gonna share.
Nah, nigga, shut your drunk ass up, nigga. You drunk, nigga. Shut your drunk ass up, nigga. Shut up, nigga.
And I tell y'all really making this Thanksgiving for me and
Shut up, you shut your drunk ass up, nigga. You're drunk right now. And I ain't talking about off the wine, nigga. You You drunk off a doctor, nigga. What is common sense? The white man taught you common sense. That's why you ain't got the sense that nigga, that Bando trying to teach your stupid ass now, because you weren't about common sense that the white man taught you dumb ass. You's a dumb nigga. You's a stupid nigga.
I love this right now.
Want some fucking common sense. What is common sense? Some shit that the white man taught you, stupid ass, and you gonna call us ignorant. Everything the white man taught you is a fucking lie. Excuse me, mama, but I gotta tell these niggas. Everything the white man taught you is a lie, and you gonna come with us with common sense. What year we in? What year are we in, nigga? What year are we in?
2025.
2020. See, dumbass nigga. This stupid. This
Deacon, come back, Deacon, tell us more. Deacon Manny, we need more.
Prince, what you got to say to that, Prince? Nigga called his name Prince when he don't know we fucking kings. You's a dumb nigga. You's a stupid nigga.
So check this out. Check it out, right? Listen.
I'm actually listen.
You done had your flow, nigga.
This is my flow, nigga. Oh, you married? Do you have a wife?
Yeah, I'm married.
How long you been married for?
Going on, I think 8, probably 9.
All right, nigga, you ain't been married long enough. Stay your ass in the audience for another 6 years, nigga. Cause I got you about 6 years, nigga. Stay your ass in the audience for 6 years, nigga. And then you can come back up and talk. I got 6 years on you, married, nigga, and I built my wife longer than that, nigga. So you gotta stay in the audience at least another 6 years before you can talk to a nigga that's been married like me, that's in love with his wife, nigga. You can't come up here and talk to me, nigga. You ain't even in love with your wife, nigga. Go sit your ass down somewhere.
Oh, Manny, you was Malcolm X?
Yeah, man, I was Malcolm X. I was a nigga named Peter. He was a farmer. I was Jonathan, the right-hand man of David. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I was all the niggas. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I heard you. Was you Soldier Smith?
I was Oshkosh Bigosh. You know?
Oshkosh Bigosh?
Yeah, nigga, you heard me? Nigga, that was me. Nigga, I was Oshkosh Bigosh.
Shout out to the Deacon Manny.
Oh my God. Who could have ever heard that forever? Oh my God.
Papa Chris. You know who Oshkosh Bigosh is?
Manny versus Gino versus Bando, that was legendary. I hope somebody record. Yeah, Oshkosh Bigosh, the kids go store.
Came to me, nigga, just came to me.
Say whatever we want. Bando got 50,000 people following him. They believe in that.
Oshkosh Bigosh, nigga. You heard me? That's me. You gotta understand, you gotta recognize.
Manny, you going no limit or cash money?
No limit all day.
No limit for sure.
Oh yeah, nigga take cash money, what the fuck you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Dre and Goodall ducked that bet. They dodged on that bet though. They still, I made a bet with them and they still dodging. You know what I'm saying? Still dodging that bet. You know what I'm saying? Don't dodge it. Make this bet. Be a man about it. You know what I'm saying? Be a man about it. I need some ice cream. It's cold. Every time it's cold, I like to eat ice cream. Like, why do you gotta eat ice cream in the cold? No ice cream. That's the best time to eat it. Ain't that right, Tim? Ice cream in the cold, huh? You work at? You work at? When you started working at? I ain't never saw you before. You look like a young motherfucker. You's a young man, ain't you? You young, huh? Yeah, nigga, you is young, man. I never seen you this motherfucker before. You a young nigga. I look like I scared the shit out of you. You scared as a motherfucker. I think I scared this nigga, man. It's Chinese food. I'm scared. I'm like 4 feet taller than him. He's like fucking 4 feet. What's that?
Yeah, you miss your
Hey man, thank you. You hit me up 2 times? You hit me up 4 times? You sure?
I said you miss it.
I'm just saying, man, overcharged, man. Right here, huh?
What's that? What's that?
What's that? Some motherfucking food, son. It's not make too much stuff, man. All right, my man. You good, huh? Yeah. He got a little bitty 4-foot nigga working there. The Chinese boy. I said, man, you look like you just got you. Like, nigga was scared like a motherfucker. I said, you scared? I ain't gonna do you nothing. You look like a young nigga. That boy looking scared as hell. He's about 4 feet. I got him about like 5 feet. Boy, small as hell. Boy, I ain't never seen a nigga that small. That nigga small. A little bitty nigga. Oh, a little bitty nigga, man. Hell yeah. My sister called me over there. My sister made some, my sister and them, they celebrate Thanksgiving, mama. So she called me over there. She's like, bro, I got some Thanksgiving food. I said, I never did eat Thanksgiving food, y'all. I never liked it, right? So I never liked Thanksgiving food. So I said, what you got? She said, I got some turkey. I got greens, potatoes, tomatoes, yam, rams, all that stupid ass shit, right? She ain't literally say that, but I know that's what she said. But and she said she got some gumbo. I said, just give me some gumbo. That's all I really eat. I don't eat no ham, yams, seafood, and none of that. So she said, I knew you already wanted gumbo, little bro. I already made you a little thing of gumbo with no seafood in it. I said, all right. So you already knew I was coming to get that. You made that thing gumbo with no seafood in it and shit. So I went over there and I got it. Hey, listen. Y'all check this out. I got one of my boys about to go to the NBA. Right? He played for SMU. His name is Jared Pierre Jr. Right? Man, since he was a baby, man. I'm so excited. This is gonna be my first NBA player. But I got a W. I got a girl that's about to go to the WNBA too. She played overseas. She's getting a WNBA next year. Her name is Randy Brown. I trained her too. Right? So I'm about to be training an NBA player and a WNBA player. Nigga, it gets no better than that. Like, it just don't get no better than that, man. They're going on my resume, man. As soon as he get drafted, nigga, SMU like 5-0. He dropped like 20, 25 a game. You know what I'm saying? 20, 25 a game. Talking about this sweet, like the game is just, man, the game is just sweet, man. It just can't stop it, bro. It just can't stop it. So listen, everything that I dreamed about when I was a child, right? Playing professional basketball and shit like that, it didn't come to pass, right? Eventually, a higher power had some other, some other plans. But by me seeing everybody that I train and I put in position to be successful, I don't even doubt that I couldn't have made it. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't even doubt that I could have made it to that position where I could have played professional ball. Because I'm old now. I can't move. I can't run as fast as I can. I can't dribble as good as I used to. I can't shoot as well as I used to. I can't jump as high as I used to. But goddamn, when I see these niggas that I've been training since they was babies go up there and do all that shit, I be like, God damn, man, these niggas is awesome. You know what I'm saying? And just remind me of everything that I wanted for myself. But if you was to ask me if I would go back and do it all over again and think that I made it instead of the guys that I'm training and the girls that I'm training, I would have said no. I would have picked it to play out exactly like it's playing out now. Because I ain't a selfish ass nigga like some of you motherfuckers is. Some of y'all are some selfish ass niggas. And I'm speaking in general. I'm not speaking to nobody that's, I'm not speaking to no individual that's on the this app or in the audience. But you know who you are if you're a selfish motherfucker. So if it applies to you, it applies to you, right? But I learned, it took me like 30-some years to learn this. In order to be successful, you cannot be a selfish motherfucker. You must share your gifts. And that's what Jesus was trying to tell y'all. You bury your gift, you will be cursed. But if you don't bury your gift and you share your gift with others and you give your gift to other people and they take that gift and they become great from the gift that you have shared and taught them, then you will have more glory than it being your gift of its own. You know what I'm saying? For you just like having your gift, possessing your gift and just keeping it to yourself instead of, just sharing it to others. So I think I have I think I'm more grateful and more man, what are you doing? Who is that? So I think I'm more grateful and more appreciative of the people and successful than me myself having a gift and being successful on my own accord. So the greatest gift you could do, the greatest thing you could do in this world is share your gift with others, and others become successful with the gift that you have shared with them because they had no clue what they were doing. And it's harder to raise little punks, right? It's harder to raise to share your gifts with little children, and they take it under consideration. And you know the greatest gift I shared, right? That make me appreciative and makes me, love what I've been doing all this time and knowing that every break that I put in didn't go in vain, right? And it's not even a basketball thing. I had this kid. He's great in basketball, right? I taught him since he was a baby. He was great. He could go and I say, this is the best. He's better than the guy at SMU that I taught. And I used to bring him to school and bring him to school in the mornings. He was way better than him. But the greatest thing that I ever gave, I gave it to this other child, this other boy, right? Who decided not to go to college and to follow me into plumbing. And he was like, Coach, I'm doing plumbing work. And I said, what? I said, you following me? And he said, yes, I'm doing plumbing work. And I said, what? He said, I don't want to play basketball. I'm making money in plumbing. He showed me his plumber's license. And he said, remember that day I was in your van? Because I had a Chrysler Town and Country back then. I used to pick the little boys up. I got a van just for my players back then. I used to pick them up. I used to drop them off at home, drop them off at the games, go get them for the game stuff. He said, remember when I asked you, what do you do for a living? Because it seemed like, you was just making a lot of money to me, but you never was like flashy, but everything was just in order. He said, this is what he told me. He said, everything was just in order. The van was just up to par. Your clothes was just up to par. You never was flashy, but I could always tell that you took great care of yourself and great care of your children and stuff. So every time I saw y'all, I said, I remember that. And he said, remember you told me you was into construction and you did plumbing, pipe work? And I said, yeah. He said, that always stuck with me. He said, that always stuck with him in the back of his head, right? And then this kid is to go into plumbing and get a plumbing license. And guess what? He's doing great for himself. He's making a shitload of money with a plumber's license. And I seen him like a couple of weeks ago. He told me that. I said, "You a plumber?" He said, "I'm a licensed plumber, coach." And he said, and I was in Wing Shack, right? Because I was getting some wings out of Wingstop, not Wing Shack, Wingstop. I was getting some wings from some wings for my boys, my sons. Because I was like, which one he was like one Wingstop. So I went to Wingstop. I got some wings. And I saw my boy in there, and he said, "Yep, I decided to go into plumbing." And he showed me his plumber's license. He showed me the work he was doing. And he had bought a brand new car. He don't have no children. He had his girlfriend with him. You know what I'm saying? He's like 19 years old, 20 years old. He got a plumber's license. And he's doing absolutely great for himself. Right? He came from a household where his mom was on crack and his dad was, he don't know where his dad was. And his grandma had to take care of him. His grandma was old. They used to always go get him from his grandma's house. Now make sure that, you know, he used to call him and say, "Coach, some home." That's like, "Which one?" He could say, "Just bring me some chicken." That's to bring chicken for everybody in the house, not just for him. For him, his grandma and his sister, right? And he was like, "I asked you that because it seemed like to me you were never broke." And I said, "Boy, you just don't know." You know what I'm saying? So he said, "I asked you that because it seemed like you always took care of yourself and blah, 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 blah." So he went into plumbers. He got his plumber's license. And he actually doing quite good for himself. And that's the greatest accomplishment. That's greater than my boy that's about to go pro. That's greater than the girl that's about to go pro. That's greater than my son. That's what he got, like 10 colleges. Let me tell you what colleges that got my son. No. Let me tell you, Mama, because I didn't tell you this, right? Let me tell you this, Mama. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you what colleges that come from my son. Check this out. Y'all not gonna believe this shit. And I see Zara around us, so Zara gonna love this shit. So check this out, Zara. This is the colleges that's coming from my boy, right? He's only in the 10th grade and interested in them. So I'm gonna start from the top. College. The next one is Southeastern Louisiana. The next one is the University of Kentucky. Now, I always told him he was going to be a Kentucky Wildcat, right? So the University of Kentucky is interested. So the next one is Loyola University in New Orleans. The next one is Kent State University. The next one is Syracuse. Now, everybody know that Syracuse is my favorite basketball team in college, right? Syracuse, right? I like the Florida Gators in football. Syracuse is my basketball team. But Syracuse is interested. And the other one I have, the last one is the University of Miami. Miami won too. So he has Spring Hill College, Southeastern University, University of Kentucky, Kent State, University of Loyola, Syracuse University, and Miami, the U University. Those are the ones that want me to come play ball for him. He's only in the 10th grade. Tell me I ain't fucking awesome. Tell me I don't know what I'm doing. They can hate all they want. You can hate, but you can't kill me. Like Denzel said, but you can't kill me. So I mean, that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? And he's doing real awesome. You can shoot me, but you can't kill me. Shoot me, but you can't kill me. So all them schools is interested in my boy to come there and play ball. And out of all them schools, guess what school he told me he wanted to go to? Guess. Take one guess. Fucking Duke. Why would you want to go to Duke? You want to go play basketball for Duke University. Wow. Like, bro, what are we doing? Duke is a good school, but he want to go to Duke. Like his dream is to play for Duke University. I'm like, all right, bro. I said, why Duke? See, I just like Duke. You know what I'm saying? He was naming the great players that went to Duke, right? He just telling me about, the great players that went to Duke and, how he, always wanted to play for them and the reputation they had and stuff like this.
You know which school always brings me to?
Duke, don't come. I know that's our favorite team. I know it's ours, huh? Say right now?
Oh, nothing, Danny.
And I know, he's just interested in Duke, man. He want to go to Duke. Yeah. It's like, why Duke? It's like, I just like Duke. Something about Duke is just letting me know that I'm going to play basketball on a high level. And just I was like, all right, well, that's your dream, not mine, But I always trained him to be like a great guard, like a Kentucky guard. You know what I'm saying? Because I think Kentucky, well, Duke got some great guards too. I can't lie. Duke got some great guards. Kentucky got some great guards. But he just wanted to go to Duke. So I was like, all right.
You know which school? Like I didn't get him, Manny, because you know which school stands out for me where I was to my kid to play basketball. Even though I'm not a fan of that team, it's just something about that program. I don't know why. It's Georgetown.
I love Georgetown.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy, Rodney? When I was young, when I was a little boy, I always had dreams to go to Georgetown.
Yeah,
always.
Something about DC basketball, man.
Bro, I always wanted to play for Georgetown. I don't know what it was about Georgetown, but I just absolutely loved Georgetown. I always wanted to play for Georgetown. I had a Georgetown jersey when I was in the 9th grade. We had a 9th grade picnic. I was last year in 9th grade. We had a 9th grade picnic, and I wore a Georgetown jersey, and I had some Dennis Rodman's on. You know, the gray and white Dennis Rodman? Georgetown jersey, and the Nike Air pants. Fresh as shit, man.
Yeah.
I always wanted to play for Georgetown.
Yeah.
Always. That was my dreams of going. I had dreams of going to Georgetown. It's crazy you said that.
If it wasn't for New York or Florida, basketball, I would be a winner in DC.
Right. I love Georgetown. Mm-hmm. So yeah, Georgetown was my favorite school back then in the days. It was a black school. I wanted to play for Thompson. I just wanted to play for I just wanted to go to Georgetown. Patrick Ewing, AI players played for Georgetown. Matumbo, I just love Georgetown.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I just always wanted to go to Georgetown. No shit, it's crazy you said that. I wanted to be a Hoya. I really did. I wanted to be a Georgetown Hoya. That was my dream.
Shout out to DC, man.
Shout out to DC. Georgetown Hoya.
Capital City.
Like some Georgetown Hoyas. Let me take it out tonight. I always wanted to play for Georgetown, bro. I'm not lying. I swear. I always wanted to go to Georgetown. Okay.
Yeah, for me, if it wasn't for besides UCLA, I'm not UCLA. Carolina and Duke.
Huh? Where you get it from? Where you got it from? What store? Who? Oh yeah, MC? That's Humble Hustle and stuff? That what they say? Oh, they look like my polo shorts. No, I know they not, but I'm saying they look like. Look fly, man. I like that color. Did you say Rodney?
Oh no, just saying besides those big schools I don't know, there's only a few schools that most people don't consider. Not consider, but I'm talking about besides Duke, Carolina, Kansas, Florida. Those are the schools I like the schools like you said, Georgetown, Vanderbilt, Indiana. Because Bob Knight used to coach over there in Indiana. He used to run that shit like a plantation.
Yeah.
UCLA, Texas. Syracuse.
Yeah, Syracuse.
I like Syracuse, man.
Yeah, I like Syracuse.
I'm really happy to be somewhere with it right now, right?
Yeah. That's my favorite basketball team, Syracuse, but I want to go to Georgetown. Georgetown was the shit for me. I grew up watching them, so I want to go. Georgetown.
George. I'm about to take a trip to DC, man. They got some fine ass women down there. When I tell you, shit. DC got the finest women I've ever seen in my life.
I don't know, man. Drew stay down there. I don't know about that.
You know what I mean?
I said Drew stay down there. I don't know about that.
Maxine said she retired.
Since she buzzed Diddy.
She buzzed what?
Since she buzzed Diddy.
She buzzed Diddy?
And she put Diddy in jail.
What?
The FBI.
She put Diddy. That nigga Diddy, man.
They ever get a nigga time? They ain't get that nigga no time yet?
Huh?
They ain't get that nigga Diddy no time yet?
Diddy get 4 years. Didn't he get 4 years?
They get 4 years?
Yeah. But he already served for like a year and a half of it before the trial, so that's knocked out. Good behavior, rich as fuck. He'll be out maybe by early 2026.
February 2026.
Shit, I bet you on that. They're gonna let him out early.
I don't think the nigga in jail.
Should be either, man. That nigga probably.
Nigga probably let this house locked down, acting like he in jail and shit. I thought I told you that if we were gonna stop. I thought I told you that if we were gonna stop.
Hey, who was that basketball player that from the Lakers? Damn, I forgot his name. He's my one player. I say it because I fuck with him too. He went to jail, and I guess they let him out of jail to go play game, and they had to go back into the cell after the game over. Try to remember who it is. Oh, you know who it is? KCP. Remember KCP?
Mm-hmm.
Contagious Caldwell Pope. That nigga, he went to jail.
Wow, yeah.
And they let him out of jail to play in the NBA, like his game. And after the game is over, he had to go back to his prison.
Go back to jail, yeah.
Yeah. That's some rich shit right there, dude.
Nigga, my mama had a concert when I was here, a Friday night concert in New Orleans, and he wound up beating his wife that day. And he had went to jail from beating on his wife. And my mom and my stephouse had to go get him out of jail to do the concert.
Damn.
That's how I know he's a woman beater.
God damn.
I'm like, he went to jail in New Orleans for beating his wife.
Who again?
Brian McKnight.
Oh, Brian McKnight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shit, I believe that.
He went to jail in New Orleans for beating his wife. And my mama and my stephouse had to go get him out of jail for beating his wife, nigga. And he let him out, nigga, to do the concert. Because my mom and my stephouse had the next. They let him out of jail to do the concert, man.
God damn.
Yep. Like bullshit. Sure did. Nigga beat the shit out that lady.
Beat the shit out of her, that bullshit.
I got that. I said, what's wrong with this nigga beating women? And that's how I always knew. That's why I always said he was a woman beater. Yeah. They let him out of jail. My mom and my stepfather went. Got that nigga out of jail to do the concert. Mm-hmm. The money came out of his check, the bail money. Came out of his check. And that's how he got out of jail. You don't believe me? Look it up. It's all online shit.
I believe you, man.
McKnight went to jail for beating his fucking wife. He said nigga's a woman beater. You fuck going around beating up on women. Let me think that shit make you tough, beating up on a woman. Yeah. Be a fighter. Sure it is. Then the nigga got out of jail and got on stage. Did a concert. Actually, like nothing happened. Like he never was in jail. I said, this nigga, that's crazy. But I don't charge me. Like, you just beat your wife up. Why don't you? Why you just you got to beat a woman up? Why you just didn't leave? Some weak ass shit hitting on a woman. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Hit women, but not hit a man. I was always told me that. Niggas that hit women, but not hit a fucking man.
I don't know, man. I know some niggas who do both.
They get their ass whipped.
I know some
There's
niggas.
a bullet in their motherfucking head. probably got some niggas that do both, but I don't know if they. But I don't know. But that don't work. Huh? I don't know if they gonna fucking win. That's the problem. Is they gonna fucking win?
That boy Ray J just crashed out.
The scene he went to jail. But I mean, they got to see the details of those stories, man. Because sometimes they say that jump don't be what you think it is. I just say that because it was a 18-year-old boy got killed at Burger King in the city, and people thought dude shot him in the drive-thru about a hamburger. But what it was is dude seen a nigga he was into it with, and Jit was trying to break up a fight between the two, and he got shot. So nigga really got to find out the details.
They say that dude was on the line.
Shoot that nigga about a hamburger.
No, he ain't shoot a dude about a hamburger. That's what people.
That shit sounds stupid.
Yeah, that's what people assumed it was, because he was at work. But they said it was a dude that used to be his best friend. They fell out. The dude tried to, speak to him, and the shooter was like, "Hell no, nigga, I ain't on that with you." And then they started bumping. And Jit died. He ain't had nothing to do with that.
That Ray J situation, they say the live stream. He live streamed. That's
man.
Yeah, he fucked himself.
It is what it is. Dude got to stop letting lady get so bad, boy. You gonna trick yourself off the street.
What he did?
Say he pulled a pistol on his old lady.
Talking about Ray J.
Yeah, Ray J.
Bro, that's what he did?
That's what they say he
did. He said.
Pedestrians, man.
Yeah, why?
I mean, some dudes be spazzing out. A lot of these.
Hey, did y'all hear the interview he gave about?
Nigga be telling
the
it.
video.
Yeah, that's all. Nigga just tell it.
Y'all hear the video that he made about the tape, the sex tape, Ray J?
Nah.
Well, he was basically saying it was the mother's whole idea to do that, that they pressured him into doing it. And from that point on, his life has been going down the tubes. But you look at Lamar Odom. Look at the Kardashian track record. And that's about all I can say.
Man, I'm looking at it right now. Somebody claiming he was at the house chilling. She came in drunk and threatening the man.
Yeah, he was doing what they call a Twitch
stream.
Yeah, one of them things. He said he was doing a live Twitch, and she came in, and he abruptly got off he got away from in front of the camera, and stuff escalated.
I can see that might be a mutual thing, and he just probably should have told her to get out.
Yeah, but domestic violence around this time of year is high.
It's high. Facts.
But to get two crazy uncles like Gino and Bando, two crackhead uncles. You see how
not to appear biased, as I've once been called. So, hey, I brought them both up, established the rules, and so y'all can no longer accuse me of being biased. As long as they are not too unruly. When I heard the P word, that was a wrap. But I did bring him back up. Thank goodness he clarified that wasn't meant for me or anyone. I didn't know he was having, some rigmarole on the street at the same time as preaching the word. But you know how that goes. So, y'all are welcome. See, y'all have taught me how to deal with every other word. F words, all manner of B words. The P word, y'all gonna have to work on. I probably won't conquer that until I'm in either the shadow realm or heaven, whichever y'all think exists. And let me be quiet, because I don't want to ruin my image.
Not the shadow realm all itself.
Shadow realm.
Only I send people to the shadow realm. You ain't going there.
Well, then I should be good to go. Thank you.
Hey, good to go. I sent plenty of people. I bet
I just left there. Sorry.
Yeah, man. I'm proud to say I coined that. Not coined it, but it started. Well, yeah, no, I told you means I did it. I did started that
shadow rep on this app. Let's say you got kicked out the room, though. That's the shadow rep. I got that from Yu-Gi-Oh.
It's catchy. I don't pick up too much language, but I love shadow realm. That's why I wrote that book about shadow work. Not that didn't exist already, but yeah, that was part of the inspiration.
Right.
So don't fire me. And forgive me again, we're having trouble with the spell check. I don't want y'all to think, that I'm from the hood somewhere that does not know how to spell. It's arthritis, spell check, and slow computers. So we're going to update the title again. Not that y'all are going to be buying it anytime soon anyway, but I do want my spiritual sons on here to be very proud of me and old man Monsignor Marshall. That's all I have to say. Just work with us. Don't laugh in my face. We're catching the spelling, and we're very embarrassed.
No, y'all book is way better than what's his name? He used to be on his app. DNA. Yeah, y'all book way better than DNA. Way better.
I think I want to say thank you. I think that was a low-key diss coming from you.
No, I'm talking about DNA. I was dipping on DNA. I was like, yeah, DNA can't, DNA is nowhere. I say DNA right
I actually bought just.
Yeah. Actually bought it and read it.
You bought DNA?
I got y'all's too.
Oh, I was getting ready to say, you should have followed up with that a lot quicker. Okay, thank you. I think you're going to be very proud of us, especially with the Sacrifice to Idols. There's going to be a companion coming out, of course, a full desk reference, mostly for myself, but yeah, we're selling it too, because I want the children not to be misled. There's so much, y'all. Wow. I bet you Rodney knows, but not too many. Well, yeah, you know too, but
you're disappointed.
I love
advice. Don't get Judah to read the audio version of the book.
I don't even think Judah's going to buy the book, so.
Man, Judah don't read.
I'm proud of you, Mama. I'm proud of you. I'm gonna say thank you, son. Thank you so very much, and that's gonna be a.
This man said, "Don't get Judah to read the audio version."
Yeah,
Did you say that?
Yeah, please don't. Man, I gotta come up with some comedy, man. Probably the funniest comedian that y'all know.
Not the audio version.
You know who has a voice of a late night TV evangelist or talk radio, whatever? I think he'll do a really good job at it. It's LeGrand. LeGrand got the voice for that.
Yeah.
He would definitely be a late night TV evangelist.
What was that guy who used to come on late night screaming?
Is he the list?
Yeah.
Returning. Returning.
King Scott, no.
Actually, it didn't last very long. Shalom.
Yeah, that's what happens with Trinitarians.
Oh, well, no wonder.
Hey, what's the Hebrew word for turkey?
Hebrew word for turkey? It's a good question, actually. I don't know if there's actual a Hebrew word for turkey.
Guys, Laura, that's you in the PTR?
Yeah, that's inside there.
I put that inside you. You're like one of my friends from Westwood.
Huh?
I say you're like one of my friends from Westwood. You know where Westwood's at, right?
Yeah.
All Persian Jews. Oh yeah, all Persian Jews. Yep. All Persian Jews down there. It's funny because when like a lot of people talk about bringing up Jewish people, the first thing that pops in their mind is like Hasidic Jews, because of the hat and the suit. First Jews that pop in my mind, it's just Persian Jews because I live around them, and All I think, the providers I was talking to, like, hey, aren't those the people that just drink a lot and drive a what is it, a white Mercedes? That's what you know, in California, the Persian Jews drive white Mercedes and then the Armenians drive black Mercedes. That's how you tell them apart over there.
That's funny, man. I don't know. We Persians, we rock the black, man. I mean, maybe some of us rock the white, but I mean, growing up, I rocked black whips all the time.
Black. I feel you on that, man. So right back, y'all. I get this call.
Yeah, but so yeah, I can't think of a word for turkey in Hebrew. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I'll put it inside check.
Is gobble.
That's the modern
Is gobble.
It's what?
Gobble, gobble.
It's a side check. Who do?
Yeah, I was
gobble. Man, go to bed. You know, it has a double meaning. It also means gratitude.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. Hodu, because we say Hodu la the Kitover killer on Castor. So like, I don't know if that could. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone use the word Hodu for turkey.
Yeah, it is. It's in modern Hebrew.
Again, I can't. Other than Thanksgiving, I don't know why I would ever use that word to begin with.
It's kind of like saying the chicken of India. You ever heard of that?
What?
The other word, inside check.
Time to go to Hodu?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I just say because, you know, it can also be interchanged with gratitude or Thanksgiving and turkey.
Yeah, so I think that's where it probably would derive from. Maybe it'd be like later that they'd say Hodu could also mean turkey just because of
thanks, gratitude.
Yeah, just because of thanks and gratitude, yeah.
Yep. I mean, y'all had turkey today. I didn't have any turkey. Oh, I had turkey bacon. And turkey bacon's a negative for me.
Hey, God's glory, have you had the misfortune to meet your fellow Persian Jew, Barack?
Oh, yeah, they have.
No, I only came to mind because he just
don't get me started with that guy, man.
I only asked you that because I just seen him comment in the room chat talking about how Yoshi shouldn't be allowed to mod. That's why I was like,
Yoshi's the nicest guy, one of the nicest guys on here, man. He's always a mod, never has a problem.
Oh, that's because Yoshi kicks him out the room every time they share space. Yoshi's already told them that he absolutely refuses to hear him discuss anything at any time, and if he's present, he's getting booted.
Because he has his own weird doctrine. Look, I don't want to talk about somebody else while they're not here, but.
Oh, no. I was asking, I had to talk to him because I literally just got a notification from him. Everybody in here knows his doctrine. He just got kicked out this afternoon for it, so he knows how we feel about that. We've all told him that to his face.
Yeah, I tell him to, and it doesn't always end up well.
It's never going to end well. It just is what it is.
Yeah. So, what are you guys' beliefs up here? Just out of curiosity, not in like a battle mode or anything. I'm just curious to know.
Voodoo, and some other African spiritualities.
My God, today.
All the dudes.
Yeah.
Are you being serious or?
No, some are into that. Yeah.
Very serious. Very.
So, Professor, what do you believe? Because I mean, I see the Hebrew in your PTR.
No, you asked the question in generality. I gave what others.
Oh, what about you? What about yourself?
I'm a human being, just a human being. We had a discussion before. I told you who I was.
My bad. Sometimes I don't. I may not remember. But I mean, so do you believe in the God of Israel or Yahweh?
No, I don't believe in anything.
So what, just like a higher energy, spiritual power kind of thing?
I don't believe in anything. In Torah, it said to know, right?
Yeah, it's a good way to put it, but it also, when it's saying to know, it's towards the God of Israel.
Yeah, so and he never said to believe in him, did he? I don't recall in Torah that he said to believe.
Never.
It might be a different one.
I think him and Yirmiyahu may be related.
This is my first time seeing his face. I'm gonna have to call him another baby face. I could have thought he was much older.
A friend from our band.
Getting old. I'm just old. That's probably it.
Got an Arabian friend that kind of looks just like him.
That picture, he looked like he'd be a detective in New York City. You know what I'm saying?
This friend, he works at a gas station. That's what I thought.
Duke Bonchon, that might be appropriate. Yes.
Yeah, he just how that photograph look just look like dudes think he cool the whole time. He's a detective. He's going to jail.
Exactly.
I thought he
my dog report.
But he might give me the correct change. That's what I was saying. I said, I hope he give me the correct change by that picture.
Maybe exactly like OG.
I got it down, don't I? I learned a lot from y'all.
You say that it's like
you're God's lawyer. I'm God's district
attorney.
I guess I'll take that.
You would be the prosecutor. You'd be the prosecutor, man.
I'll be the prosecutor.
Yeah.
That's lawyer. Please take that as a compliment. I don't issue too many. So yes.
Thank you, Mother. I just appreciate you. So I'm trying to get these Trinitarians to debate. Maybe one of you guys could mod, but I can't get them out of their rooms. They just want to stay up there and do whatever the hell they want.
They're not coming out of there. That's all.
It's like they're hidden in their caves and they just don't want to leave it. It's like, what are they so scared of?
Like Trinitarian, this is a no-fly zone for that doctrine in here. We don't do like Trinitarian doctrine.
I'm happy to hear that.
Or their Godhead debate and stuff like that. This guy next to you has a Lakers PTR. He's a Trinitarian. He may have a conversation with you. I think his name goes by the name of Yochanan. Or Yochanan.
Yochanan, you believe God is 3 in 1?
He just coined with you, sir.
Say his name again, Mr. Lawyer.
Yochanan.
Yochanan. Okay, see now.
I believe God is 3 in 1. I do. Because that's in the Bible tells you. That's in the Bible tells you that it should become one flesh. The two should become one flesh, right? In the image of God made he him, male and female, she them. I believe God is 3 in 1.
I don't know if he's playing or if he's being serious.
No, I'm serious. I believe God is male and female, and they come together and make one flesh, which could be either male or female. So you got here, you're 3 in 1 from your mother and your father. So there's no way you would be here without the 2, and you became the 3. So 3 in 1. I believe God is 3 in 1. The mother, the father, and I'm the son of the mother, the father, or the daughter. That's in your Bible.
I mean, when God uses the word one there, you got to really see what the context is. But Deuteronomy chapter 4.
I could care less what context he uses. I'm telling you what I know it is. I don't give a fuck about Deuteronomy.
I mean, Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 16 says God is not a male or a female.
I don't give a fuck about Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy can kiss my ass. I'm telling you what it is, and you talking about some fucking book.
So you're telling me that
like y'all niggas believe in a book. Y'all believe in a book, and you don't believe what you know. I got here through my mother and my father. Two became one flesh. That's three.
they provided the body. They provided the body for you. Who provided the soul? Who gave you the breath?
There's no such thing as a fucking soul. It's made up. There's no soul. I don't believe in a soul. You can't prove there's a soul. So unless you can prove there's a soul, shut the fuck up. So you get into a book that tells you that's a soul, but you can't prove there's a soul. You can't prove there's a soul in no which way, form, or fashion. You just listen to a book that tells you there's a soul. You can't prove there's no such thing as a soul. Absolutely nothing. So stop making shit up. You can't prove to me there's a soul. You don't have nothing that proves there's a soul. You have no goddamn nothing that proves there's a soul. Nothing. All you have is what somebody wrote down there is a fucking soul. And you want me to believe that shit. There's no such thing as a soul.
Are you done?
When you die, nigga, the spirit leaves the body. I don't know where the fuck the soul comes from.
Yoshi equates the soul with blood, I believe. So when blood leaves the body, that's...
Yeah, we know there's blood. In that case, we know there's blood.
But you are right. The declassified documents say it also.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a soul. I don't know nothing about no damn soul. That's some made up shit.
So how does
nigga, don't have to be ask your God.
No, Tom. I'm just gonna pick your brain a little bit. Let me just pick your brain.
I'm not here to.
You're making claims, and I can't even respond to.
You're the one making claims. You're the one making.
No, I'm not. But you're the one that's saying God is a male and a female.
I'm
saying the scriptures say that, but the scriptures say completely the opposite of that.
Your book does say that. Your book says that God is a male and a female. If you don't believe me, then how come Abraham and Sarah's name was changed?
And let's go to the verse that says God is a male and a female.
Answer my question. How was Abraham?
There's no verse that says God is a male or a female. It's actually the opposite.
Yeah, it is a verse.
No, go to it. Go to it so I can see it.
There's a verse that says God is a man, a war.
Okay.
So I'm asking.
What is
Exodus your ass down to the fucking bottom, you stupid bitch. You don't fuck about none of that shit you talking about. You can't answer no questions, but you keep talking about a fucking book. I'm not up here talking about no damn book. That's your problem. All y'all can do is talk about a fucking book. Your mind is wrapped around a damn book, and you don't even believe what the fuck you can see and accomplish. You don't even believe what you see right before your eyes. Because you so fuck stick.
Dang, I left for a second, buddy, in the audience. What happened?
That nigga dumb. You talking about a damn book. I'm not up here talking about no book, nigga. I'm talking about what I know. You talking about some shit you believe. I ain't talking about no damn book. That's your problem. Y'all live your life with a fucking book. The book says, what the book says, nigga, you wouldn't even know, nigga, the book is made up. Nigga made that shit up. Nigga made that shit up. There was no fucking nigga walking around here named Abraham. There was no nigga walking around here named Adam. Shit is made up, you goofy ass nigga. Y'all never let his goofy ass back up. He was a goofy nigga. He was a dumb nigga.
So rather why don't we talk about this like two men? Okay, well, obviously he does it the way you talking.
Now, obviously he do, because you ain't doing a good damn job. You won't even let me speak. Good. Are you done? I'm the authority, you goofy nigga. Don't tell me nothing about a fucking book. Tell me what you experienced and tell me what you know. Don't tell me about no shit you read. Because nothing you read can be.
Who is Anubis and why the hell does he have my picture on his
Don't worry about what Anubis is, nigga. That's my brother, nigga. Don't worry about that, nigga.
Who the hell is that? What? I mean, what does he? Is he kind of? I mean, does he like me or something? Does he like my face? Does he like my face? Like, what is going on? Anubis, you straight? What's wrong with you?
You goofy for the hour, man.
Do you like my face? You like my face? Answer my question. Do you like it?
I hate Persians. These niggas don't even know.
I'm a Jew, man. I'm a Jew before I'm a Persian.
Something basically had don't even know that something had to basically give something up. Or basically lower it.
I think Anubis is a little.
Something has to ignore itself in order for you to exist. And you should have been telling me something about a fucking book.
Can you ask? Can you ask? Okay, before we get into this conversation, can you ask your boy why he likes you so much? Can you ask your boy why he likes you so much?
About no book. Fuck up book.
Hey.
About no book, nigga. Y'all niggas is dumb. If you're a Jew, why you don't know that something has to give something up within itself in order for you to exist? But you a fucking Jew, nigga. You ain't no Jew, nigga. You stupid. You's a stupid nigga. You should be a stupid nigga.
You know, rather than call me stupid, maybe we should talk about it a bit and see if your mind gets anywhere that it's supposed to get to.
About shit with no.
Okay, well, obviously, you don't want to talk about shit.
You talk about a fucking book that another man wrote from another.
We don't have to talk about the book.
All right, well, what you want to talk about?
We don't have to talk about the book. I mean, you're quoting stuff from the book saying that it's a man of war. You said God is a man of war, and I took you to that verse, and you don't want to talk about it.
Your book said that.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. The word there is each. The word there is not Adam. So if you knew the language that it was given in, you would know it doesn't say what you think it's saying. Okay?
I don't care what the book said.
There's a certain word for human in Hebrew.
The nigga can't be lying, nigga. And Hebrew was not the first language. So I don't give a fuck about
Nobody made the claim that
I don't care nothing about the fucking Hebrew. The shit is made up.
I'm just saying you read the verse wrong. You read the verse wrong.
Back to the first original language of this earth. Shut the fuck up.
Do you want to address how you read the verse wrong? It seems like you don't know it all.
I don't give a fuck about a verse or a book. That's what you fail to realize, nigga. Pick a donut off my PTR and eat it. That's what you could do. What's your favorite donut, nigga?
Can you first ask your boy why he likes you so much?
Do you like the maple, nigga? Do you like the cheesecake, nigga? Do you like the glaze, nigga? Or do you like the what's your donut that you like?
You like that glaze.
You like the glaze?
I like that. Hey, teach us how to do the Jewish dance. Hey, God, Lord, you know how to do the Jewish dance? Teach us the Jewish dance.
I see what I'm dealing with now. Bunch of
Jewish. No, what you do, okay?
Man, we don't deal with books around here, nigga. We deal with reality. We deal with shit we know, nigga. You ask me, you ask the professor.
Reality is good. I think your boy likes me a little bit too much. I think he likes my face a little bit too much. You want to ask your boy why he has my face on his PTR? Does he have a little crush on me or something? What's going on with him?
Straight up.
Does he have a crush on me, Gary? Why are you ignoring me? Does your boy have a crush on me?
Where's your boy?
Look at Anubis right here. He has my face on his PTR.
My partner can speak for himself. Ask him.
You hang around with people that have crushes on other men?
You got it, sir. Talk to Swift, nigga, so you can cut your ass and feet.
Why do you hang out with these kind of people? I mean, you're a sweet soul. Like, these people, like, just so, like, just mad. Mad in life. There's something. I mean, I don't
we don't know languages and we don't know the history. That's why I don't like you. That's why for the last 3 years, I've been treating your ass. I'm going to continue to do it.
I don't even know who you are, man. I don't even know if I've ever spoken to you in my life.
You have, trust me.
Okay, well, I don't remember. You're not important to me. It's irrelevant. All I know right now, I want to remember you because it seems like you got a little crush on my face because you have it on your PTR. So I don't know what more to say. I mean, it's a little bit. It's a flattery. It's flattery. You have a crush on me. I didn't know you were a fruit like that. I didn't know you were a fruit like that. Well, so now you know. I told you. I have no crush on you. I'm trolling because you're the goofy of the house. You for sure have a crush on me, my man. It's kind of spooky a bit. It's kind of spooky. Don't get scared. You're scaring me a bit. I'm not gonna lie. What the Persian do for Thanksgiving, man? I'm a Jew before I'm a Persian, man. Do you know what you are?
You can't be mad. You're talking about what you believe in. What you believe. Jews don't talk about what they believe in.
Okay, before you start talking about it, can you ask your boy why he likes my face so much? You talking to me, and I already explained it to you. I don't know if you hard of hearing or you stupid. The Persian people are dumb. I don't get it. I told you why. You the Persian people ain't been a Nicaraguan Jew. A turkey eating ass. What do the Persians do for Thanksgiving? I can't believe you went so far to take a screenshot of my face. Oh, I got black and white. Trust me, I've been doing this to you for about 3 years. You just don't recognize me. You are you are crazy. It's crazy. Man, I'd rather be Persian than be you. Be a Jew than be you. You taking a screenshot of men's face and it's you read today. It's Turkey Day, man. You see the title? You ate some turkey. All I'm saying right now is you got a little crush on my face. That's all I'm saying right now. You're trying to dress like a nigga. You're trying to hip hop yourself like a nigga. Your head to the back like a nigga. You don't know where I'm from. What I do in my life. You don't know. Yeah, just one second. You don't know me. Stop acting like you don't know. It sounds like you do coke. You're a Palestinian and you Jew who do coke. Well, you're a Palestinian Jew? It looked like it. Look at it. I know Palestinians. They got one of the biggest communities. So tell me, why do you hate Jews so much? Nobody hate no damn Jews. Hold up. Don't try to sit up here talking about people hate Jews. Ain't nobody saying nothing about they hate no fucking Jews. So you gotta get the fuck out. You gotta go. He trying to set you up, nigga. Ain't nobody saying nothing about they hate no Jews. Nobody hate no damn Jews. So don't try to use that as a fucking, thing to get a nigga shit suspended. Ain't nobody never say nothing about nobody hate no damn Jews. Nigga, you ain't even smart enough. We don't hate Jews. Actually, we love Jews. We don't have nothing against Jews in here. This is not a semi-Jew, Jews. So don't try to come in here. Yeah, we love Jews. So they come in here with that bullshit talking about why we hate Jews so much. That shit ain't gonna work. I have Jews that's good friends of mine. So you gotta get the fuck very good friends of mine. So there's Anubis. So there's Mama. So there's the professor. So there's Old Key. So don't come in here trying to play us like we hate Jews. So since you say that, you gotta get the fuck out of here. Bye. You being removed from the room. I stupid bitch. You think he's slick? I see exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to get our shit taken down to my why we hate Jews so much, nigga. We too small for that. Don't try to play us, nigga. You seen that shit? You trying to play us? Oh, y'all hate Jews so much, nigga. Don't nobody hate Jews. We love Jews, nigga. Don't try to play us. Now you gotta go. Nigga. Zara is a Jew, and we love Zara very much. So don't even try to play with us, nigga. Zara can get whatever the fuck she want from us. From me, at least. So we love Jews. Don't come in here telling me why we hate Jews so much. Get the fuck out of here. That shit ain't gonna work. You too small for that. Stop coming here with that Shemitic stuff. Nah. We ain't Shemitic, nigga. We love Jews.
Accounts is too expensive for an old lady. I'll be like tired. I'll be like, wait, did you say no? We're not doing that here. I got trouble. I did that in Jacksonville. I said, oh. I hate getting
Show
shit.
line here, bitch.
I ain't getting shit.
Get the fuck, bitch. How many times to put this bitch in the good?
I don't give a fuck. You have to put me the fuck about this bitch.
Put this bitch in the good, Larry.
Fuck that. Weird bitches do weird shit. You motherfuckers call these weird ass bitches. The fuck is we talking about?
No, Larry.
I'm a spinner.
Y'all need to be long because she don't say.
You shut the fuck up.
No, this bitch.
Your ass back.
You weird ass bitch.
You was letting this bitch yell through a fucking steering wheel. Shut up.
Ass bitch.
She gonna feel BB.
The fuck? I'm gonna spin her ass. Fuck that. I'ma say what the fuck you bitches don't say. Cause I don't do shit to no motherfucking body.
We do tell Dory she a beggar. What else we gonna say?
I don't give a fuck though. And look at her now. I'm her body over something. You can't hold me accountable for shit because I don't ask you for a fucking opinion though. That's the motherfucking issue. Y'all be running out, give y'all unsolicited opinion, and we don't even fuck with you. Excuse me, I don't fuck with you like that. So therefore, you can't hold me accountable for this. There's that. I don't though. So at the end of the day, I didn't ask you for shit that you did. You're mad because you wanted to get something that I didn't ask you for. So therefore, you want to get unsolicited advice that I didn't ask for, bitch. Like I said, bitch, I don't give a fuck, baby. You sit up here mad, getting mad and heated, like your blood pressure is raising up for nothing. I don't give a fuck, baby, though. That's why I let you get here and spit. You got mad thinking you was blocked and all I did was unfollow you. Look at that. Not about an unfollow. Not about an unfollow. Not about an unfollow. Look at that. Not about an unfollow, girl. You are too old to be mad about an unfollow. I don't care, baby. You can keep saying, guess what? I'm not playing cool, girl. I don't give a fuck, girl. I don't care. That's good for you. Guess what? Good for you, baby. That doesn't hurt my feelings, though. It doesn't hurt my feelings, so I don't care. I don't care. Look, y'all can say whatever the fuck y'all want to say. At the end of the day, y'all think y'all know me, but y'all don't. And this is why I don't sit up and talk to y'all like that, though. Y'all sit up here and think that y'all know me and do real shit like that. Y'all be sitting up here saying, I'm the real one when you do real shit like this. But I've never done no shit to you like this. All I did was take my ad back. All I did was take my ad back. I don't need none of y'all to do no motherfucking bills, bitch. I don't need y'all to do none of that, though. I don't need y'all to do none of that, though. I can do that, though. I can take care of my son. So like I said, but you don't know nothing about me, bitch. You don't know nothing about me, and that's y'all motherfucking common thing that y'all fucking do, though. You do care. You do care because you was up here going on a rant about an unfollow.
The problem is,
that's not problem. You just care too fucking much. You're invested too fucking much. You're too fucking invested, bitch. You're too invested. You're too invested. You're too invested. You're too invested. And you think you know me. I'm not mad about shit, though. I'm not mad about nothing, though. Because at the end of the day, like I said, I don't ask you for shit, though. But y'all sit up here and lie.
You are.
I'm not. You got up here talking about some. I don't say anything behind my back because I don't do shit to the bitch.
I know.
All I did was unfollow you.
That's the weird part about it because I don't do shit to you.
I can take an unfollow that. What part of that don't you understand? You talking about being grown and having a conversation. I don't have to consult with you to unfollow somebody. I don't have to consult with anybody to unfollow you.
Me too, bitch. You have secret animosity.
I don't. I don't.
Get your ass down, baby. We can't even hear you anymore. And I'm trying to get this bitch needs to get a big
I don't even know your lifestyle. I don't care now. I don't care about nothing you got going on. You came up here mad because I unfollowed you, thinking that you were blocked. Went on a tangent, girl. I don't care about nothing you got going on. You are invested. Y'all be so heavily invested in me and thinking that y'all know me off of the assumptions that y'all hear. I don't give a fuck, BB. You went up here yelling for 10 minutes because I unfollowed you.
And that's all.
Because I unfollowed you. Because I unfollowed you. I don't give a fuck. We are on a bunch of bubbles. All y'all do is yell. If y'all are not pulling up, I don't care. We are 5 years in. We're 5 years in. We're 5 years in. And if you're getting pressed over an unfollow, I don't know what to tell you. None of y'all. Check this girl, bro. BB, you are a fucking bitch. She ain't fine. Be fucking for real. Y'all sit up here and be acting like y'all sit up here much better than the next bitch. Y'all sit up here and be acting like y'all be so better than the next bitch, but I be on y'all fucking road, though. I be on y'all fucking road because guess what? Who clocks to unfollow? Who clocks to unfollow?
You're exactly that.
Who clocks to unfollow?
You're a weak ass.
You clock to unfollow. You clock to unfollow.
You're weak as fuck.
Watching the unfollow on here is crazy. I wish a bitch would spin this whole motherfucking stage and this bitch screaming with this big mic. Fuck is y'all talking?
You're a weak, sad ass bitch, and you beg everybody to fund your lifestyle, but you keep your nails and go get crap.
I don't give a fuck. You fucking unfollow, bitch, and unfollow, girl. Grow up.
I don't understand. I don't understand how you do that. I don't understand how you do that. But yet you mad at me. That's some press shit. You a pressed bitch. I would be mad too at my lifestyle if I couldn't fund my lifestyle the way that I wanted to fund my lifestyle. I would be pressed too if I couldn't get my ass up and do what the fuck I needed to do. I would be pressed too. I would be mad at everybody else too. You was a weak, mad ass bitch just like the rest of you miserable ass bitches. I don't do shit to you bitches. But try to be nice to you weak hoes. And this is how you do me. Y'all are some weak, weird bitches. All of y'all. Every last one of you weak, weird ass bitches are weak as fuck.
Talk, BB, talk.
And see, that's the problem. Ain't nobody gonna tell you motherfuckers that. Bitch, you think you get up here and you Gemini and you da-da-da-da, you gonna keep it real.
This is you.
You motherfuckers you gonna keep it real. Bitch, you can't keep it real with yourself. Cause if you kept it real with yourself, you wouldn't be begging motherfuckers to fund your motherfucking lifestyle. The fuck is we talking about around this bitch? Sad ass, weak ass, miserable, sad ass bitches. Sad for no motherfucking reason. I anthology and you're past no bitch, you're weak. Y'all don't know what a strong woman looks like, period. Because you don't know how to be strong. But yet you motherfuckers want to get up here and beg for cash apps and all this other shit. That's what the fuck y'all want to do. But yet, motherfuckers that speak life into y'all. Motherfuckers speak life into y'all. Motherfuckers try to be nice to you motherfuckers y'all want to get mad at. Get mad at your damn self for the fucking weak ass shit you do. Sad ass excuse of a fucking woman. I'm going back to the goo. Fuck you, weird bitch. Whoever caught her is motherfucking lucky. That's what the fuck y'all better do.
No, bitch, we couldn't hear nothing you was saying. That bitch was loud.
No, Q, they finna spin you.
I wish they would. I'll spin that bitch and you, Larry.
That bitch put her mic down her throat to be heard. Y'all think somebody packing somebody when they put their mic down their motherfucking throat to be fucking heard. No.
We know you were saying some good stuff.
No, they motherfucking being covered up so that they don't got, so the motherfuckers don't hear the fucking truth. That bitch is a weak bitch, and you motherfuckers coddle a lot of these weak bitches on this app. That's what the fuck y'all do all the motherfucking time. The fuck? I be so sick of you weak ass hoes. You get up here and you cry, you complain, and you bitch and you moan about shit. And y'all secretly jealous of motherfuckers y'all sit around. But yet and still, you motherfuckers can't stand on your own motherfucking 10. I ain't jealous of another motherfucking bitch because of what they got. Because guess what? My life is just as motherfucking good. The fuck is we talking about around this bitch? Sad ass hoes. Begging ass bitches. Putting cash up of ass bitches. Get the fuck out of Instacart. Get the fuck out and get a fucking job. You motherfuckers don't do shit but be jealous of motherfuckers who took their opportunity and do what the fuck they need to do with their motherfucking life.
It's getting good.
And yet you bitches want to judge and talk down and call somebody else a bum. No, half you weak ass bitches is a bum because you motherfuckers has took the late route in life. You motherfuckers want to lay on your motherfucking backs and do what the fuck y'all want to.
Not too much.
Was me card. You motherfuckers want to play the sympathy ass me card. The fuck?
Baby, when I said that, they called me illegal.
That's like you motherfuckers been raised for real. Oh, I forgot. You motherfuckers ain't been raised for real. Because you motherfuckers ain't got no hustle or no couth about your motherfucking self. The fuck? Weak ass hoes.
Well, at least you yelling at y'all and not me today.
Oh, that damn yelling.
I survived today. Shut the fuck up.
Calm down.
Now
I said she has me.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my God.
You get in women's business every time. You keeping a booty ass, bitch ass nigga. You want to be bent over just like the rest of us bitches want to be bent over. Period.
That's mine.
Wake the fuck ass niggas. I'm so sick of you hoe ass niggas too. Y'all always jumping in with women business.
Go get another plate.
I'm so sick of you niggas and you weak ass bitches. This shit don't make no fucking sense.
Y'all be so happy and angry. Go get another plate.
I'm not happy. I'm not angry. I'm not none of that.
All right, let me stop talking. My bad.
I live my life and I'm good. I don't gotta get on here and beg and feel sorry for my motherfucking self. I gotta make nobody feel sorry for me. The fuck?
Well, at least it was y'all and not me today. She cuts me out like this every day. Well, I won. Y'all know I feel good. She ain't cuss me out today. She ain't give me today neither. Oh, that bitch talk to me like this every day.
The holiday crash out schedule has been amended.
Miss, can we talk? Because the people have been asking about this schedule. Oh, wait, somebody about 25 more minutes in the chat.
I finished that.
Oh, wait, actually.
Sunday is now open since I utilized that.
Hold on 1 second. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, miss. I'm looking for someone. Got you. And done. Go ahead, miss. So the schedule, because people have been asking, because I guess you took somebody's night last night, and then they were wondering if you still needed Sunday. Wait. What's the
girl, just crash out right now, Missy Pooh. Goddamn.
I already got it.
Damn. Wait, I missed it?
Yeah.
Now, bitch, why you didn't call my phone and wake me up?
No.
I'm not. Last time, did you know what you wanted? You're right.
Yeah.
All right. Last time she called me, I cussed her out.
Never again. At 8 p.m. At 8 p.m.
Girl, you know I'm tired, girl.
I have to call you after 5 p.m.
Okay, you can call me at 6:30. Deal.
I don't think it was not that.
Okay, miss, tell me you love me, please.
Wait, mind you, she was like, Larry, I did not know the kid was working. I would have called. She was like,
look like Larry. The next day, I felt so fucking bad. I'm like, bitch,
because your schedule would fluctuate.
No, and it was, and I woke up the next morning and I said, I done cussed my Missy Pooh out because I'm an old bitch and I went to bed at 6 o'clock.
At 8:30. Well, miss, at least she called you at the night. She cursed you out. She cursed you out, but at least she answered your call. She be talking about, why didn't you text me or call me to let me know you're going to the coffee shop? I'm like, girl, you don't never answer the phone.
But miss, you gotta think I'll be up for work at 2 in the morning, bitch.
Man, put your motherfucking foot on. Do not disturb.
No, I can't do that because what if something happened with the kids and shit? Shit. What if somebody talking about me or something? Shit.
I love you, Kita.
I'm sorry, Missy Pooh.
Okay, so what's the schedule? So, because you were supposed to be what? Sunday.
Mm-hmm. You're still on Monday unless you
I'm on Cyber Monday.
Sunday is still available.
Cyber Monday?
If anybody wants to.
That's my day to crash.
It was mine at 12 o'clock.
Saturday is Lanice.
Nisi, you're Saturday?
I'm Saturday, but you forget.
Miss, are you still Sunday?
Place that I did that tonight too.
No, I'm not Sunday anymore. I think I got it all out, but I'm gonna leave myself a little room just in case. Just in case.
Okay. All right, so I'm still on for Monday, Cyber Monday. All right, bet. Miss is tentative Saturday, and I'm sorry, Sunday, and Lanice is tentative
Saturday at 12. Between
your
12
Saturday, Miss is tentative Sunday.
Well, when my turn?
What Miss said we have to schedule.
Friday. I got a lot to say too. I mean,
we need a good kid.
I mean, Bibi got her stuff off. I should be, but then it's like, who I'm supposed to cuss out? I should just cuss out everybody. I mean, you can have 3 to 5 Saturday.
Cuss out the motherfuckers that you been saying. Do I need to name the list of names of motherfuckers you been saying you want to cuss out?
Well, I didn't cuss out Barry that day because I was sleepy.
So, Miss, what days?
Do I need to start naming off names of bitches?
I already named. See, while you talking, I just said I was going to cuss Dory out for playing with me about Relita, but I was sleepy. and I went to bed. You see how that work? I'm not scared of no man.
I was just saying.
Okay, so Miss,
Back to you were supposed to cuss out. I just wanted to make sure you.
Oh, y'all ever play with me like I'm a punk bitch on this? Have you lost your mind, bitch?
Focus, y'all, please.
Right,
You lost your motherfucking mind, BB.
I lost your mind. Down my crab legs. Take me some food right now. I'm kicking over the whole motherfucking table. Fuck you. Hey, what you say, bitch? Fuck my husband. Fuck the family.
He did fuck my husband. Fuck that bitch and fuck the family and fuck all these people on this app with all they. Oh, y'all lucky. Y'all's lucky I'm at my grandma's house because if I wasn't here, I would fucking cuss everybody out.
Take a shot. Let's take a shot, y'all. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Once here, I ordered.
Everybody take a shot. Let's get this road on the motherfucking show. What's going down? You said that.
You on the show, man. You put the
show on the road. It's from a movie. Listen, say it right, girl. It's from a movie. I was hoping to say very here, and I know y'all don't want me to go no further than that because I'm a car. I think it's from Step Brothers. Me too, Egyptian. That's why I'm eating and taking a break. Them niggas got kitchen.
I just finished my greens.
I'm talking on my Google. Why is you finishing greens at 9 o'clock at night? Yeah, that's crazy, bitch.
So first of all,
I'm trying. Girl, it's almost 10. Go to bed.
I have to go to Benihana's this morning.
Should have been well marinated by now, you know?
I'm done. I just got done eating them. That was like my third or fourth bowl. What's going on?
Oh, what do you think? Hold on, man. You also don't come out here to what you talking about,
Jesus, come here, baby.
Heaven is long.
He don't be walking to the ATM and the sale.
Also, see, that's why you need pressure.
I'm sick of you begging ass bitches in this bitch.
Oh, God, here she goes.
Anyway, I love y'all. I hope y'all had a wonderful
I love you too, baby. Gang. I don't want
a hug. I just want bitches to get up and stand on their 10 like the fuck they supposed to. Stop being weak ass bitches. I'm gonna go to the goo. I don't give a fuck about none of you bitches putting a thumb down on me. That shows that you're a weak bitch too.
After you, baby.
But okay, Larry, you can have your room back. I'm sorry. I'll go clean up. I'm going to the goo now. I'll keep enough shit over.
You just let her come up here and do all that, Larry, for real.
Nobody hear me?
We hear you, nephew. Hold on, because he maybe done brought her little ass up here. And then, hello?
Unhappy ass motherfuckers.
Nephew. I said hi, nephew.
Happy Thanksgiving, Ariane.
That phone was going on. Happy Thanksgiving. I hope y'all enjoy it. I need a cup of coffee, y'all, because I'm a little drunk.
If y'all say happy Thanksgiving.
motherfucking turkey with